Chapter 16 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Robery Club. It has been said that George Vavasor had a little establishment at Robery down in Oxfordshire, and thither he betook himself about the middle of November. He had been long known in this county, and whether or no men spoke well of him as a man of business in London, men spoke well of him down there as one who knew how to ride to hounds. Not that Vavasor was popular among fellow sportsmen. It was quite otherwise. He was not a man that made himself really popular in any social meetings of men. He did not himself care for the loose little talkings, half flat and half sharp, of men when they meet together in idleness. He was not open enough in his nature for such popularity. Some men were afraid of him, and some suspected him. There were others who made up to him, seeking his intimacy, but these he usually snubbed, and always kept at a distance. Though he had indulged in all the ordinary pleasures of young men, he had never been a jovial man. In his conversations with men, he always seemed to think that he should use his time towards serving some purpose of business. With women, he was quite the reverse. With women, he could be happy. With women, he could really associate. A woman he could really love. But I doubt whether for all that he could treat a woman well. But he was known in the Oxfordshire country as a man who knew what he was about, and such men are always welcome. It is the man who does not know how to ride that is made uncomfortable in the hunting field by cold looks or expressed censure, and yet it is very rarely that such men do any real harm. Such a one may now and then get among the hounds or override the hunt, but it is not often so. Many such complaints are made, but in truth the too forward man who presses the dogs is generally one who can ride, but is too eager or too selfish to keep in his proper place. The bad rider, like the bad whist player, pays highly for what he does not enjoy and should be thanked. But at both games he gets cruelly snubbed. At both games George Vavasor was great, and he never got snubbed. There were men who lived together at Robery in a kind of club, 4 or 5 of them, who came thither from London, running backwards and forwards as hunting arrangements enabled them to do so, a brewer or two, and a banker, with a would-be fast attorney, a sporting literary gentleman, and a young unmarried member of Parliament, who had no particular home of his own in the country. These men formed the Robery Club, and a jolly life they had of it. They had their own wine-closet at the King's Head, or Robery Inn, as the house had come to be popularly called, and supplied their own game. The landlord found everything else, and as they were not very particular about their bills, they were allowed to do pretty much as they liked in the house. They were rather imperious, very late in their hours, sometimes, though not often, noisy, and once there had been a hasty quarrel which had made the landlord, in his anger, say that the club should be turned out of his house. But they paid well, chaffed the servants much oftener than they bullied them, and on the whole were very popular. To this club Vavasor did not belong, alleging that he could not afford to live at their pace, and alleging also that his stays at Robery were not long enough to make him a desirable member. The invitation to him was not repeated, and he lodged elsewhere in the little town, but he occasionally went in of an evening, and would make up with the members a table at whist. He had come down to Roebury by mail train, ready for hunting the next morning, and walked into the club room just at midnight. There he found Maxwell the banker, Grindley the would-be fast attorney, and Calder Jones, the member of Parliament, playing dummy. Neither of the brewers were there, nor was the sporting literary gentleman. "Here's Vavasor," said Maxwell, "and now we won't play this blackguard game any longer. Somebody told me, Vavasor, that you were gone away." "Gone away? What, like a fox? I don't know what it was, that something had happened to you since last season, that you were married, or dead, or gone abroad. By George, I've lost the trick after all. I hate dummy like the devil. I never hold a card in dummy's hand. Yes, I know, that's 7 points on each side. Vavasor, come and cut. Upon my word, if any one had asked me, I should have said you were dead. But you see, nobody ever does think of asking you anything." "What you probably mean," said Grindley, "is that Vavasor was not returned for Chelsea last February, but you've seen him since that. Are you going to try it again, Vavasor?" "If you'll lend me the money, I will." "I don't see what on earth a man gains by going into the house," said Calder Jones. "I couldn't help myself as it happened, but upon my word it's a deuce of a bore. A fellow thinks he can do as he likes about going, but he can't. It wouldn't do for me to give it up, because—" "Oh no, of course not. Where should we all be?" said Vavasor. "It's you and me, Grindums," said Maxwell. "Damn Parliament, and now let's have a rubber." They played till 3, and Mr. Calder Jones lost a good deal of money in a little way, for they never played above 10-shilling points, and no bet was ever made for more than £1 or 2. But Vavasor was the winner, and when he left the room he became the subject of some ill-natured remarks. "I wonder he likes coming in here," said Grindley, who had himself been the man to invite him to belong to the club, and who had at one time indulged the ambition of an intimacy with George Vavasor. "I can't understand it," said Calder Jones, who was a little bitter about his money. "Last year he seemed to walk in just when he liked, as though he were one of us." "He's a bad sort of fellow," said Grindley. "He's so uncommonly dark. I don't know where on earth he gets his money from. He was heir to some small property in the north, but he lost every shilling of that when he was in the wine trade." "You're wrong there, Grindums," said Maxwell, making use of a playful nickname which he had invented for his friend. "He made a pot of money at the wine business, and had he stuck to it he would have been a rich man. He lost it all since then, and that place in the north into the bargain." "Wrong again, Grindums, my boy. If old Vavasor were to die to-morrow, Vavasor Hall would go just as he might choose to leave it. George may be a ruined man, for aught I know." "There's no doubt about that, I believe," said Grindley. "Perhaps not, Grindums, but he can't have lost Vavasor Hall because he has never as yet had an interest in it. He's the natural heir, and will probably get it some day." "All the same," said Calder Jones, "isn't it rather odd he should come in here?" "We've asked him often enough," said Maxwell, "not because we like him, but because we want him so often to make up a rubber. I don't like George Vavasor, and I don't know who does, but I like him better than dummy, and I'd sooner play whist with men I don't like, Grindums, than I'd not play at all." A bystander might have thought from the tone of Mr. Maxwell's voice that he was alluding to Mr. Grindley himself, but Mr. Grindley didn't seem to take it in that light. "That's true, of course," said he. "We can't pick men just as we please, but I certainly didn't think that he'd make it out for another season." The club breakfasted the next morning at 9 o'clock in order that they might start at half-past for the meet at Edgehill. Edgehill is 12 miles from Roebury, and the hacks would do it in an hour and a half, or perhaps a little less. Does anybody know anything about that brown horse of Vavasor's? Said Maxwell. I saw him coming into the yard yesterday with that old groom of his. He had a brown horse last season, said Grindlay, a little thing that went very fast, but wasn't quite sound on the road. That was a mare, said Maxwell, and he sold her to Cinquebars. Ah, my friend, from whom I have borrowed this scion of the nobility, had he been left with us, he would have forgiven me my little theft, and now that he has gone, I will not change the name. For 150, said Calder Jones, and she wasn't worth the odd 50. He won 70 with her at Leamington, said Maxwell, and I doubt whether he'd take his money now. Is Cinquebars coming down here this year? I don't know, said Maxwell. I hope not. He's the best fellow in the world, but he can't ride, and he don't care for hunting, and he makes more row than any fellow I ever met. I wish some fellow could tell me something about that fellow's brown horse. I'd never buy a horse of Vavasor's if I were you, said Grindlay. He never has anything that's all right all round. And who has? Said Maxwell, as he took into his plate a second mutton chop, which had just been brought up hot into the room especially for him. That's the mistake men make about horses, and that's why there's so much cheating. I never ask for a warranty with a horse, and don't very often have a horse examined, yet I do as well as others. You can't have perfect horses any more than you can perfect men or perfect women. You put up with red hair or bad teeth or big feet, or sometimes with the devil of a voice. But a man who wants a horse won't put up with anything. Therefore those who've got horses to sell must lie. When I go into the market with 300 pounds, I expect a perfect animal. As I never do that now, I never expect a perfect animal. I like 'em to see, I like 'em to have 4 legs, and I like 'em to have a little wind. I don't much mind anything else. By Jove, you're about right, said Calder Jones. The reader will therefore readily see that Mr. Maxwell, the banker, reigned as king in that club. Vavasor had sent 2 horses on in charge of Bat Smithers, and followed on a pony about 14 hands high, which he had ridden as a cover hack for the last 4 years. He did not start till near 10, but he was able to catch Bat with his 2 horses about 1.5 miles on that side of Edgehill. Have you managed to come along pretty clean? The master asked, as he came up with his servant. They be the most beastly roads in all England, said Bat, who always found fault with any county in which he happened to be located. But I'll warrant I'm cleaner than most on 'em. What for any county should make such roads as them, I never could tell. The roads about there are bad, certainly, very bad, but I suppose they would have been better had Providence sent better materials. And what do you think of the brown horse, Bat? Well, sir, he said no more, and that he said with a drawl. He's as fine an animal to look at as any I ever put my eye on, said George. He's all that, said Bat. He's got a lot of pace, too. I'm sure he has, sir. And they tell me you can't beat him at jumping. They can mostly do that, sir, if they're well handled. You see, he's a deal over my weight. Yes, he is, Mr. Vavasor. He is a 14 stoner. Or 15, said Vavasor. Perhaps he may, sir. There's no knowing what a horse can carry till he's tried. George asked his groom no more questions, but felt sure that he had better sell his brown horse if he could. Now I here protest that there was nothing specially amiss with the brown horse. Towards the end of the preceding season he had overreached himself and had been lame, and had been sold by some owner with more money than brains, who had not cared to wait for a cure. Then there had gone with him a bad character, and a vague suspicion had attached itself to him, as there does to hundreds of horses which are very good animals in their way. He had come thus to Tattersall's, and Vavasor had bought him cheap, thinking that he might make money of him from his form and action. He had found nothing amiss with him, nor indeed had Bat Smithers, but his character went with him, and therefore Bat Smithers thought it well to be knowing. George Vavasor knew as much of horses as most men can, as perhaps as any man can who is not a dealer or a veterinary surgeon, but he, like all men, doubted his own knowledge, though on that subject he would never admit that he doubted it. Therefore he took Bat's word, and felt sure that the horse was wrong. "We shall have a run from the big wood," said George. "If they make un break, you will, sir," said Bat. "At any rate, I'll ride the brown horse," said George. Then, as soon as that was settled between them, the Roebury Club overtook them. There was now a rush of horses on the road altogether, and they were within a quarter of a mile of Edgehill Church, close to which was the meet. Bat with his 2 hunters fell a little behind, and the others trotted on together. The other grooms with their animals were on in advance, and were by this time employed in combing out forelocks, and rubbing stirrup leathers and horses' legs free from the dirt of the roads. But Bat Smithers was like his master, and did not congregate much with other men, and Vavasor was sure to give orders to his servant different from the orders given by others. "Are you well mounted this year?" Maxwell asked of George Vavasor. "No, indeed. I never was what I call well mounted yet. I generally have 1 horse and 3 or 4 cripples. That brown horse behind there is pretty good, I believe." "I see your man has got the old chestnut mare with him." "She's one of the cripples. Not but what she's as sound as a bell, and as good a hunter as ever I wished to ride, but she makes a little noise when she's going." "So that you can hear her 3 fields off?" said Grindlay. "5, if the fields are small enough, and your ears are sharp enough," said Vavasor. "All the same, I wouldn't change her for the best horse I ever saw under you." "Had you there, Grindums," said Maxwell. "No, he didn't," said Grindlay. "He didn't have me at all." "Your horses, Grindlay, are always up to all the work they have to do," said George, "and I don't know what any man wants more than that." "Had you again, Grindums?" said Maxwell. "I can ride against him any day," said Grindlay. "Yes, or against a brick wall either, if your horses didn't know any better," said George. "Had you again, Grindums?" said Maxwell. Whereupon Mr. Grindlay trotted on, round the corner by the church, and into the field in which the hounds were assembled. The fire had become too hot for him, and he thought it best to escape. Had it been Vavasor alone, he would have turned upon him and snarled, but he could not afford to exhibit any ill temper to the king of the club. Mr. Grindlay was not popular, and were Maxwell to turn openly against him, his sporting life down at Roebury would decidedly be a failure. The lives of such men as Mr. Grindlay, men who are tolerated in the daily society of others who are accounted their superiors, do not seem to have many attractions. And yet how many such men does one see in almost every set? Why, Mr. Grindlay should have been inferior to Mr. Maxwell the banker, or to Stone, or to Prettyman, who were brewers, or even to Mr. Pollock, the heavy-weight literary gentleman, I can hardly say. An attorney by his trade is at any rate as good as a brewer, and there are many attorneys who hold their heads high anywhere. Grindlay was a rich man, or at any rate rich enough for the life he led. I don't know much about his birth, but I believe it was as good as Maxwell's. He was not ignorant or a fool, whereas I rather think Maxwell was a fool. Grindlay had made his own way in the world, but Maxwell would certainly not have made himself a banker if his father had not been a banker before him. Nor could the bank have gone on and prospered had there not been partners there who were better men of business than our friend. Grindlay knew that he had a better intellect than Maxwell, and yet he allowed Maxwell to snub him, and he toadied Maxwell in return. It was not on the score of writing that Maxwell claimed and held his superiority, for Grindlay did not want pluck, and every one knew that Maxwell had lived freely, and that his nerves were not what they had been. I think it had come from the outward look of the men, from the form of each, from the gait and visage, which in one was good, and in the other insignificant. The nature of such domination of man over man is very singular, but this is certain, that when once obtained in manhood, it may be easily held. Among boys at school the same thing is even more conspicuous, because boys have less of conscience than men, are more addicted to tyranny, and when weak are less prone to feel the misery and disgrace of succumbing. Who has been through a large school and does not remember the Maxwells and Grindlays, the tyrants and the slaves, those who domineered and those who submitted? Nor was it, even then, personal strength, nor always superior courage, that gave the power of command, nor was it intellect or thoughtfulness, nor by any means such qualities as make men and boys lovable. It is said by many who have had to deal with boys that certain among them claim and obtain ascendancy by the spirit within them. But I doubt whether the ascendancy is not rather thrust on them than claimed by them. Here again, I think the outward gait of the boy goes far towards obtaining for him the submission of his fellows. But the tyrant boy does not become the tyrant man, or the slave boy the slave man, because the outward visage, that has been noble or mean in the one, changes, and becomes so often mean or noble in the other. "By George, there's Pollock," said Maxwell, as he rode into the field by the church. "I'll bet half a crown that he's come down from London this morning, that he was up all night last night, and that he tells us so 3 times before the hounds go out of the paddock." Mr. Pollock was the heavy-weight sporting literary gentleman. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Edgehill. Of all sights in the world there is, I think, none more beautiful than that of a pack of foxhounds seated on a winter morning round the huntsman. If the place of meeting has been chosen with anything of artistic skill, it should be in a grassy field, and the field should be small. It should not be absolutely away from all buildings, and the hedgerows should not have been clipped and pared and made straight with reference to modern agricultural economy. There should be trees near, and the ground should be a little uneven, so as to mark some certain small space as the exact spot where the dogs and servants of the hunt should congregate. There are well-known grand meets in England in the parks of noblemen, before their houses, or even on what are called their lawns, but these magnificent affairs have but little of the beauty of which I speak. Such assemblies are too grand and too ornate, and moreover much too far removed from true sporting proprieties. At them equipages are shining, and ladies' dresses are gorgeous, and crowds of tradesmen from the neighbouring town have come there to look at the grand folk. To my eye there is nothing beautiful in that. The meet I speak of is arranged with a view to sport, but the accident of the locality may make it the prettiest thing in the world. Such, in a special degree, was the case at Edgehill. At Edgehill the whole village consisted of 3 or 4 cottages, but there was a small old church with an old grey tower, and a narrow, green, almost dark churchyard, surrounded by elm trees. The road from Roebury to the meet passed by the church stile, and turning just beyond it, came upon the gate which led into the little field, in which the hounds felt themselves as much at home as in their kennels. There might be 6 or 7 acres in the field, which was long and narrow, so that the huntsman had space to walk leisurely up and down with the pack clustering round him, when he considered that longer sitting might chill them. The church tower was close at hand, visible through the trees, and the field itself was green and soft, though never splashing with mud or heavy with holes. Edgehill was a favourite meet in that country, partly because foxes were very abundant in the great wood adjacent, partly because the whole country round is grassland, and partly, no doubt, from the sporting propensities of the neighbouring population. As regards my own taste, I do not know that I do like beginning a day with a great wood, and if not beginning it, certainly not ending it. It is hard to come upon the cream of hunting, as it is upon the cream of any other delight. Who can always drink Lafitte of the finest, can always talk to a woman who is both beautiful and witty, or can always find the right spirit in the poetry he reads? A man has usually to work through much mud before he gets his nugget. It is so certainly in hunting, and a big wood too frequently afflicts the sportsman, as the mud does the miner. The small gorse cover is the happy, much envied bit of ground in which the gold is sure to show itself readily. But without the woods the gorse would not hold the foxes, and without the mud the gold would not have found its resting place. But, as I have said, Edgehill was a popular meet, and as regarded the meet itself was eminently picturesque. On the present occasion the little field was full of horsemen, moving about slowly, chatting together, smoking cigars, getting off from their hacks and mounting their hunters, giving orders to their servants, and preparing for the day. There were old country gentlemen there, greeting each other from far sides of the county, sporting farmers who loved to find themselves alongside their landlords, and to feel that the pleasures of the country are common to both, men down from town, like our friends of the Roebury Club, who made hunting their chosen pleasure, and who formed, in number, perhaps the largest portion of the field, officers from garrisons round about, a cloud of servants, and a few nondescript stragglers who had picked up horses hither and thither round the country. Outside the gate on the road were drawn up a variety of vehicles, open carriages, dog-carts, gigs, and wagonettes, in some few of which were seated ladies who had come over to see the meet. But Edgehill was essentially not a ladies' meet. The distances to it were long, and the rides in Cranby Wood, the big wood, were not adapted for wheels. There were 1 or 2 ladies on horseback, as is always the case, but Edgehill was not a place popular, even with hunting ladies. One carriage, that of the old master of the hounds, had entered the sacred precincts of the field, and from this the old baronet was just descending, as Maxwell, Calder Jones and Vavasor rode into the field. "I hope I see you well, Sir William," said Maxwell, greeting the master. Calder Jones also made his little speech, and so did Vavasor. "Humph! Well, yes, I'm pretty well, thank ye. Just move on, will you? My mare can't stir here." Then some one else spoke to him, and he only grunted in answer. Having slowly been assisted up on to his horse, for he was over 70 years of age, he trotted off to the hounds, while all the farmers round him touched their hats to him. But his mind was laden with affairs of import, and he noticed no one. In a whispered voice he gave his instructions to his huntsman, who said, "Yes, Sir William. No, Sir William. No doubt, Sir William." One long-eared, long-legged fellow in a hunting cap and scarlet coat hung listening by, anxious to catch something of the orders for the morning. "Who the devil's that fellow that's all breeches and boots?" said Sir William aloud to some one near him, as the huntsman moved off with the hounds. Sir William knew the man well enough, but was minded to punish him for his discourtesy. "Where shall we find first, Sir William?" said Calder Jones, in a voice that was really very humble. "How the mischief am I to know where the foxes are?" said Sir William, with an oath, and Calder Jones retired unhappy, and for the moment altogether silenced. And yet Sir William was the most popular man in the county, and no more courteous gentleman ever sat at the bottom of his own table. A mild man he was, too, when out of his saddle, and one by no means disposed to assume special supremacy, but a master of hounds, if he have long held the country, and Sir William had held his for more than 30 years, obtains a power which that of no other potentate can equal. He may say and do what he pleases, and his tyranny is always respected. No conspiracy against him has a chance of success. No sedition will meet with sympathy. That is, if he be successful in showing sport. If a man be sworn at, abused, and put down without cause, let him bear it, and think that he has been a victim for the public good, and let him never be angry with the master. That rough tongue is the necessity of the master's position. They used to say that no captain could manage a ship without swearing at his men. But what are the captain's troubles in comparison with those of the master of hounds? The captain's men are under discipline, and can be locked up, flogged, or have their grog stopped. The master of hounds cannot stop the grog of any offender, and he can only stop the tongue or horse of such an one by very sharp words. "Well, Pollock, when did you come?" said Maxwell. "By George," said the literary gentleman, "just down from London by the 8:30 from Euston Square, and got over here from Winslow in a trap, with two fellows I never saw in my life before. We came tandem in a fly, and did the 19 miles in an hour." "Come, Athenian, draw it mild," said Maxwell. "We did indeed. I wonder whether they'll pay me their share of the fly. I had to leave Onslow Crescent at 8:15, and I did 3 hours' work before I started." "Then you did it by candlelight," said Grindlay. "Of course I did, and why shouldn't I? Do you suppose no one can work by candlelight except a lawyer? I suppose you fellows were playing whist and drinking hard. I'm uncommon glad I wasn't with you, for I shall be able to ride." "I bet you a pound," said Jones, "if there's a run, I see more of it than you." "I'll take that bet with Jones," said Grindlay, "and Vavasor shall be the judge. Gentlemen, the hounds can't get out, if you will stop up the gate," said Sir William. Then the pack passed through, and they all trotted on for 4 miles to Cranby Wood. Vavasor, as he rode on to the wood, was alone, or speaking from time to time a few words to his servant. "I'll ride the chestnut mare in the wood," he said, and do you keep near me." "I bean't to be galloping up and down them rides, I suppose," said Bat, almost contemptuously. "I shan't gallop up and down the rides myself, but do you mark me, to know where I am, so that I can change if a fox should go away. You'll be here all day, sir, that's my belief. If so, I won't ride the brown horse at all, but do you take care to let me have him if there's a chance. Do you understand?" "Oh, yes, I understand, sir. There ain't no difficulty in my understanding, only I don't think, sir, you'll ever get a fox out of that wood to-day. Why, it stands to reason the wind's from the north-east." Cranby Wood is very large, there being in truth 2 or 3 woods together. It was nearly 12 before they found, and then for an hour there was great excitement among the men, who rode up and down the rides as the hounds drove the fox from one end to another of the enclosure. Once or twice the poor animal did try to go away, and then there was great hallooing, galloping, and jumping over unnecessary fences, but he was headed back again, or changed his mind, not liking the northeast wind of which Bat Smithers had predicted such bad things. After one the crowd of men became rather more indifferent, and clustered together in broad spots, eating their lunch, smoking cigars, and chaffing each other. It was singular to observe the amazing quantity of ham sandwiches and of sherry that had been carried into Cranby Wood on that day. Grooms appeared to have been laden with cases, and men were as well armed with flasks at their saddle-bows as they used to be with pistols. Maxwell and Pollock formed the centre of one of these crowds, and chaffed each other with the utmost industry, till, tired of having inflicted no wounds, they turned upon Grindlay and drove him out of the circle. "You'll make that man cut his throat if you go on like that," said Pollock. "Shall I?" said Maxwell. "Then I'll certainly stick to him for the sake of humanity in general." During all this time Vavasor sat apart, quite alone, and Bat Smithers grimly kept his place about 300 yards from him. "We shan't do any good to-day," said Grindlay, coming up to Vavasor. "I'm sure I don't know," said Vavasor. "That old fellow has got to be so stupid he doesn't know what he's about," said Grindlay, meaning Sir William. "How can he make the fox break?" said Vavasor; and as his voice was by no means encouraging, Grindlay rode away. Lunch and cigars lasted till 2, during which hour the hounds, the huntsmen, the whips, and old Sir William were hard at work, as also were some few others who persistently followed every chance of the game. From that till 3 there were 2 or 3 flashes in the pan, and false reports as to foxes which had gone away, which first set men galloping, and then made them very angry. After 3, men began to say naughty things, to abuse Cranby Wood, to wish violently that they had remained at home or gone elsewhere, and to speak irreverently of their ancient master. "It's the cussedest place in all creation," said Maxwell. "I often said I'd not come here any more, and now I say it again." "And yet you'll be here the next meet," said Grindlay, who had sneaked back to his old companions in weariness of spirit. "Grindums, you know a sight too much," said Maxwell. "You do indeed. An ordinary fellow has no chance with you." Grindlay was again going to catch it, but was on this time saved by the appearance of the huntsman, who came galloping up one of the rides, with a lot of the hounds at his heels. "He isn't away, Tom, surely?" said Maxwell. "He's out of the wood somewheres," said Tom, and off they all went. Vavasor changed his horse, getting on to the brown one, and giving up his chestnut mare to Bat Smithers, who suggested that he might as well go home to Roebury now. Vavasor gave him no answer, but trotting on to the point where the rides met, stopped a moment and listened carefully. Then he took a path diverging away from that by which the huntsman and the crowd of horsemen had gone, and made the best of his way through the wood. At the end of this he came upon Sir William, who, with no one near him but his servant, was standing in the pathway of a little hunting gate. "Hold hard," said Sir William, "the hounds are not out of the wood yet." "Is the fox away, sir?" "What's the good of that if we can't get the hounds out?" "Yes, he's away. He passed out where I'm standing." And then he began to blow his horn lustily, and by degrees other men and a few hounds came down the ride. Then Tom, with his horse almost blown, made his appearance outside the wood, and soon there came a rush of men nearly on the top of one another, pushing on, not knowing whither, but keenly alive to the fact that the fox had at last consented to move his quarters. Tom touched his hat and looked at his master inquiringly. "He's gone for Claydon's," said the master. "Try them up that hedgerow." Tom did try them up the hedgerow, and in half a minute the hounds came upon the scent. Then you might see men settling their hats on their heads and feeling their feet in the stirrups. The moment for which they had so long waited had come, and yet there were many who would now have preferred that the fox should be headed back into cover. Some had but little confidence in their half-blown horses. With many the waiting, though so abused and anathematized, was in truth more to their taste than the run itself. With others the excitement had gone by, and a gallop over a field or two was necessary before it would be restored. With most men at such a moment there is a little nervousness, some fear of making a bad start, a dread lest others should have more of the success of the hunt than falls to them. But there was a great rush and a mighty bustle as the hounds made out their game, and Sir William felt himself called upon to use the rough side of his tongue to more than one delinquent. And then certain sly old stagers might be seen turning off to the left, instead of following the course of the game as indicated by the hounds. They were men who had felt the air as they came out, and knew that the fox must soon run down wind, whatever he might do for the first half-mile or so. Men who knew also which was the shortest way to Claydon's by the road. Ah, the satisfaction that there is when these men are thrown out, and their dead knowledge proved to be of no avail! If a fox will only run straight, heading from the cover on his real line, these very sagacious gentlemen seldom come to much honour and glory. In the present instance the beast seemed determined to go straight enough, for the hounds ran the scent along 3 or 4 hedgerows in a line. He had managed to get for himself full 10 minutes' start, and had been able to leave the cover and all his enemies well behind him before he bethought himself as to his best way to his purposed destination. And here, from field to field, there were little hunting gates, at which men crowded lustily, poking and shoving each other's horses, and hating each other with a bitterness of hatred which is, I think, known nowhere else. No hunting man ever wants to jump if he can help it, and the hedges near the gate were not alluring. A few there were who made lines for themselves, taking the next field to the right, or scrambling through the corners of the fences while the rush was going on at the gates, and among these was George Vavasor. He never rode in a crowd, always keeping himself somewhat away from men as well as hounds. He would often be thrown out, and then men would hear no more of him for that day. On such occasions he did not show himself, as other men do, 20 minutes after the fox had been killed or run to ground, but betook himself home by himself, going through the byways and lanes, thus leaving no report of his failure to be spoken of by his compeers. As long as the line of gates lasted, the crowd continued as thick as ever, and the best man was he whose horse could shove the hardest. After passing some 4 or 5 fields in this way, they came out upon a road, and the scent holding strong, the dogs crossed it without any demurring, then came out into the minds of men, many of whom, before they would venture away from their position on the lane, narrowly watched the leading hounds to see whether there was indication of a turn to the one side or the other. Sir William, whose 70-odd years excused him, turned sharp to the left, knowing that he could make Claydon's that way, and very many were the submissive horsemen who followed him. A few took the road to the right, having in their minds some little game of their own. The hardest riders there had already crossed from the road into the country, and were going well to the hounds, ignorant, some of them, of the brook before them, and others unheeding. Foremost among these was Burgo Fitzgerald, whom no man had ever known to crane at a fence, or to hug a road, or to spare his own neck or his horses, and yet poor Burgo seldom finished well, coming to repeated grief in this matter of his hunting, as he did so constantly in other matters of his life. But almost neck and neck with Burgo was Pollock, the sporting literary gentleman. Pollock had but 2 horses to his stud, and was never known to give much money for them, and he weighed without his boots 15 stones. No one ever knew how Pollock did it, more especially as all the world declared that he was as ignorant of hunting as any tailor. He could ride, or when he couldn't ride he could tumble. Men said that of him, and he would ride as long as the beast under him could go. But few knew the sad misfortunes which poor Pollock sometimes encountered, the muddy ditches in which he was left, the despair with which he would stand by his unfortunate horse when the poor brute could no longer move across some deep ploughed field, the miles that he would walk at night beside a tired animal as he made his way slowly back to Roebury. Then came Tom the huntsman, with Calder Jones close to him, and Grindlay intent on winning his sovereign. Vavasor had also crossed the road somewhat to the left, carrying with him 1 or 2 who knew that he was a safe man to follow. Maxwell had been ignominiously turned by the hedge, which, together with its ditch, formed a fence such as all men do not love at the beginning of a run. He had turned from it, acknowledging the cause. "By George," said he, "that's too big for me yet a while, and there's no end of a river at the bottom." So he had followed the master down the road. All those whom we have named managed to get over the brook, Pollock's horse barely contriving to get up his hind legs from the broken edge of the bank. Some nags refused it, and their riders thus lost all their chance of sport for that day. Such is the lot of men who hunt. A man pays 5 or 6 pounds for his day's amusement, and it is 10 to 1 that the occurrences of the day disgust rather than gratify him. 1 or 2 got in and scrambled out on the other side, but Tufto Purlings, the Manchester man from Friday Street, stuck in the mud at the bottom, and could not get his mare out till 7 men had come with ropes to help him. "Where the devil is my fellow?" Purlings asked of the countryman, but the countryman could not tell him that his fellow, with his second horse, was riding the hunt with great satisfaction to himself. George Vavasor found that his horse went with him uncommonly well, taking his fences almost in the stride of his gallop, and giving unmistakable signs of good condition. "I wonder what it is that's amiss with him," said George to himself, resolving, however, that he would sell him that day if he got an opportunity. Straight went the line of the fox up the brook, and Tom began to say that his master had been wrong about Claydon's. "Where are we now?" said Burgo, as 4 or 5 of them dashed through the open gate of a farmyard. "This is Bulby's farm," said Tom, "and we're going right away for Elmham Wood." "Elmham Wood be damned," said a stout farmer who had come as far as that with them. "You won't see Elmham Wood to-day." "I suppose you know best," said Tom. And then they were through the yard, across another road, and down a steep ravine by the side of a little copse. "He's been through them furze, anyway," said Tom. "To him, Galus." Then up they went the other side of the ravine, and saw the body of the hounds almost a field before them at the top. "I say, that took some of the wind out of a fellow," said Pollock. "You mustn't mind about wind now," said Burgo, dashing on. "Wasn't the pace awful coming up to that farmhouse?" said Calder Jones, looking round to see if Grindlay was shaken off. But Grindlay, with some 6 or 7 others, was still there, and there also, always in the next field to the left, was George Vavasor. He had spoken no word to any one since the hunt commenced, nor had he wished to speak to any one. He desired to sell his horse, and he desired also to succeed in the run for other reasons than that, though I think he would have found it difficult to define them. Now they had open grassland for about a mile, but with very heavy fences, so that the hounds gained upon them a little, and Pollock's weight began to tell. The huntsman and Burgo were leading with some fortunate county gentleman, whose good stars had brought him in upon them at the farmyard gate. It is the injustice of such accidents as this that breaks the heart of a man who has honestly gone through all the heat and work of the struggle. And the hounds had veered a little round to the left, making, after all, for Claydon's. "Damned if the squire warn't right," said Tom. Sir William, though a baronet, was familiarly called the squire throughout the hunt. "We ain't going for Claydon's now?" asked Burgo. "Them's Claydon's beeches we see over there," said Tom. "'Tain't often the squire's wrong." Here they came to a little double rail and a little quickset hedge. A double rail is a nasty fence always, if it has been made any way strong, and one which a man with a wife and a family is justified in avoiding. They mostly can be avoided, having gates, and this could have been avoided. But Burgo never avoided anything, and went over it beautifully. The difficulty is to be discreet when the man before one has been indiscreet. Tom went for the gate, as did Pollock, who knew that he could have no chance at the double rails. But Calder Jones came up to infinite grief, striking the top bar of the second rail, and going head foremost out of his saddle, as though thrown by a catapult. There we must leave him. Grindlay, rejoicing greatly at this discomfiture, made for the gate, but the country gentleman with the fresh horse accomplished the rails, and was soon alongside of Burgo. "I didn't see you at the start," said Burgo. "And I didn't see you," said the country gentleman, "so it's even." Burgo did not see the thing in the same light, but he said no more. Grindlay and Tom were soon after them, Tom doing his utmost to shake off the attorney. Pollock was coming on also, but the pace had been too much for him, and though the ground rode light, his poor beast laboured and grunted sorely. The hounds were still veering somewhat to the left, and Burgo, jumping over a small fence into the same field with them, saw that there was a horseman ahead of him. This was George Vavasor, who was going well, without any symptom of distress. And now they were at Claydon's, having run over some 7 miles of ground in about 35 minutes. To those who do not know what hunting is, this pace does not seem very extraordinary, but it had been quite quick enough, as was testified by the horses which had gone the distance. Our party entered Claydon's Park at back through a gate in the park palings that was open on hunting days, but a much more numerous lot was there almost as soon as them who had come in by the main entrance. This lot was headed by Sir William, and our friend Maxwell was with him. "A jolly thing so far," said Burgo to Maxwell, "about the best we've had this year." "I didn't see a yard of it," said Maxwell. "I hadn't nerve to get off the first road, and I haven't been off it ever since." Maxwell was a man who never lied about his hunting, or had the slightest shame in riding roads. "Who's been with you?" said he. "There's been Tom and I, and Calder Jones was there for a while. I think he killed himself somewhere. And there was Pollock, and your friend Grindley, and a chap whose name I don't know, who dropped out of heaven about halfway in the run. And there was another man whose back I saw just now. There he is. By heavens, it's Vavasor. I didn't know he was here." They hung about the Claydon covers for 10 minutes, and then their fox went off again, their fox or another, as to which there was a great discussion afterwards. But he who would have suggested the idea of a new fox to Sir William would have been a bold man. A fox, however, went off, turning still to the left from Claydon's towards Roebury. Those 10 minutes had brought up some 50 men, but it did not bring up Calder Jones, nor Tufto Purlings, nor some half-dozen others who had already come to serious misfortune. But Grindley was there, very triumphant in his own success, and already talking of Jones's sovereign. And Pollock was there also, thankful for the 10 minutes' law, and trusting that wind might be given to his horse to finish the run triumphantly. But the pace on leaving Claydon's was better than ever. This may have come from the fact that the scent was keener, as they got out so close upon their game, but I think they must have changed their fox. Maxwell, who saw him go, swore that he was fresh and clean. Burgo said that he knew it to be the same fox, but gave no reason. "Same fox? In course it was. Why shouldn't it be the same?" said Tom. The country gentleman who had dropped from heaven was quite sure that they had changed, and so were most of those who had ridden the road. Pollock confined himself to hoping that he might soon be killed, and that thus his triumph for the day might be assured. On they went, and the pace soon became too good for the poor author. His horse at last refused a little hedge, and there was not another trot to be got out of him. That night Pollock turned up at Roebury about 9 o'clock, very hungry, and it was known that his animal was alive, but the poor horse ate not a grain of oats that night, nor on the next morning. Vavasor had again taken a line to himself, on this occasion a little to the right of the meet, but Maxwell followed him, and rode close with him to the end. Burgo for a while still led the body of the field, incurring at first much condemnation from Sir William, nominally for hurrying on among the hounds, but in truth because he got before Sir William himself. During this latter part of the run Sir William stuck to the hounds in spite of his 70-odd years. Going down into Marham Bottom, some 4 or 5 were left behind, for they feared the soft ground near the river, and did not know the pass through it. But Sir William knew it, and those who remained close to him got over that trouble. Burgo, who would still lead, nearly foundered in the bog, but he was light, and his horse pulled him through, leaving a foreshoe in the mud. After that, Burgo was contented to give Sir William the lead. When they came up by Marham Pits to Clushy Small Wood, which they passed without hanging there a minute, and over the grasslands of Clushy Farm, Here Vavasor and Maxwell joined the others, having gained some 300 yards in distance by their course, but having been forced to jump the Marham stream, which Sir William had forded. The pace now was as good as the horses could make it, and perhaps something better as regarded some of them. Sir William's servant had been with him, and he had got his second horse at Claydon's. Maxwell had been equally fortunate. Tom's second horse had not come up, and his beast was in great distress. Grindley had remained behind at Marham Bottom, being contented perhaps with having beaten Calder Jones, from whom, by the by, I may here declare that he never got his sovereign. Burgo, Vavasor, and the country gentleman still held on, but it was devoutly desired by all of them that the fox might soon come to the end of his tether. Ah, that intense longing that the fox may fail, when the failings of the horse begin to make themselves known, and the consciousness comes on that all that one has done will go for nothing unless the thing can be brought to a close in a field or two. So far you have triumphed, leaving scores of men behind. But of what good is all that, if you are also to be left behind at the last? It was manifest now to all who knew the country that the fox was making for Thorndon Deer Park, but Thorndon Deer Park was still 2 miles ahead of them, and the hounds were so near to their game that the poor beast could hardly hope to live till he got there. He had tried a well-known drain near Cleshey farmhouse, but it had been inhospitably, nay cruelly, closed against him. Soon after that he threw himself down in a ditch, and the eager hounds overran him, giving him a moment's law, and giving also a moment's law to horses that wanted it as badly. "I'm about done for," said Burgo to Maxwell. "Luckily for you," said Maxwell, "the fox is much in the same way." But the fox had still more power left in him than poor Burgo Fitzgerald's horse. He gained a minute's check, and then he started again, being viewed away by Sir William himself. The country gentleman of whom mention has been made also viewed him, and holloed as he did so, "Yoicks! Tally! Gone away! The unfortunate man! What the damn are you roaring at?" said Sir William. "Do you suppose I don't know where the fox is?" Whereupon the country gentleman retreated, and became less conspicuous than he had been. Away they went again, off Cleshey and into Thorndon parish, on the land of Sorrel Farm, a spot well to be remembered by one or two ever afterwards. Here Sir William made for a gate, which took him a little out of the line, but Maxwell and Burgo Fitzgerald, followed by Vavasor, went straight ahead. There was a huge ditch and boundary bank there, which Sir William had known and had avoided. Maxwell, whose pluck had returned to him at last, took it well. His horse was comparatively fresh, and made nothing of it. Then came poor Burgo. "Oh, Burgo, hadst thou not have been a very child, thou shouldest have known that now, at this time of the day, after all that thy gallant horse had done for thee, it was impossible to thee or him." But when did Burgo Fitzgerald know anything? He rode at the bank as though it had been the first fence of the day, striking his poor beast with his spurs, as though muscle strength and new power could be imparted by their rowels. The animal rose at the bank, and in some way got upon it, scrambling as he struck it with his chest, and then fell headlong into the ditch at the other side, a confused mass of head, limbs, and body. His career was at an end, and he had broken his heart. Poor noble beast, noble in vain, to his very last gasp he had done his best, and had deserved that he should have been in better hands. His master's ignorance had killed him. There are men who never know how little a horse can do, or how much. There was to some extent a gap in the fence, when Maxwell had first ridden it, and Burgo had followed him, a gap or break in the hedge at the top, indicating plainly the place at which a horse could best get over. To this spot Vavasor followed, and was on the bank at Burgo's heels before he knew what had happened. But the man had got away, and only the horse lay there in the ditch. "Are you hurt?" said Vavasor. "Can I do anything?" But he did not stop. "If you can find a chap, just send him to me," said Burgo, in a melancholy tone. Then he sat down, with his feet in the ditch, and looked at the carcass of his horse. There was no more need of jumping that day. The way was open into the next field, a turnip field, and there amidst the crisp breaking turnip tops, with the breath of his enemies hot upon him, with their sharp teeth at his entrails, biting at them impotently in the agonies of his death struggle, poor Reynard finished his career. Maxwell was certainly the first there, but Sir William and George Vavasor were close upon him. That taking of brushes of which we used to hear is a little out of fashion, but if such honour were due to any one, it was due to Vavasor, for he, and he only, had ridden the hunt throughout. But he claimed no honour, and none was specially given to him. He and Maxwell rode homewards together, having sent assistance to poor Burgo Fitzgerald, and as they went along the road, saying but little to each other, Maxwell, in a very indifferent voice, asked him a question. "What do you want for that horse, Vavasor?" "150," said Vavasor. "He's mine," said Maxwell. So the brown horse was sold for about half his value, because he had brought with him a bad character. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Alice Vavasor's Great Relations. Burgo Fitzgerald, of whose hunting experiences something has been told in the last chapter, was a young man born in the purple of the English aristocracy. He was related to half the dukes in the kingdom, and had 3 countesses for his aunts. When he came of age, he was master of a sufficient fortune to make it quite out of the question that he should be asked to earn his bread. And though that and other windfalls that had come to him had long since been spent, no one had ever made to him so ridiculous a proposition as that. He was now 30, and for some years past had been known to be much worse than penniless, but still he lived on in the same circles, still slept softly and drank of the best, and went about with his valet and his groom and his horses, and fared sumptuously every day. Some people said the countesses did it for him, and others said that it was the dukes, while others, again, declared that the Jews were his most generous friends. At any rate, he still seemed to live as he had always lived, setting tradesmen at defiance, and laughing to scorn all the rules which regulate the lives of other men. About 18 months before the time of which I am now speaking, a great chance had come in this young man's way, and he had almost succeeded in making himself one of the richest men in England. There had been then a great heiress in the land, on whom the properties of half a dozen ancient families had concentrated, and Burgo, who in spite of his iniquities still kept his position in the drawing-rooms of the great, had almost succeeded in obtaining the hand and the wealth, as people still said that he had obtained the heart, of the Lady Glencora McCluskey. But sundry mighty magnates, driven almost to despair at the prospect of such a sacrifice, had sagaciously put their heads together, and the result had been that the Lady Glencora had heard reason. She had listened, with many haughty tossings indeed of her proud little head, with many throbbings of her passionate young heart, but in the end she listened and heard reason. She saw Burgo for the last time, and told him that she was the promised bride of Plantagenet Palliser, nephew and heir of the Duke of Omnium. He had borne it like a man, never having groaned openly, or quivered once before any comrade at the name of the Lady Glencora. She had married Mr. Palliser at St. George's Square, and on the morning of the marriage he had hung about his club door in Pall Mall, listening to the bells, and saying a word or two about the wedding with admirable courage. It had been for him a great chance, and he had lost it. Who can say, too, that his only regret was for the money? He had spoken once of it to a married sister of his, in whose house he had first met Lady Glencora. "I shall never marry now, that is all," he said, and then he went about living his old reckless life with the same recklessness as ever. He was one of those young men with dark hair and blue eyes, who wear no beard, and are certainly among the handsomest of all God's creatures. No more handsome man than Burgo Fitzgerald lived in his days, and this merit at any rate was his, that he thought nothing of his own beauty, but he lived ever without conscience, without purpose, with no idea that it behooved him as a man to do anything but eat and drink, or ride well to hounds, till some poor brute, much nobler than himself, perished beneath him. He chiefly concerns our story at this present time because the Lady Glencora, who had loved him, and would have married him had not those sagacious heads prevented it, was a cousin of Alice Vavasour's. She was among those very great relations with whom Alice was connected by her mother's side, being indeed so near to Lady Macleod that she was first cousin to that lady only once removed. Lady Midlothian was aunt to the Lady Glencora, and our Alice might have called cousins, and not been forbidden, with the old lord of the Isles, Lady Glencora's father, who was dead, however, some time previous to that affair with Burgo, and with the Marquis of Auld Reekie, who was Lady Glencora's uncle, and had been her guardian. But Alice had kept herself aloof from her grand relations on her mother's side, choosing rather to hold herself as belonging to those who were her father's kindred. With Lady Glencora, however, she had for a short time, for some week or 10 days, been on terms of almost affectionate intimacy. It had been then, when the wayward heiress with the bright waving locks had been most strongly minded to give herself and her wealth to Burgo Fitzgerald. Burgo had had money dealings with George Vavasor, and knew him intimately, and had learned the fact of his cousinship between the heiress and his friend's cousin, whereupon, in the agony of those weeks in which the sagacious heads were resisting her love, Lady Glencora came to her cousin in Queen Anne Street, and told Alice all that tale. Was Alice, she asked, afraid of the marquises and the countesses, or of all the rank and all the money which they boasted? Alice answered that she was not at all afraid of them. Then would she permit Lady Glencora and Burgo to see each other in the drawing-room at Queen Anne Street just once, so that they might arrange that little plan of an elopement. But Alice could not do that for her newly found cousin. She endeavoured to explain that it was not the dignity of the sagacious heads which stood in her way, but her woman's feeling of what was right and wrong in such a matter. "Why should I not marry him?" said Lady Glencora, with her eyes flashing. "He is my equal." Alice explained that she had no word to say against such a marriage. She counselled her cousin to be true to her love, if her love was in itself true. But she, an unmarried woman, who had hitherto not known her cousin, might not give such help as that. "If you will not help me, I am helpless," said the Lady Glencora, and then she kneeled at Alice's knees, and threw her wavy locks abroad on Alice's lap. "How shall I bribe you?" said Lady Glencora. "Next to him, I will love you better than all the world." But Alice, though she kissed the fair forehead, and owned that such reward would be worth much to her, could not take any bribe for such a cause. Then Lady Glencora had been angry with her, calling her heartless, and threatening her that she too might have sorrow of her own and want assistance. Alice told nothing of her own tale, how she had loved her cousin, and had been forced to give him up, but said what kind words she could, and she of the waving hair and light blue eyes had been pacified. Then she had come again, had come daily while the sagacious heads were at work, and Alice in her trouble had been a comfort to her. But the sagacious heads were victorious, as we know, and Lady Glencora M'Cluskie became Lady Glencora Palliser, with all the propriety in the world, instead of becoming wife to poor Burgo, with all imaginable impropriety. And then she wrote a letter to Alice, very short and rather sad, but still with a certain sweetness in it. She had been counselled that it was not fitting for her to love as she had thought to love, and she had resolved to give up her dream. Her cousin Alice, she knew, would respect her secret. She was going to become the wife of the best man, she thought, in all the world, and it should be the one care of her life to make him happy. She said not a word in all her letter of loving this newly found lord. She was to be married at once. Would Alice be one among the bevy of bridesmaids who were to grace the ceremony? Alice wished her joy heartily, she said, but had declined that office of bridesmaid. She did not wish to undergo the cold looks of the Lady Julias and Lady Janes, who all would know each other, but none of whom would know her. So she sent her cousin a little ring, and asked her to keep it amidst all the wealthy tribute of marriage gifts, which would be poured forth at her feet. From that time to this present, Alice had heard no more of Lady Glencora. She had been married late in the preceding season, and had gone away with Mr. Palliser, spending her honeymoon amidst the softnesses of some Italian lake. They had not returned to England till the time had come for them to encounter the magnificent Christmas festivities of Mr. Palliser's uncle, the Duke. On this occasion, Gatherum Castle, the vast palace which the Duke had built at a cost of nearly $250,000, was opened, as it had never been opened before, for the Duke's heir had married to the Duke's liking, and the Duke was a man who could do such things handsomely when he was well pleased. Then there had been a throng of bridal guests, and a succession of bridal gaieties, which had continued themselves even past the time at which Mr. Palliser was due at Westminster. And Mr. Palliser was a legislator who served his country with the utmost assiduity. So the London season commenced, progressed, and was consumed, and still Alice heard nothing more of her friend and cousin Lady Glencora. But this had troubled her not at all. A chance circumstance, the story of which she had told to no one, had given her a short intimacy with this fair child of the gold mines, but she had felt that they two could not live together in habits of much intimacy. She had, when thinking of the young bride, only thought of that wild love episode in the girl's life. It had been strange to her that she should in 1 week have listened to the most passionate protestations from her friend of love for one man, and then have been told in the next that another man was to be her friend's husband. but she reflected that her own career was much the same, only with the interval of some longer time. But her own career was not the same. Glencora had married Mr. Palliser, had married him without pausing to doubt, but Alice had gone on doubting till at last she had resolved that she would not marry Mr. Grey. She thought of this much in those days at Cheltenham, and wondered often whether Glencora lived with her husband in the full happiness of conjugal love. One morning, about 3 days after Mr. Grey's visit, there came to her 2 letters, as to neither of which did she know the writer by the handwriting. Lady Macleod had told her, with some hesitation indeed, for Lady Macleod was afraid of her, but had told her, nevertheless, more than once, that those noble relatives had heard of the treatment to which Mr. Grey was being subjected, and had expressed their great sorrow, if not dismay, or almost anger. Lady Macleod, indeed, had gone as far as she dared, and might have gone further without any sacrifice of truth. Lady Midlothian had said that it would be disgraceful to the family, and Lady Glencora's aunt, the Marchioness of Auld Reekie, had demanded to be told what it was the girl wanted. When the letters came, Lady Macleod was not present, and I am disposed to think that one of them had been written by concerted arrangement with her, but if so, she had not dared to watch the immediate effect of her own projectile. This one was from Lady Midlothian. Of the other, Lady Macleod certainly knew nothing, though it also had sprung out of the discussions which had taken place as to Alice's sins in the Auld Reekie Midlothian set. This other letter was from Lady Glencora. Alice opened the 2, one without reading the other, very slowly. Lady Midlothian's was the first opened, and then came a spot of anger on Alice's cheeks as she saw the signature, and caught a word or 2 as she allowed her eye to glance down the page. Then she opened the other, which was shorter, and when she saw her cousin's signature, Glencora Palliser, she read that letter first, read it twice before she went back to the disagreeable task of perusing Lady Midlothian's lecture. The reader shall have both the letters, but that from the Countess shall have precedence. Castle Reekie, N.B., October 1806. My dear Miss Vavasor, I have not known the pleasure of knowing you personally, though I have heard of you very often from our dear mutual friend and relative, Lady Macleod, with whom I understand that you are at present on a visit. Your grandmother, by the mother's side, Lady Flora Macleod, and my mother, the Countess of Leith, were half-sisters, and those circumstances since that have prevented our seeing so much of each other as is desirable, I have always remembered the connection, and have ever regarded you as one in whose welfare I am bound, by ties of blood, to take a warm interest. Since that, what does she mean by since that? Said Alice to herself. She has never set eyes on me at all. Why does she talk of not having seen as much of me as is desirable? I had learned with great gratification that you were going to be married to a most worthy gentleman, Mr. John Grey, of Nethercoats, in Cambridgeshire. When I first heard of this, I made it my business to institute some inquiries, and I was heartily glad to find that your choice had done you so much credit. If the reader has read Alice's character, as I have meant it should be read, it will thoroughly be understood that this was wormwood to her. I was informed that Mr. Grey is in every respect a gentleman, that he is a man of most excellent habits, and one to whom any young woman could commit her future happiness with security, that his means are very good for his position, and that there was no possible objection to such a marriage. All this gave great satisfaction to me, in which I was joined by the Marchioness of Auld Reekie, who is connected with you almost as nearly as I am, and who, I can assure you, feels a considerable interest in your welfare. I am staying with her now, and in all that I say she agrees with me. You may feel then how dreadfully we were dismayed when we were told by dear Lady Macleod that you had told Mr. Grey that you intended to change your mind. My dear Miss Vavasor, can this be true? There are things in which a young lady has no right to change her mind after it has been once made up, and certainly when a young lady has accepted a gentleman, that is one of them. He cannot legally make you become his wife, but he has a right to claim you before God and man. Have you considered that he has probably furnished his house in consequence of his intended marriage, and perhaps in compliance with your own especial wishes? I think that Lady Macleod must have told the Countess something that she had heard about the garden. Have you reflected that he has, of course, told all his friends? Have you any reason to give? I am told none. Nothing should ever be done without a reason, much less such a thing as this, in which your own interests, and, I may say, respectability, are involved. I hope you will think of this before you persist in destroying your own happiness, and perhaps that of a very worthy man. I had heard some years ago, when you were much younger, that you had become imprudently attached in another direction, with a gentleman with none of those qualities to recommend him which speak so highly for Mr. Grey. It would grieve me very much, as it would also the Marchioness, who in this matter thinks exactly as I do, if I were led to suppose that your rejection of Mr. Grey had been caused by any renewal of that project. Nothing, my dear Miss Vavasor, could be more unfortunate, and I might almost add a stronger word. I have been advised that a line from me as representing your poor mother's family, especially as I have at the present moment the opportunity of expressing Lady Auldreeckie's sentiments as well as my own, might be of service. I implore you, my dear Miss Vavasor, to remember what you owe to God and man, and to carry out an engagement made by yourself that is in all respects comme il faut, and which will give entire satisfaction to your friends and relatives. Margaret M. Midlothian. I think that Lady Macleod had been wrong in supposing that this could do any good. She should have known Alice better, and should also have known the world better. But her own reverence for her own noble relatives was so great that she could not understand even yet that all such feeling was wanting to her niece. It was to her impossible that the expressed opinion of such an one as the Countess of Midlothian, owning her relationship and solicitude, and condescending at the same time to express friendship, she could not, I say, understand that the voice of such an one, so speaking, should have no weight whatever. But I think that she had been quite right in keeping out of Alice's way at the moment of the arrival of the letter. Alice read it slowly, and then replacing it in its envelope, leaned back quietly in her chair, with her eyes fixed upon the teapot on the table. She had, however, the other letter on which to occupy her mind, and thus relieve her from the effects of too deep an animosity against the Countess. The Lady Glencora's letter was as follows. Matching Priory, Thursday. Dear Cousin, I have just come home from Scotland, where they have been telling me something of your little troubles. I had little troubles once too, and you were so good to me. Will you come to us here for a few weeks? We shall be here till Christmas time, when we go somewhere else. I have told my husband that you are a great friend of mine as well as a cousin, and that he must be good to you. He is very quiet, and works very hard at politics, but I think you will like him. Do come. There will be a good many people here, so that you will not find it dull. If you will name the day, we will send the carriage for you at Matching Station, and I dare say I can manage to come myself. Yours affectionately, G. Palliser. P.S. I know what will be in your mind. You will say, why did not she come to me in London? She knew the way to Queen Anne Street well enough. Dear Alice, don't say that. Believe me, I had much to do and think of in London, and if I was wrong, yet you will forgive me. Mr. Palliser says I am to give you his love, as being a cousin, and say that you must come. This letter was certainly better than the other, but Alice, on reading it, came to a resolve that she would not accept the invitation. In the first place, even that allusion to her little troubles jarred upon her feelings, and then she thought that her rejection of Mr. Gray could be no special reason why she should go to Matching Priory. Was it not very possible that she had been invited, that she might meet Lady Midlothian there, and encounter all the strength of a personal battery from the Countess? Lady Glencora's letter she would of course answer, but to Lady Midlothian she would not condescend to make any reply whatever. About 11 o'clock Lady Macleod came down to her. For half an hour or so Alice said nothing, nor did Lady Macleod ask any question. She looked inquisitively at Alice, eyeing the letter which was lying by the side of her niece's work-basket, but she said no word about Mr. Gray or the Countess. At last Alice spoke. "Aunt," she said, "I have had a letter this morning from your friend, Lady Midlothian." "She is my cousin, Alice, and yours as much as mine." "Your cousin, then, aunt. But it is of more moment that she is your friend. She certainly is not mine, nor can her cousinship afford any justification for her interfering in my affairs." Alice, from her position. "Her position can be nothing to me, aunt. I will not submit to it. There is her letter, which you can read if you please. After that you may burn it. I need hardly say that I shall not answer it." "And what am I to say to her, Alice?" "Nothing from me, aunt. From yourself, whatever you please, of course." Then there was silence between them for a few minutes. "And I have had another letter from Lady Glencora, who married Mr. Palliser, and whom I knew in London last spring." "And has that offended you too?" "No, there is no offence in that. She asks me to go and see her at Matching Priory, her husband's house, but I shall not go." But at last Alice agreed to pay this visit, and it may be as well to explain here how she was brought to do so. She wrote to Lady Glencora declining, and explaining frankly that she did decline because she thought it probable that she might there meet Lady Midlothian. Lady Midlothian, she said, had interfered very unwarrantably in her affairs, and she did not wish to make her acquaintance. To this Lady Glencora replied post haste that she had intended no such horrid treachery as that for Alice, that neither would Lady Midlothian be there, nor any of that set, by which Alice knew that Lady Glencora referred specially to her aunt the Marchioness, that no one would be at Matching who could torment Alice either with right or without it, "except so far as I myself may do so," Lady Glencora said. And then she named an early day in November at which she would herself undertake to meet Alice at the Matching Station. On receipt of this letter, Alice, after 2 days' doubt, accepted the invitation. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Tribute from Oileymead. Kate Vavasor, in writing to her cousin Alice, felt some little difficulty in excusing herself for remaining in Norfolk with Mrs. Greenow. She had laughed at Mrs. Greenow before she went to Yarmouth, and had laughed at herself for going there, and in all her letters since she had spoken of her aunt as a silly, vain, worldly woman, weeping crocodile tears for an old husband whose death had released her from the tedium of his company, and spreading lures to catch new lovers. But yet she agreed to stay with her aunt, and remained with her in lodgings at Norwich for a month. But Mrs. Greenow had about her something more than Kate had acknowledged when she first attempted to read her aunt's character. She was clever, and in her own way persuasive. She was very generous, and possessed a certain power of making herself pleasant to those around her. In asking Kate to stay with her, she had so asked as to make it appear that Kate was to confer the favor. She had told her niece that she was all alone in the world. "I have money," she had said, with more appearance of true feeling than Kate had observed before. "I have money, but I have nothing else in the world. I have no home. Why should I not remain here in Norfolk, where I know a few people? If you'll say that you'll go anywhere else with me, I'll go to any place you'll name." Kate had believed this to be hardly true. She had felt sure that her aunt wished to remain in the neighborhood of her seaside admirers. But nevertheless she had yielded, and at the end of October the two ladies, with Jeanette, settled themselves in comfortable lodgings within the precincts of the Close at Norwich. Mr. Greenow at this time had been dead very nearly 6 months, but his widow made some mistakes in her dates, and appeared to think that the interval had been longer. On the day of their arrival at Norwich, it was evident that this error had confirmed itself in her mind. "Only think," she said, as she unpacked a little miniature of the departed one, and sat with it for a moment in her hands as she pressed her handkerchief to her eyes, "only think that it is barely 9 months since he was with me." "6, you mean, aunt," said Kate, unadvisedly. "Only 9 months," repeated Mrs. Greenow, as though she had not heard her niece. "Only 9 months." After that Kate attempted to correct no more such errors. "It happened in May, miss," Jeanette said afterwards to Miss Vavasor, "and that, as we reckons, it will be just a 12-month come Christmas." But Kate paid no attention to this. Aunt Jeanette was very ungrateful, and certainly should have indulged herself in no such sarcasms. When Mrs. Greenow made a slight change in her mourning, which she did on her arrival at Norwich, using a little lace among her crapes, Jeanette reaped a rich harvest in gifts of clothes. Mrs. Greenow knew well enough that she expected more from a servant than mere service, that she wanted loyalty, discretion, and perhaps sometimes a little secrecy, and as she paid for these things she should have had them. Kate undertook to stay a month with her aunt at Norwich, and Mrs. Greenow undertook that Mr. Cheesacre should declare himself as Kate's lover before the expiration of the month. It was in vain that Kate protested that she wanted no such lover, and that she would certainly reject him if he came. "That's all very well, my dear," Aunt Greenow would say. "A girl must settle herself some day, you know, and you've had it all your own way at Oileymead." But the offer certainly showed much generosity on the part of Aunt Greenow, inasmuch as Mr. Cheesacre's attentions were apparently paid to herself rather than to her niece. Mr. Cheesacre was very attentive. He had taken the lodgings in the Close, and had sent over fowls and cream from Oileymead, and had called on the morning after their arrival, but in all his attentions he distinguished the aunt more particularly than the niece. "I am all for Mr. Cheesacre, miss," said Jeanette once. "The captain is perhaps the nicer looking gentleman, and he ain't so podgy like; but what's good looks if a gentleman hasn't got nothing? I can't abide anything that's poor, neither can't missus." From which it was evident that Jeanette gave Miss Vavasor no credit in having Mr. Cheesacre in her train. Captain Belfield was also at Norwich, having obtained some quasi-military employment there in the matter of drilling volunteers. Certain capacities in that line it may be supposed that he possessed, and as his friend Cheesacre said of him, he was going to earn an honest penny once in his life. The captain and Mr. Cheesacre had made up any little differences that had existed between them at Yarmouth, and were close allies again when they left that place. Some little compact on matters of business must have been arranged between them, for the captain was in funds again. He was in funds again through the liberality of his friend, and no payment of former loans had been made, nor had there been any speech of such. Mr. Cheesacre had drawn his purse strings liberally, and had declared that if all went well the hospitality of Oileymead should not be wanting during the winter. Captain Belfield had nodded his head, and declared that all should go well. "You won't see much of the captain, I suppose," said Mr. Cheesacre to Mrs. Greenow on the morning of the day after her arrival at Norwich. He had come across the whole way from Oileymead to ask her if she found herself comfortable, and perhaps with an eye to the Norwich markets at the same time. He now wore a pair of black riding boots over his trousers, and a round topped hat, and looked much more at home than he had done by the seaside. "Not much, I dare say," said the widow. "He tells me that he must be on duty 10 or 12 hours a day. Poor fellow! It's a deuced good thing for him, and he ought to be very much obliged to me for putting him in the way of getting it. But he told me to tell you that if he didn't call you were not to be angry with him." "Oh, no, I shall remember, of course. You see, if he don't get work now he must come to grief. He hasn't got a shilling that he can call his own." "Hasn't he really? Not a shilling, Mrs. Greenow, and then he's awfully in debt. He isn't a bad fellow, you know, only there's no trusting him for anything." Then, after a few further inquiries that were almost tender, and a promise of further supplies from the dairy, Mr. Cheesacre took his leave, almost forgetting to ask after Miss Vavasor. But as he left the house he had a word to say to Jeanette. "He hasn't been here, has he, Jenny? We haven't seen a sight of him yet, sir, and I have thought it a little odd." Then Mr. Cheesacre gave the girl half a crown and went his way. Jeanette, I think, must have forgotten that the captain had looked in after leaving his military duties on the preceding evening. The captain's 10 or 12 hours of daily work was performed, no doubt, at irregular intervals, some days late and some days early, for he might be seen about Norwich almost at all times during the early part of that November, and he might be very often seen going into the Close. In Norwich there are 2 weekly market days, but on those days the captain was no doubt kept more entirely to his military employment, for at such times he never was seen near the Close. Now Mr. Cheesacre's visits to the town were generally made on market days, and so it happened that they did not meet. On such occasions Mr. Cheesacre always was driven to Mrs. Greenow's door in a cab, for he would come into town by railway, and he would deposit a basket bearing the rich produce of his dairy. It was in vain that Mrs. Greenow protested against these gifts, for she did protest, and declared that if they were continued they would be sent back. They were, however, continued, and Mrs. Greenow was at her wits' end about them. Cheesacre would not come up with them, but leaving them would go about his business, and would return to see the ladies. On such occasions he would be very particular in getting his basket from Jeanette. As he did so, he would generally ask some question about the captain, and Jeanette would give him answers confidentially, so that there was a strong friendship between these two. "What am I to do about it?" said Mrs. Greenow, as Kate came into the sitting-room one morning, and saw on the table a small hamper lined with a clean cloth. "It's as much as Jeanette has been able to carry." "So it is, ma'am, quite, and I'm strong in the arm too, ma'am." "What am I to do, Kate? He is such a good creature, and he do admire you both so much," said Jeanette. "Of course I don't want to offend him for many reasons," said the aunt, looking knowingly at her niece. "I don't know anything about your reasons, aunt, but if I were you I should leave the basket just as it is till he comes in the afternoon." "Would you mind seeing him yourself, Kate, and explaining to him that it won't do to get on in this way? Perhaps you wouldn't mind telling him that if he'll promise not to bring any more, you won't object to take this one." "Indeed, aunt, I can't do that. They are not brought to me." "Oh, Kate!" "Nonsense, aunt! I won't have you say so, before Jeanette too." "I think it's for both, ma'am, I do indeed, and there certainly ain't any cream to be bought like it in Norwich, nor yet eggs. I wonder what there is in the basket." And the widow lifted up the corner of the cloth. "I declare if there isn't a turkey poult already." "My!" said Jeanette, "a turkey poult! Why, that's worth 10 and 6 in the market, if it's worth a penny." "It's out of the question that I should take upon myself to say anything to him about it," said Kate. "Upon my word, I don't see why you shouldn't, as well as I," said Mrs. Greenow. "I'll tell you what, ma'am," said Jeanette, "let me just ask him who they're for. He'll tell me anything." "Don't do anything of the kind, Jeanette," said Kate. "Of course, aunt, they're brought for you. There's no doubt about that. A gentleman doesn't bring cream and turkeys to— I've never heard of such a thing." "I don't see why a gentleman shouldn't bring cream and turkeys to you just as well as to me. Indeed, he told me once as much himself." "Then, if they're for me, I'll leave them down outside the front door, and he may find his provisions there." And Kate proceeded to lift the basket off the table. "Leave it alone, Kate," said Mrs. Greenow, with a voice that was rather solemn, and which had too something of sadness in its tone. "Leave it alone. I'll see Mr. Cheesacre myself. And I do hope you won't mention my name. It's the most absurd thing in the world. The man never spoke 24 words to me in his life." "He speaks to me, though," said Mrs. Greenow. "I dare say he does," said Kate. "And about you, too, my dear." "He doesn't come here with those big flowers in his buttonhole for nothing," said Jeanette. "Not if I knows what a gentleman means." "Of course he doesn't," said Mrs. Greenow. "If you don't object, aunt," said Kate, "I will write to grandpapa and tell him that I will return home at once." "What, because of Mr. Cheesacre?" said Mrs. Greenow. "I don't think you'll be so silly as that, my dear." On the present occasion, Mrs. Greenow undertook that she would see the generous gentleman, and endeavour to stop the supplies from his farmyard. It was well understood that he would call about 4 o'clock, when his business in the town would be over, and that he would bring with him a little boy who would carry away the basket. At that hour Kate, of course, was absent, and the widow received Mr. Cheesacre alone. The basket and cloth were there in the sitting-room, and on the table were laid out the rich things which it had contained. The turkey poult first, on a dish provided in the lodging-house, then a dozen fresh eggs in a soup-plate, then the cream in a little tin can, which for the last fortnight had passed regularly between Oileymead and the house in the Close, and as to which Mr. Cheesacre was very pointed in his inquiries with Jeanette. Then behind the cream there were 2 or 3 heads of broccoli, and a stick of celery as thick as a man's wrist. Altogether the tribute was a very comfortable assistance to the housekeeping of a lady living in a small way in lodgings. Mr. Cheesacre, when he saw the array on the long sofa-table, knew that he was to prepare himself for some resistance, but that resistance would give him, he thought, an opportunity of saying a few words that he was desirous of speaking, and he did not altogether regret it. "I just called in," he said, "to see how you were." "We are not likely to starve," said Mrs. Greenow, pointing to the delicacies from Oileymead. "Just a few trifles that my old woman asked me to bring in," said Cheesacre. "She insisted on putting them up." "But your old woman is by far too magnificent," said Mrs. Greenow. "She really frightens Kate and me out of our wits." Mr. Cheesacre had no wish that Miss Vavasour's name should be brought into play upon the occasion. "Dear Mrs. Greenow," said he, "there is no cause for you to be alarmed, I can assure you. Mere trifles, light as air, you know. I don't think anything of such things as these. But I and Kate think a great deal of them, a very great deal, I can assure you. Do you know, we had a long debate this morning whether or no we would return them to Oileymead." "Return them, Mrs. Greenow?" "Yes, indeed. What are women, situated as we are, to do under such circumstances? When gentlemen will be too liberal, their liberality must be repressed." "And have I been too liberal, Mrs. Greenow? What is a young turkey and a stick of celery when a man is willing to give everything that he has in the world?" "You've got a great deal more in the world, Mr. Cheesacre, than you'd like to part with. But we won't talk of that now." "When shall we talk of it?" "If you really have anything to say, you had by far better speak to Kate herself." "Mrs. Greenow, you mistake me. Indeed, you mistake me." Just at this moment, as he was drawing close to the window, she heard, or fancied that she heard, Jeanette's step, and going to the sitting-room door, called to her maid. Jeanette did not hear her, but the bell was rung, and then Jeanette came. "You may take these things down, Jeanette," she said. "Mr. Cheesacre has promised that no more shall come." "But I haven't promised," said Mr. Cheesacre. "You will oblige me and Kate, I know. And Jeanette, tell Miss Vavasour that I am ready to walk with her." Then Mr. Cheesacre knew that he could not say those few words on that occasion, and as the hour of his train was near, he took his departure, and went out of the Close, followed by the little boy carrying the basket, the cloth, and the tin can. Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Which shall it be? The next day was Sunday, and it was well known at the lodging-house in the Close that Mr. Cheesacre would not be seen there then. Mrs. Greenow had specially warned him that she was not fond of Sunday visitors, fearing that otherwise he might find it convenient to give them too much of his society on that idle day. In the morning the aunt and niece both went to the cathedral, and then at 3 o'clock they dined. But on this occasion they did not dine alone. Charlie Fairstairs, who, with her family, had come home from Yarmouth, had been asked to join them, and in order that Charlie might not feel it dull, Mrs. Greenow had, with her usual good nature, invited Captain Belfield. A very nice little dinner they had. The captain carved the turkey, giving due honour to Mr. Cheesacre as he did so, and when he nibbled his celery with his cheese, he was pretty jocose about the richness of the farmyard at Oileymead. "He is the most generous man I ever met," said Mrs. Greenow. "So he is," said Captain Belfield, "and we'll drink his health. Poor old Cheesy! It's a great pity he shouldn't get himself a wife." "I don't know any man more calculated to make a young woman happy," said Mrs. Greenow. "No, indeed," said Miss Fairstairs. "I'm told that his house and all about it is quite beautiful." "Especially the straw yard and the horse pond," said the captain. And then they drank the health of their absent friend. It had been arranged that the ladies should go to church in the evening, and it was thought that Captain Belfield would, perhaps, accompany them. But when the time for starting came, Kate and Charlie were ready, but the widow was not, and she remained, in order, as she afterwards explained to Kate, that Captain Belfield might not seem to be turned out of the house. He had made no offer churchwards, and, poor man, as Mrs. Greenow said in her little explanation, if I hadn't let him stay there, he would have had no resting place for the sole of his foot, but some horrid barrack room. Therefore the captain was allowed to find a resting place in Mrs. Greenow's drawing room. But on the return of the young ladies from church, he was not there, and the widow was alone, looking back, she said, to things that were gone, that were gone. But come, dears, I am not going to make you melancholy. So they had tea, and Mr. Cheesacre's cream was used with liberality. Captain Belfield had not allowed the opportunity to slip idly from his hands. In the first quarter of an hour after the younger ladies had gone, he said little or nothing, but sat with a wine-glass before him, which once or twice he filled from the decanter. "I'm afraid the wine is not very good," said Mrs. Greenow, "but one can't get good wine in lodgings." "I'm not thinking very much about it, Mrs. Greenow. That's the truth," said the captain. "I dare say the wine is very good of its kind." Then there was another period of silence between them. "I suppose you find it rather dull, living in lodgings, don't you?" asked the captain. "I don't know quite what you mean by dull, Captain Belfield, but a woman circumstanced as I am can't find her life very gay. It's not a full 12th yet since I lost all that made life desirable, and sometimes I wonder at myself for holding up as well as I do." "It's wicked to give way to grief too much, Mrs. Greenow." "That's what my dear Kate always says to me, and I'm sure I do my best to overcome it." Upon this soft tears trickled down her cheek, showing in their course that she at any rate used no paint in producing that freshness of colour which was one of her great charms. Then she pressed her handkerchief to her eyes, and removing it, smiled faintly on the captain. "I didn't intend to treat you to such a scene as this, Captain Belfield. There is nothing on earth, Mrs. Greenow, I desire so much as permission to dry those tears." "Time alone can do that, Captain Belfield, time alone. But cannot time be aided by love and friendship and affection?" "By friendship, yes. What would life be worth without the solace of friendship? And how much better is the warm glow of love? Captain Belfield, as he asked this question, deliberately got up and moved his chair over to the widow's side. But the widow as deliberately changed her position to the corner of a sofa. The captain did not at once follow her, nor did he in any way show that he was aware that she had fled from him. "How much better is the warm glow of love," he said again, contenting himself with looking into her face with all his eyes. He had hoped that he would have been able to press her hand by this time. "The warm glow of love, Captain Belfield, if you have ever felt it." "If I have ever felt it! Do I not feel it now, Mrs. Greenow? There can be no longer any mask kept upon my feelings. I never could restrain the yearnings of my heart when they have been strong." "Have they often been strong, Captain Belfield?" "Yes, often, in various scenes of life, on the field of battle." "I did not know that you had seen active service." "What! Not on the plains of Zuzuland, when with 50 picked men I kept 500 Caffres at bay for 7 weeks, never knew the comfort of a bed or a pillow to my head for 7 long weeks." "Not for 7 weeks!" said Mrs. Greenow. "No. Did I not see active service at Essequibo, on the burning coast of Guiana, when all the wild Africans from the woods rose up to destroy the colony? Or again at the mouth of the Kitchihomey River, when I made good the capture of a slaver by my own hand and my own sword." "I really hadn't heard," said Mrs. Greenow. "Ah, I understand. I know. Cheesy is the best fellow in the world in some respects, but he cannot bring himself to speak well of a fellow behind his back. I know who has belittled me." "Who was the first to storm the heights of Inkerman?" demanded the captain, thinking in the heat of the moment that he might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. "But when you spoke of yearnings, I thought you meant yearnings of a softer kind." "So I did, so I did. I don't know why I have been led away to speak of deeds that are very seldom mentioned, at any rate by myself, but I cannot bear that a slanderous, backbiting tongue should make you think that I have seen no service. I have served Her Majesty in the 4 quarters of the globe, Mrs. Greenow, and now I am ready to serve you in any way in which you will allow me to make my service acceptable." Whereupon he took one stride over to the sofa and went down upon his knees before her. "But, Captain Belfield, I don't want any services. Pray get up now. The girl will come in." "I care nothing for any girl. I am planted here till some answer shall have been made to me, till some word shall have been said that may give me a little hope." Then he attempted to get hold of her hand, but she put them behind her back and shook her head. "Arabella," he said, "will you not speak a word to me?" "Not a word, Captain Belfield, till you get up, and I won't have you call me Arabella. I am the widow of Samuel Greenow, than whom no man was more respected where he was known, and it is not fitting that I should be addressed in that way." "But I want you to become my wife, and then—" "Ah, then indeed. But that then isn't likely to come. Get up, Captain Belfield, or I'll push you over and then ring the bell. A man never looks so much like a fool as when he's kneeling down, unless he's saying his prayers, as you ought to be doing now. Get up, I tell you. It's just 7:30, and I told Jeanette to come to me then." There was that in the widow's voice which made him get up, and he rose slowly to his feet. "You've pushed all the chairs about, you stupid man," she said. Then in 1 minute she had restored the scattered furniture to their proper places, and had rung the bell. When Jeanette came, she desired that tea might be ready by the time that the young ladies returned, and asked Captain Belfield if a cup should be set for him. This he declined, and bade her farewell while Jeanette was still in the room. She shook hands with him without any sign of anger, and even expressed a hope that they might see him again before long. "He's a very handsome man, is the captain," said Jeanette, as the hero of the Kitchyhomy River descended the stairs. "You shouldn't think about handsome men, child," said Mrs. Greenow. "And I'm sure I don't," said Jeanette, "not no more than anybody else. But if a man is handsome, ma'am, why it stands to reason that he is handsome. I suppose Captain Belfield has given you a kiss and a pair of gloves. As for gloves and such like, Mr. Cheesacre is much better for giving than the captain, as we all know, don't we, ma'am? But in regard to kisses, they're presents as I never takes from anybody. Let everybody pay his debts. If the captain ever gets a wife, let him kiss her." On the following Tuesday morning, Mr. Cheesacre as usual called in the close, but he brought with him no basket. He merely left a winter nosegay made of green leaves and laurustinus flowers, and sent up a message to say that he should call at 3:30, and hope that he might then be able to see Mrs. Greenow on particular business. "That means you, Kate," said Mrs. Greenow. "No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean me at all. At any rate, he won't see me." "I dare say it's me he wishes to see. It seems to be the fashionable plan now for gentlemen to make offers by deputy. If he says anything, I can only refer him to you, you know." "Yes, you can. You can tell him simply that I won't have him. But he is no more thinking of me than he is of me, you were going to say." "No, aunt, I wasn't going to say that at all." "Well, we shall see. If he does mean anything, of course you can please yourself, but I really think you might do worse." "But if I don't want to do at all?" "Very well, you must have your own way. I can only tell you what I think." At 3:30 punctually, Mr. Cheesacre came to the door and was shown upstairs. He was told by Jeanette that Captain Belfield had looked in on the Sunday afternoon, but that Miss Fairstairs and Miss Vavasor had been there the whole time. He had not got on his black boots, nor yet had his round-topped hat, and as he did wear a new frock-coat, and had his left hand thrust into a kid glove, Jeanette was quite sure that he intended business of some kind. With new boots, creaking loudly, he walked up into the drawing-room, and there he found the widow alone. "Thanks for the flowers," she said at once. "It was so good of you to bring something that we could accept." "As for that," said he, "I don't see why you should scruple about a trifle of cream, but I hope that any such feelings as that will be over before long." To this the widow made no answer, but she looked very sweetly on him as she bade him sit down. He did sit down, but first he put his hat and stick carefully away in one corner, and then he pulled off his glove, somewhat laboriously, for his hand was warm. He was clearly prepared for great things. As he pushed up his hair with his hands, there came from his locks an ambrosial perfume, as of marrow oil, and there was a fixed propriety of position of every hair of his whiskers, which indicated very plainly that he had been at a hairdresser's shop since he left the market. Nor do I believe that he had worn that coat when he came to the door earlier in the morning. If I were to say that he had called at his tailor's also, I do not think that I should be wrong. "How goes everything at Oileymead?" said Mrs. Greenow, seeing that her guest wanted some little assistance in leading off the conversation. "Pretty well, Mrs. Greenow, pretty well. Everything will go very well if I am successful in the object which I have on hand to-day. I'm sure I hope you'll be successful in all your undertakings." "In all my business undertakings I am, Mrs. Greenow. There isn't a shilling due on my land to ever a bank in Norwich, and I haven't thrashed out a quarter of last year's corn yet, which is more than many of them can say. But there ain't many of them who don't have to pay rent, and so perhaps I oughtn't to boast. I know that Providence has been very good to you, Mr. Cheesacre, as regards worldly matters, and I haven't left it all to Providence either. Those who do generally go to the wall, as far as I can see. I'm always at work late and early, and I know when I get a profit out of a man's labor and when I don't, as well as though it was my only chance of bread and cheese. I always thought you understood farming business, Mr. Cheesacre." "Yes, I do. I like a bit of fun well enough when the time for it comes, as you saw at Yarmouth, and I keep my 3 or 4 hunters, as I think a country gentleman should, and I shoot over my own ground, but I always stick to my work. There are men like Belfield who won't work. What do they come to? They're always borrowing." "But he has fought his country's battles, Mr. Cheesacre." "He fight! I suppose he's been telling you some of his old stories. He was 10 years in the West Indies, and all his fighting was with the mosquitoes." "But he was in the Crimea, at Inkerman, for instance." "He in the Crimea! Well, never mind. But do you inquire before you believe that story. But as I was saying, Mrs. Greenow, you have seen my little place at Oileymead. A charming house. All you want is a mistress for it." "That's it. That's just it. All I want is a mistress for it. And there's only one woman on earth that I would wish to see in that position. Arabella Greenow, will you be that woman?" As he made the offer, he got up and stood before her, placing his right hand upon his heart. "I, Mr. Cheesacre," she said. "Yes, you. Who else? Since I saw you, what other woman has been anything to me, or indeed, I may say before. Since the first day I saw you, I felt that there my happiness depended." "Oh, Mr. Cheesacre, I thought you were looking elsewhere." "No, no, no. There never was such a mistake as that. I have the highest regard and esteem for Miss Vavasor, but really—" "Mr. Cheesacre, what am I to say to you?" "What are you to say to me? Say that you'll be mine. Say that I shall be yours. Say that all I have at Oileymead shall be yours. Say that the open carriage for a pair of ponies to be driven by a lady, which I have been looking at this morning, shall be yours. Yes, indeed, the sweetest thing you ever saw in your life, just like the one that the lady of the Lord Lieutenant drives about in always. That's what you must say. Come, Mrs. Greenow." "Ah, Mr. Cheesacre, you don't know what it is to have buried the pride of your youth hardly yet 12 months." "But you have buried him, and there let there be an end of it. Your sitting here all alone, morning, noon, and night, won't bring him back. I'm sorry for him, I am indeed. Poor Greenow! But what more can I do?" "I can do more, Mr. Cheesacre. I can mourn for him in solitude and in silence." "No, no, no. What's the use of it? Breaking your heart for nothing, and my heart too. You never think of that." And Mr. Cheesacre spoke in a tone that was full of reproach. "It cannot be, Mr. Cheesacre." "Ah, but it can. Come, Mrs. Greenow, we understand each other well enough now, surely. Come, dearest." And he approached her as though to put his arm round her waist. But at that moment there came a knock at the door, and Jeanette, entering the room, told her mistress that Captain Belfield was below, and wanted to know whether he could see her for a minute on particular business. "Show Captain Belfield up, certainly," said Mrs. Greenow. "Damn Captain Belfield," said Mr. Cheesacre. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Can You Forgive Her by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Alice is taught to grow upwards towards the light. Before the day came on which Alice was to go to Matching Priory, she had often regretted that she had been induced to make the promise, and yet she had as often resolved that there was no possible reason why she should not go to Matching Priory. But she feared this commencement of a closer connection with her great relations. She had told herself so often that she was quite separated from them, that the slight accident of blood in no way tied her to them or them to her. This lesson had been so thoroughly taught to her by the injudicious attempts of Lady Macleod to teach an opposite lesson, that she did not like the idea of putting aside the effect of that teaching. And perhaps she was a little afraid of the great folk whom she might probably meet at her cousin's house. Lady Glencora herself she had liked, and had loved too, with that momentary love which certain circumstances of your life will sometimes produce, a love which is strong while it lasts, but which can be laid down when the need of it is past. She had liked and loved Lady Glencora, and had in no degree been afraid of her during those strange visits in Queen Anne Street. But she was by no means sure that she should like Lady Glencora in the midst of her grandeur and surrounded by the pomp of her rank. She would have no other friend or acquaintance in that house, and feared that she might find herself desolate, cold, and wounded in her pride. She had been tricked into the visit, too, or rather had tricked herself into it. She had been sure that there had been a joint scheme between her cousin and Lady Midlothian, and could not resist the temptation of repudiating it in her letter to Lady Glencora. But there had been no such scheme. She had wronged Lady Glencora, and had therefore been unable to resist her second request. But she felt unhappy, fearing that she would be out of her element, and more than once half made up her mind to excuse herself. Her aunt had, from the first, thought well of her going, believing that it might probably be the means of reconciling her to Mr. Grey. Moreover, it was a step altogether in the right direction. Lady Glencora would, if she lived, become a duchess, and as she was decidedly Alice's cousin, of course Alice should go to her house when invited. It must be acknowledged that Lady Macleod was not selfish in her worship of rank. She had played out her game in life, and there was no probability that she would live to be called cousin by a Duchess of Omnium. She bade Alice go to Matching Priory simply because she loved her niece, and therefore wished her to live in the best and most eligible way within her reach. "I think you owe it as a duty to your family to go," said Lady Macleod. What further correspondence about her affairs had passed between Lady Macleod and Lady Midlothian, Alice never knew. She steadily refused all entreaty made that she would answer the Countess's letter, and at last threatened her aunt that if the request were further urged she would answer it, telling Lady Midlothian that she had been very impertinent. "I am becoming a very old woman, Alice," the poor lady said piteously, "and I suppose I had better not interfere any further. Whatever I have said, I have always meant to be for your good." Then Alice got up, and kissing her aunt, tried to explain to her that she resented no interference from her, and felt grateful for all that she both said and did, but that she could not endure meddling from people whom she did not know, and who thought themselves entitled to meddle by their rank. "And because they are cousins as well," said Lady Macleod, in a softly sad, apologetic voice. Alice left Cheltenham about the middle of November on her road to Matching Priory. She was to sleep in London one night, and go down to Matching in Yorkshire with her maid on the following day. Her father undertook to meet her at the Great Western Station, and to take her on the following morning to the Great Northern. He said nothing in his letter about dining with her, but when he met her, muttered something about an engagement, and taking her home graciously promised that he would breakfast with her on the following morning. "I'm very glad you are going, Alice," he said, when they were in the cab together. "Why, papa?" "Why? Because I think it's the proper thing to do. You know I've never said much to you about these people. They're not connected with me, and I know that they hate the name of Vavasor. Not but what the name is a deal older than any of theirs, and the family too. And therefore I don't understand why you think I'm specially right. If you were to say I was specially wrong, I should be less surprised, and of course I shouldn't go. You should go by all means. Rank and wealth are advantages, let anybody say what they will to the contrary. Why else does everybody want to get them? But I shan't get them by going to Matching Priory. You'll get part of their value. Take them as a whole. The nobility of England are pleasant acquaintances to have. I haven't run after them very much myself, though I married, as I may say, among them. That very thing rather stood in my way than otherwise. But you may be sure of this, that men and women ought to grow, like plants, upwards. Everybody should endeavour to stand as well as he can in the world. And if I had a choice of acquaintance between a sugar-baker and a peer, I should prefer the peer, unless indeed the sugar-baker had something very strong on his side to offer. I don't call that tuft-hunting, and it does not necessitate toadying. It's simply growing up towards the light, as the trees do. Alice listened to her father's worldly wisdom with a smile, but she did not attempt to answer him. It was very seldom, indeed, that he took upon himself the labour of lecturing her, or that he gave her even as much counsel as he had given now. "Well, papa, I hope I shall find myself growing towards the light," she said, as she got out of the cab. Then he had not entered the house, but had taken the cab on with him to his club. On her table Alice found a note from her cousin George. "I hear you are going down to the Pallisers at Matching Priory to-morrow, and as I shall be glad to say one word to you before you go, will you let me see you this evening, say at 9? G.V." She felt immediately that she could not help seeing him, but she greatly regretted the necessity. She wished that she had gone directly from Cheltenham to the north, regardless even of those changes of wardrobe which her purposed visit required. Then she set herself to considering. How had George heard of her visit to the Priory? And how had he learned the precise evening which she would pass in London? Why should he be so intent on watching all her movements, as it seemed that he was? As to seeing him, she had no alternative, so she completed her arrangements for her journey before 9, and then awaited him in the drawing-room. "I'm so glad you're going to Matching Priory," were the first words he said. He, too, might have taught her to grow towards the light, if she had asked him for his reasons, but this she did not do just then. "How did you learn that I was going?" she said. "I heard it from a friend of mine." "Well, from Burgo Fitzgerald, if you must know." "From Mr. Fitzgerald?" said Alice, in profound astonishment. How could Mr. Fitzgerald have heard of it? "That's more than I know, Alice. Not directly from Lady Glencora, I should say." "That would be impossible." "Yes, quite so, no doubt. I think she keeps up her intimacy with Burgo's sister, and perhaps it got round to him in that way." "And did he tell you also that I was going to-morrow? He must have known all about it very accurately." "No. Then I asked Kate, and Kate told me you were going. Yes, I know. Kate has been wrong, hasn't she? Kate was cautioned, no doubt, to say nothing about your comings and goings to so inconsiderable a person as myself. But you must not be down upon Kate. She never mentioned it till I showed by my question to her that I knew all about your journey to Matching. I own I do not understand why it should be necessary to keep me so much in the dark." Alice felt that she was blushing. The caution had been given to Kate, because Kate still transgressed in her letters by saying little words about her brother, and Alice did not even now believe Kate to have been false to her, but she saw that she herself had been imprudent. "I cannot understand it," continued George, speaking without looking at her. "It was but the other day that we were such dear friends. Do you remember the balcony at Basle? And now it seems that we are quite estranged, nay, worse than estranged, that I am, as it were, under some ban. Have I done anything to offend you, Alice? If so, speak out, like a woman of spirit as you are." "Nothing," said Alice. "Then why am I tabooed? Why was I told the other day that I might not congratulate you on your happy emancipation? I say boldly that had you resolved on that while we were together in Switzerland, you would have permitted me, as a friend, almost as a brother, to discuss it with you." "I think not, George." "I am sure you would. And why has Kate been warned not to tell me of this visit to the Pallisers? I know she has been warned, though she has not confessed it." Alice sat silent, not knowing what to say in answer to this charge brought against her, thinking, perhaps, that the questioner would allow his question to pass without an answer. But Vavasor was not so complacent. "If there be any reason, Alice, I think that I have a right to ask it." For a few seconds she did not speak a word, but sat considering. He also remained silent, with his eyes fixed upon her. She looked at him and saw nothing but his scar, and the brightness of his eyes, which was almost fierce. She knew that he was in earnest, and therefore resolved that she would be in earnest also. "I think that you have such a right," she said at last. "Then let me exercise it." "I think that you have such a right, but I think also that you are ungenerous to exercise it." "I cannot understand that. By heavens, Alice, I cannot be left in this suspense. If I have done anything to offend you, perhaps I can remove the offence by apology." "You have done nothing to offend me." or if there be any cause why our friendship should be dropped, why we should be on a different footing to each other in London than we were in Switzerland, I may acknowledge it, if it be explained to me, but I cannot put up with the doubt when I am told that I have a right to demand its solution. Then I will be frank with you, George, though my being so will, as you may guess, be very painful. She paused again, looking at him to see if yet he would spare her, but he was all scar and eyes as before, and there was no mercy in his face. Your sister, George, has thought that my parting with Mr. Grey might lead to a renewal of a purpose of marriage between you and me. You know her eagerness, and will understand that it may have been necessary that I should require silence from her on that head. You ought now to understand it all. I, then, am being punished for her sins, he said, and suddenly the scar on his face was healed up again, and there was something of the old pleasantness in his eyes. I have said nothing about any sins, George, but I have found it necessary to be on my guard. Well, he said, after a short pause, you are an honest woman, Alice, the honestest I ever knew. I will bring Kate to order. And now we may be friends again, may we not? And he extended his hand to her across the table. Yes, she said, certainly, if you wish it. She spoke doubtingly, with indecision in her voice, as though remembering at the moment that he had given her no pledge. I certainly do wish it very much, said he, and then she gave him her hand. And I may now talk about your new freedom? No, said she, no, do not speak of that. A woman does not do what I have done in that affair without great suffering. I have to think of it daily, but do not make me speak of it. But this other subject, this visit to Matching, surely I may speak of that. There was something now in his voice so bright that she felt the influence of it, and answered him cheerfully, I don't see what you can have to say about it. But I have a great deal. I am so glad you are going. Mind you cement a close intimacy with Mr. Palliser. With Mr. Palliser? Yes, with Mr. Palliser. You must read all the blue books about finance. I'll send them to you if you like it. Oh, George, I'm quite in earnest. That is, not in earnest about the blue books, as you would not have time, but about Mr. Palliser. He will be the new Chancellor of the Exchequer, without a doubt. Will he indeed? But why should I make a bosom friend of the Chancellor of the Exchequer? I don't want any public money. But I do, my girl, don't you see? No, I don't. I think I shall get returned at this next election. I'm sure I hope you will. And if I do, of course it will be my game to support the ministry, or rather the new ministry, for of course there will be changes. I hope they will be on the right side. Not a doubt of that, Alice. I wish they might be changed altogether. Ah, that's impossible. It's very well as a dream, but there are no such men as you want to see, men really from the people, strong enough to take high office. A man can't drive 4 horses because he's a philanthropist, or rather a philhorsifist, and is desirous that the team should be driven without any hurt to them. A man can't govern well simply because he is genuinely anxious that men should be well governed. And will there never be any such men? I won't say that. I don't mind confessing to you that it is my ambition to be such a one myself. But a child must crawl before he can walk. Such a one as I, hoping to do something in politics, must spare no chance. It would be something to me that Mr. Palliser should become the friend of any dear friend of mine, especially of a dear friend bearing the same name. I'm afraid, George, you'll find me a bad hand at making any such friendship. They say he is led immensely by his wife, and that she is very clever. But I mean this chiefly, Alice, that I do hope I shall have all your sympathy in any political career that I may make, and all your assistance also. My sympathy, I think I can promise you. My assistance, I fear, would be worthless. By no means worthless, Alice. Not if I see you take that place in the world which I hope to see you fill. Do you think women nowadays have no bearing upon the politics of the times? Almost as much as men have. In answer to which Alice shook her head, but nevertheless she felt in some way pleased and flattered. George left her without saying a word more about her marriage prospects, past or future, and Alice, as she went to bed, felt glad that this explanation between them had been made. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Dandy and Flirt. Alice reached the Matching Road station about 3 o'clock in the afternoon without adventure, and immediately on the stopping of the train became aware that all trouble was off her own hands. A servant in livery came to the open window, and touching his hat to her, inquired if she were Miss Vavasor. Then her dressing bag and shawls and cloaks were taken from her, and she was conveyed through the station by the station master on one side of her, the footman on the other, and by the railway porter behind. She instantly perceived that she had become possessed of great privileges by belonging even for a time to Matching Priory, and that she was essentially growing upwards towards the light. Outside, on the broad drive before the little station, she saw an omnibus that was going to the small town of Matching, intended for people who had not grown upwards as had been her lot, and she saw also a light, stylish-looking cart, which she would have called a Whitechapel had she been properly instructed in such matters, and a little, low, open carriage with 2 beautiful small horses, in which was sitting a lady enveloped in furs. Of course, this was Lady Glencora. Another servant was standing on the ground, holding the horses of the carriage and the cart. "Dear Alice, I'm so glad you've come," said a voice from the furs. "Look here, dear, your maid can go in the dog-cart with your things." It wasn't a dog-cart, but Lady Glencora knew no better. "She'll be quite comfortable there. And do you get in here. Are you very cold?" "Oh, no, not cold at all." "But it is awfully cold. You've been in the stuffy carriage, but you'll find it cold enough out here, I can tell you." "Oh, Lady Glencora, I am so sorry that I've brought you out on such a morning," said Alice, getting in and taking the place assigned her next to the charioteer. "What nonsense! Sorry! Why, I've looked forward to meeting you all alone ever since I knew you were coming. If it had snowed all the morning, I should have come just the same. I drive out almost every day when I'm down here. That is, when the house is not too crowded, or I can make an excuse. Wrap these things over you. There are plenty of them. You shall drive if you like." Alice, however, declined the driving, expressing her gratitude in what prettiest words she could find. "I like driving better than anything, I think. Mr. Palliser doesn't like ladies to hunt, and of course it wouldn't do, as he does not hunt himself. I do ride, but he never gets on horseback. I almost fancy I should like to drive 4 in hand, only I know I should be afraid." "It would look very terrible," said Alice. "Yes, wouldn't it? The look would be the worst of it, as it is all the world over. Sometimes I wish there were no such things as looks. I don't mean anything improper, you know, only one does get so hampered, right and left, for fear of Mrs. Grundy. I endeavour to go straight, and get along pretty well on the whole, I suppose. Baker, you must put Dandy in the bar. He pulls so going home that I can't hold him in the check. She stopped the horses, and Baker, a very completely got-up groom of some 40 years of age, who sat behind, got down and put the impetuous Dandy in the bar, thereby changing the rein, so that the curb was brought to bear on him. They're called Dandy and Flirt, continued Lady Glencora, speaking to Alice. Aren't they a beautiful match? The Duke gave them to me and named them himself. Did you ever see the Duke? Never, said Alice. He won't be here before Christmas, but you shall be introduced some day in London. He's an excellent creature, and I'm a great pet of his, though, after all, I never speak half a dozen words to him when I see him. He's one of those people who never talk. I'm one of those who like talking, as you'll find out. I think it runs in families, and the Pallisers are non-talkers. That doesn't mean that they are not speakers, for Mr. Palliser has plenty to say in the house, and they declare that he's one of the few public men who've got lungs enough to make a financial statement without breaking down. Alice was aware that she had as yet hardly spoken herself, and began to bethink herself that she didn't know what to say. Had Lady Glencora paused on the subject of Dandy and Flirt, she might have managed to be enthusiastic about the horses, but she could not discuss freely the general silence of the Palliser family, nor the excellent lungs, as regarded public purposes, of the one who was the husband of her present friend. So she asked how far it was to Matching Priory. "You're not tired of me already, I hope," said Lady Glencora. "I didn't mean that," said Alice. "I delight in the drive, but somehow one expects Matching Station to be near Matching. Ah, yes, that's a great cheat. It's not Matching Station at all, but Matching Road Station, and it's 8 miles. It is a great bore, for though the omnibus brings our parcels, we have to be constantly sending over, and it's very expensive, I can assure you. I want Mr. Palliser to have a branch, but he says he would have to take all the shares himself, and that would cost more, I suppose." "Is there a town at Matching?" "Oh, a little bit of a place. I'll go round by it if you like, and in at the further gate." "Oh, no," said Alice. "Ah, but I should like. It was a borough once, and belonged to the Duke, but they put it out at the Reform Bill. They made some kind of bargain. He was to keep either Silverbridge or Matching, but not both. Mr. Palliser sits for Silverbridge, you know. The Duke chose Silverbridge, or rather his father did, as he was then going to build his great place in Barsetshire. That's near Silverbridge. But the Matching people haven't forgiven him yet. He was sitting for Matching himself when the Reform Bill passed. Then his father died, and he hasn't lived there much since. It's a great deal nicer place than Gatherum Castle, only not half so grand. I hate grandeur, don't you? I never tried much of it, as you have. Come now, that's not fair. There's no one in the world less grand than I am. I mean that I've not had grand people about me. Having cut all your cousins, and Lady Midlothian in particular, like a naughty girl as you are, I was so angry with you when you accused me of selling you about that. You ought to have known that I was the last person in the world to have done such a thing. I did not think you meant to sell me, but I thought—" "Yes, you did, Alice. I know what you thought. You thought that Lady Midlothian was making a tool of me that I might bring you under her thumb, so that she might bully you into Mr. Gray's arms. That's what you thought. I don't know that I was at all entitled to your good opinion, but I was not entitled to that special bad opinion. I had no bad opinion, but it was so necessary that I should guard myself. You shall be guarded. I'll take you under my shield. Mr. Gray shan't be named to you, except that I shall expect you to tell me all about it, and you must tell me all about that dangerous cousin, too, of whom they were saying such terrible things down in Scotland. I had heard of him before." These last words Lady Glencora spoke in a lower voice and in an altered tone, slowly, as though she were thinking of something that pained her. It was from Burgo Fitzgerald that she had heard of George Vavasor. Alice did not know what to say. She found it impossible to discuss all the most secret and deepest of her feelings out in that open carriage, perhaps in the hearing of the servant behind. On this, her first meeting with her cousin, of whom, in fact, she knew very little, she had not intended to discuss these things at all, and certainly not in such a manner as this, so she remained silent. "This is the beginning of the park," said Lady Glencora, pointing to a grand old ruin of an oak tree, which stood on the wide margin of the road, outside the rounded corner of the park palings, propped up with a skeleton of supporting sticks all round it, "and that is Matching Oak, under which Coeur de Lion, or Edward III., I forget which, was met by Sir Guy de Palisere as he came from the war, or from hunting, or something of that kind. It was the king, you know, who had been fighting, or whatever it was, and Sir Guy entertained him when he was very tired. Geoffrey Palliser, who is my husband's cousin, says that old Sir Guy luckily pulled out his brandy flask. But the king immediately gave him all the lands of Matching, only there was a priory then, and a lot of monks, and I don't quite understand how that was, but I know one of the younger brothers always used to be abbot and sit in the House of Lords, and the king gave him Littlebury at the same time, which is about 7 miles away from here. As Geoffrey Palliser says, it was a great deal of money for a pull at his flask. Geoffrey Palliser is here now, and I hope you'll like him. If I have no child, and Mr. Palliser were not to marry again, Geoffrey would be the heir." And here again her voice was low and slow, and altogether changed in its tone. "I suppose that's the way most of the old families got their estates." "Either so, or by robbery. Many of them were terrible thieves, my dear, and I dare say Sir Guy was no better than he should be. But since that, they have always called some of the Pallisers Plantagenet. My husband's name is Plantagenet. The Duke is called George Plantagenet, and the King was his godfather. The Queen is my godmother, I believe, but I don't know that I'm much the better for it. There's no use in godfathers and godmothers. Do you think there is?" "Not much, as it's managed now. If I had a child— Oh, Alice, it's a dreadful thing not to have a child when so much depends on it." "But you're such a short time married yet." "Ah, well, I can see it in his eyes when he asks me questions, but I don't think he'd say an unkind word, not if his own position depended on it. Ah, well, this is Matching. That other gate we passed, where Dandy wanted to turn in, that's where we usually go up, but I've brought you round to show you the town. That's the inn. Whoever can possibly come to stay there, I don't know. I never saw anybody go in or out. That's the baker who bakes our bread. We baked it at the house at first, but nobody could eat it. And I know that that man there mends Mr. Palliser's shoes. He's very particular about his shoes. "We shall see the church as we go in at the other gate. It is in the park, and is very pretty, but not half so pretty as the priory ruins close to the house. The ruins are our great lion. I do so love to wander about them at moonlight. I often think of you when I do. I don't know why, but I do know why, and I'll tell you some day. Come, Miss Flirt." As they drove up through the park, Lady Glencora pointed out first the church and then the ruins, through the midst of which the road ran, and then they were at once before the front door. The corner of the modern house came within 200 yards of the gateway of the old priory. It was a large building, very pretty, with 2 long fronts, but it was no more than a house. It was not a palace, nor a castle, nor was it hardly to be called a mansion. It was built with gabled roofs, 4 of which formed the side from which the windows of the drawing-rooms opened out upon a lawn which separated the house from the old ruins, and which indeed surrounded the ruins and went inside them, forming the present flooring of the old chapel, and the old refectory, and the old cloisters. Much of the cloisters indeed was standing, and there the stone pavement remained, but the square of the cloisters was all turfed, and in the middle of it stood a large modern stone vase, out of the broad basin of which hung flowering creepers and green tendrils. As Lady Glencora drove up to the door, a gentleman, who had heard the sound of the wheels, came forth to meet them. "There's Mr. Palliser," she said. "That shows that you are an honoured guest, for you may be sure that he is hard at work, and would not have come out for anybody else. Plantagenet, here is Miss Vavasor perished. Alice, my husband." Then Mr. Palliser put forth his hand and helped her out of the carriage. "I hope you've not found it very cold," said he. "The winter has come upon us quite suddenly." He said nothing more to her than this, till he met her again before dinner. He was a tall, thin man, apparently not more than 30 years of age, looking in all respects like a gentleman, but with nothing in his appearance that was remarkable. It was a face that you might see and forget, and see again and forget again, and yet when you looked at it and pulled it to pieces, you found that it was a fairly good face, showing intellect in the forehead and much character in the mouth. The eyes, too, though not to be called bright, had always something to say for themselves, looking as though they had a real meaning. But the outline of the face was almost insignificant, being too thin, and he wore no beard to give it character. But indeed Mr. Palliser was a man who had never thought of assisting his position in the world by his outward appearance, not to be looked at, but to be read about in the newspapers, was his ambition. Men said that he was to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, and no one thought of suggesting that the insignificance of his face would stand in the way. "Are the people all out?" his wife asked him. "The men have not come in from shooting, at least I think not, and some of the ladies are driving, I suppose, but I haven't seen anybody since you went." "Of course you haven't. He never has time, Alice, to see anyone. But we'll go upstairs, dear. I told them to let us have tea in my dressing-room, as I thought you'd like that better than going into the drawing-room before you had taken off your things. You must be famished, I know. Then you can come down, or if you want to avoid 2 dressings, you can sit over the fire upstairs till dinner-time." So saying, she skipped upstairs, and Alice followed her. "Here's my dressing-room, and here's your room all but opposite. You look out into the park. It's pretty, isn't it? But come into my dressing-room, and see the ruins out of the window." Alice followed Lady Glencora across the passage into what she called her dressing-room, and there found herself surrounded by an infinitude of feminine luxuries. The prettiest of tables were there, the easiest of chairs, the most costly of cabinets, the quaintest of old china ornaments. It was bright with the gayest colors, made pleasant to the eye with the binding of many books, having nymphs painted on the ceiling and little cupids on the doors. "Isn't it pretty?" she said, turning quickly on Alice. "I call it my dressing-room, because in that way I can keep people out of it, but I have my brushes and soap in a little closet there, and my clothes. My clothes are everywhere, I suppose, only there are none of them here. Isn't it pretty?" "Very pretty. The Duke did it all. He understands such things thoroughly. Now, to Mr. Palliser, a dressing-room is a dressing-room, and a bedroom a bedroom. He cares for nothing being pretty, not even his wife, or he wouldn't have married me." "You wouldn't say that if you meant it." "Well, I don't know. Sometimes when I look at myself, when I simply am myself, with no making up or grimacing, you know, I think I'm the ugliest young woman the sun ever shone on, and in 10 years' time I shall be the ugliest old woman. Only think, my hair is beginning to get gray, and I'm not 21 yet. Look at it." And she lifted up the wavy locks just above her ear. "But there's one comfort. He doesn't care about beauty." "How old are you?" "Over 25, said Alice. "Nonsense! Then I oughtn't to have asked you. I am so sorry." "That's nonsense, at any rate. Why should you think I should be ashamed of my age?" "I don't know why, only somehow people are, and I didn't think you were so old. 25 seems so old to me. It would be nothing if you were married, only you see you won't get married." "Perhaps I may yet, some day." "Of course you will. You'll have to give way. You'll find that they'll get the better of you. Your father will storm at you, and Lady Macleod will preach at you, and Lady Midlothian will jump upon you." "I'm not a bit afraid of Lady Midlothian." "I know what it is, my dear, to be jumped upon. We talked with such horror of the French people giving their daughters in marriage, just as they might sell a house or a field, but we do exactly the same thing ourselves. When they all come upon you in earnest, how are you to stand against them? How can any girl do it? I think I shall be able. To be sure you're older, and you are not so heavily weighted, but never mind, I didn't mean to talk about that, not yet at any rate. Well, now, my dear, I must go down. The Duchess of St. Bungay is here, and Mr. Palliser will be angry if I don't do pretty to her. The Duke is to be the president of the council, or rather, I believe he is president now. I try to remember it all, but it is so hard when one doesn't really care twopence how it goes. Not but what I'm very anxious that Mr. Palliser should be Chancellor of the Exchequer. And now will you remain here, or will you come down with me, or will you go to your own room, and I'll call you when I go down to dinner. We dine at 8. Alice decided that she would stay in her own room till dinner time, and was taken there by Lady Glencora. She found her maid unpacking her clothes, and for a while employed herself in assisting at the work, but that was soon done, and then she was left alone. "I shall feel so strange, ma'am, among all those people downstairs," said the girl. "They all seem to look at me as though they didn't know who I was." "You'll get over that soon, Jane." "I suppose I shall, but you see, they're all like knowing each other, miss." Alice, when she sat down alone, felt herself to be very much in the same condition as her maid. What would the Duchess of St. Bungay or Mr. Geoffrey Palliser, who himself might live to be a duke, if things went well for him, care for her. As to Mr. Palliser, the master of the house, it was already evident to her that he would not put himself out of his way for her. Had she not done wrong to come here? If it were possible for her to fly away, back to the dullness of Queen Anne Street, or even to the preachings of Lady Macleod, would she not do so immediately? What business had she asked herself, to come to such a house as that? Lady Glencora was very kind to her, but frightened her even by her kindness. Moreover, she was aware that Lady Glencora could not devote herself especially to any such guest as she was. Lady Glencora must, of course, look after her duchesses, and do pretty, as she called it, to her husband's important political alliances. And then she began to think about Lady Glencora herself. What a strange, weird nature she was, with her round blue eyes and wavy hair, looking sometimes like a child, and sometimes almost like an old woman. And how she talked! What things she said, and what terrible forebodings she uttered of stranger things than she meant to say! Why had she at their first meeting made that allusion to the mode of her own betrothal, and then, checking herself for speaking of it so soon, almost declare that she meant to speak more of it hereafter? She should never mention it to any one, said Alice to herself. If her lot in life has not satisfied her, there is so much the more reason why she should not mention it. Then Alice protested to herself that no father, no aunt, no Lady Midlothian should persuade her into a marriage of which she feared the consequences. But Lady Glencora had made for herself excuses which were not altogether untrue. She had been very young, and had been terribly weighted with her wealth, and it seemed to Alice that her cousin had told her everything in that hour and a half that they had been together. She had given a whole history of her husband and of herself. She had said how indifferent he was to her pleasures, and how vainly she strove to interest herself in his pursuits. And then, as yet, she was childless, and without prospect of a child, when, as she herself had said, so much depended on it. It was very strange to Alice that all this should have been already told to her. And why should Lady Glencora think of Alice when she walked out among the Priory ruins by moonlight? The 2 hours seemed to her very long, as though she were passing her time in absolute seclusion at Matching. Of course she did not dare to go downstairs, but at last her maid came to dress her. "How do you get on below, Jane?" her mistress asked her. "Why, miss, they are uncommon civil, and I don't think, after all, it will be so bad. We had our teas very comfortable in the housekeeper's room. There are 5 or 6 of us altogether, all ladies' maids, miss, and there's nothing on earth to do all the day long, only sit and do a little needlework over the fire." A few minutes before 8, Lady Glencora knocked at Alice's door, and took her arm to lead her to the drawing-room. Alice saw that she was magnificently dressed, with an enormous expanse of robe, and that her locks had been so managed that no one could suspect the presence of a grey hair. Indeed, with all her magnificence, she looked almost a child. "Let me see," she said, as they went downstairs together. "I'll tell Geoffrey to take you in to dinner. He's about the easiest young man we have here. He rather turns up his nose at everything, but that doesn't make him the less agreeable, does it, dear? Unless he turns up his nose at you, you know." "But perhaps he will." "No, he won't do that. That would be uncourteous, and he's the most courteous man in the world." "There's nobody here, you see," she said, as they entered the room, "and I didn't suppose there would be. It's always proper to be first in one's own house. I do so try to be proper, and it is such trouble. Talking of people earning their bread, Alice, I'm sure I earn mine. Oh dear, what fun it would be to be sitting somewhere in Asia, eating a chicken with one's fingers, and lighting a big fire outside one's tent to keep off the lions and tigers. Fancy your being on one side of the fire and the lions and tigers on the other, grinning at you through the flames." Then Lady Glencora strove to look like a lion, and grinned at herself in the glass. "That sort of grin wouldn't frighten me," said Alice. "I dare say not. I have been reading about it in that woman's travels. Oh, here they are, and I mustn't make any more faces. Duchess, do come to the fire. I hope you've got warm again. This is my cousin, Miss Vavasor." The Duchess made a stiff little bow of condescension, and then declared that she was charmingly warm. "I don't know how you manage in your house, but the staircases are so comfortable. Now, at Longroyston we've taken all the trouble in the world, put down hot water pipes all over the house, and everything else that could be thought of, and yet you can't move about the place without meeting with draughts at every corner of the passages." The Duchess spoke with an enormous emphasis on every other word, sometimes putting so great a stress on some special syllable as almost to bring her voice to a whistle. This she had done with the word pipes to a great degree, so that Alice never afterwards forgot the hot water pipes of Longroyston. "I was telling Lady Glencora, Miss Palliser, that I never knew a house so warm as this, or I'm sorry to say," and here the emphasis was very strong on the word sorry, "so cold as Longroyston," and the tone in which Longroyston was uttered would almost have drawn tears from a critical audience in the pit of a playhouse. The Duchess was a woman of about 40, very handsome, but with no meaning in her beauty, carrying a good fixed colour in her face, which did not look like paint, but which probably had received some little assistance from art. She was a well-built, sizable woman, with good proportions and fine health, but a fool. She had addressed herself to one Miss Palliser, but two Miss Pallisers, cousins of Plantagenet Palliser, had entered the room at the same time, of whom I may say, whatever other traits of character they may have possessed, that at any rate they were not fools. "It's always easy to warm a small house like this," said Miss Palliser, whose Christian names, unfortunately for her, were Iphigenia Theodata, and who by her cousin and sister was called Iphie, "and I suppose equally difficult to warm a large one such as Longroyston." The other Miss Palliser had been christened Euphemia. "We've got no pipes, Duchess, at any rate," said Lady Glencora, and Alice, as she sat listening, thought she discerned in Lady Glencora's pronunciation of the word pipes an almost hidden imitation of the Duchess's whistle. It must have been so, for at the moment Lady Glencora's eye met Alice's for an instant, and was then withdrawn, so that Alice was compelled to think that her friend and cousin was not always quite successful in those struggles she made to be proper. Then the gentlemen came in one after another, and other ladies, till about 30 people were assembled. Mr. Palliser came up and spoke another word to Alice in a kind voice, meant to express some sense of connection, if not cousinship. "My wife has been thinking so much of your coming. I hope we shall be able to amuse you." Alice, who had already begun to feel desolate, was grateful, and made up her mind that she would try to like Mr. Palliser. Geoffrey Palliser was almost the last in the room, but directly he entered, Lady Glencora got up from her seat and met him as he was coming into the crowd. "You must take my cousin, Alice Vavasor, into dinner," she said. "And will you oblige me to-day?" "Yes, as you ask me like that." "Then try to make her comfortable." After that she introduced them, and Geoffrey Palliser stood opposite to Alice, talking to her till dinner was announced. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Dinner at Matching Priory. Alice found herself seated near to Lady Glencora's end of the table, and in spite of her resolution to like Mr. Palliser, she was not sorry that such an arrangement had been made. Mr. Palliser had taken the Duchess out to dinner, and Alice wished to be as far removed as possible from her Grace. She found herself seated between her bespoken friend Geoffrey Palliser and the Duke, and as soon as she was seated, Lady Glencora introduced her to her second neighbour. "My cousin, Duke," Lady Glencora said, "and a terrible Radical." "Oh, indeed, I'm glad of that. We're sadly in want of a few leading Radicals, and perhaps I may be able to gain one now." Alice thought of her cousin George, and wished that he, instead of herself, was sitting next to the Duke of St. Bungay. "But I'm afraid I never shall be a leading Radical," she said. "You shall lead me at any rate, if you will," said he. "As the little dogs lead the blind men," said Lady Glencora. "No, Lady Glencora, not so, but as the pretty women lead the men who have eyes in their head. There is nothing I want so much, Miss Vavasor, as to become a Radical, if I only knew how." "I think it's very easy to know how," said Alice. "Do you? I don't. I've voted for every Liberal measure that has come seriously before Parliament since I had a seat in either House, and I've not been able to get beyond Whiggery yet." "Have you voted for the ballot?" asked Alice, almost trembling at her own audacity as she put the question. "Well, no, I've not, and I suppose that is the crux. But the ballot has never been seriously brought before any House in which I have sat. I hate it with so keen a private hatred that I doubt whether I could vote for it." "But the Radicals love it," said Alice. "Palliser," said the Duke, speaking loudly from his end of the table, "I'm told you can never be entitled to call yourself a Radical till you voted for the ballot." "I don't want to be called a Radical," said Mr. Palliser, "or to be called anything at all." "Except Chancellor of the Exchequer," said Lady Glencora in a low voice. "And that's about the finest ambition by which a man can be moved," said the Duke. "The man who can manage the purse strings of this country can manage anything." Then that conversation dropped, and the Duke ate his dinner. "I was especially commissioned to amuse you," said Mr. Geoffrey Palliser to Alice, "but when I undertook the task I had no conception that you would be calling cabinet ministers over the coals about their politics." "I did nothing of the kind, surely, Mr. Palliser. I suppose all Radicals do vote for the ballot, and that's why I said it. Your definition was perfectly just, I dare say, only—" "Only what?" "Lady Glencora need not have been so anxious to provide specially for your amusement. Not but what I'm very much obliged to her, of course. But, Miss Vavasor, unfortunately I'm not a politician, and I haven't a chance of a seat in the House, and so I despise politics. Women are not allowed to be politicians in this country. Thank God, they can't do much in that way. Not directly, I mean. Only think where we should be if we had a feminine House of Commons, with feminine debates, carried on, of course, with feminine courtesy. My cousins Iffy and Phemy there would of course be members. You don't know them yet? No, not yet. Are they politicians? Not especially. They have their tendencies, which are decidedly liberal. There has never been a Tory Palliser known, you know, but they are too clever to give themselves up to anything in which they can do nothing. Being women, they live a depressed life, devoting themselves to literature, fine arts, social economy, and the abstract sciences. They write wonderful letters, but I believe their correspondence lists are quite full, so that you have no chance at present of getting on either of them. I haven't the slightest pretension to ask for such an honor. Oh, if you mean because you don't know them, that has nothing to do with it. But I have no claim either private or public. That has nothing to do with it either. They don't at all seek people of note as their correspondents. Free communication with all the world is their motto, and Rowland Hill is the god they worship. Only they have been forced to guard themselves against too great an accession of paper and ink. Are you fond of writing letters, Miss Vavasor? Yes, to my friends, but I like getting them better. I shrewdly suspect they don't read half what they get. Is it possible any one should go through 2 sheets of paper filled by our friend the Duchess there? No, their delight is in writing. They sit each at her desk after breakfast and go on till lunch. There is a little rivalry between them, not expressed to each other, but visible to their friends. Iffy certainly does get off the greater number, and I'm told crosses quite as often as Phemy, but then she has the advantage of a bolder and larger hand. Do they write to you? Oh, dear, no. I don't think they ever write to any relative. They don't discuss family affairs and such topics as that. Architecture goes a long way with them, and whether women ought to be clerks in public offices. Iffy has certain American correspondents that take up much of her time, but she acknowledges she does not read their letters. Then I certainly shall not write to her. But you are not American, I hope. I do hate the Americans. It's the only strong political feeling I have. I went there once, and found I couldn't live with them on any terms. But they please themselves. I don't see they are to be hated because they don't live after our fashion. Oh, it's jealousy, of course. I know that. I didn't come across a cab driver who wasn't a much better educated man than I am, and as for their women, they know everything. But I hated them, and I intend to hate them. You haven't been there? Oh, no. Then I will make bold to say that any English lady who spent a month with them and didn't hate them would have very singular tastes. I begin to think they'll eat each other up, and then there will come an entirely new set of people of a different sort. I always regarded the States as a Sodom and Gomorrah, prospering in wickedness, on which fire and brimstone were sure to fall sooner or later. I think that's wicked. I am wicked, as Topsy used to say. Do you hunt? No. Do you shoot? Shoot? What, with a gun? Yes, I was staying in a house last week with a lady who shot a good deal. No, I don't shoot. Do you ride? No, I wish I did. I have never ridden because I've no one to ride with me. Do you drive? No, I don't drive either. Then what do you do? I sit at home and mend your stockings? No, I don't do that because it's disagreeable. But I do work a good deal. Sometimes I have amused myself by reading. Ah, they never do that here. I have heard that there is a library, but the clue to it has been lost, and nobody now knows the way. I don't believe in libraries. Nobody ever goes into a library to read any more than you would go into a larder to eat. But there is this difference. The food you consume does come out of the larders, but the books you read never come out of the libraries." "Except Moody's," said Alice. "Ah, yes, he is the great librarian. And you mean to read all the time you are here, Miss Vavasor?" "I mean to walk about the Priory ruins sometimes." "Then you must go by moonlight, and I'll go with you. Only isn't it rather late in the year for that?" "I should think it is, for you, Mr. Palliser." Then the Duke spoke to her again, and she found that she got on very well during dinner, but she could not but feel angry with herself in that she had any fear on the subject, and yet she could not divest herself of that fear. She acknowledged to herself that she was conscious of a certain inferiority to Lady Glencora and to Mr. Geoffrey Palliser, which almost made her unhappy. As regarded the Duke on the other side of her, she had no such feeling. He was old enough to be her father, and was a cabinet minister. Therefore he was entitled to her reverence. But how was it that she could not help accepting the other people round her as being indeed superior to herself? Was she really learning to believe that she could grow upwards by their sunlight? "Geoffrey is a pleasant fellow, is he not?" said Lady Glencora to her as they passed back through the billiard-room to the drawing-room. "Very pleasant, a little sarcastic, perhaps." "I should think you would soon find yourself able to get the better of that, if he tries it upon you," said Lady Glencora. And then the ladies were all in the drawing-room together. "It is quite deliciously warm, coming from one room to another," said the Duchess, putting her emphasis on the one and the other. "Then we had better keep continually moving," said a certain Mrs. Conway Sparkes, a literary lady, who had been very handsome, who was still very clever, who was not perhaps very good-natured, and of whom the Duchess of St. Bungay was rather afraid. "I hope we may be warm here too," said Lady Glencora. "But not deliciously warm," said Mrs. Conway Sparkes. "It makes me tremble in every limb when Mrs. Sparkes attacks her," Lady Glencora said to Alice, in Alice's own room that night, "for I know she'll tell the Duke, and he'll tell that tall man with red hair whom you see standing about, and the tall man with red hair will tell Mr. Palliser, and then I shall catch it." "And who is the tall man with red hair?" "He's a political link between the Duke and Mr. Palliser. His name is Bott, and he's a member of Parliament." "But why should he interfere?" "I suppose it's his business. I don't quite understand all the ins and outs of it. I believe he's to be one of Mr. Palliser's private secretaries, if he becomes Chancellor of the Exchequer. Perhaps he doesn't tell, only I think he does all the same. He always calls me Lady Glencowrer. He comes out of Lancashire, and made calico as long as he could get any cotton. But this happened in the bedroom, and we must go back for a while to the drawing-room." The Duchess had made no answer to Mrs. Sparkes, and so nothing further was said about the warmth. Nor, indeed, was there any conversation that was comfortably general. The number of ladies in that room was too great for that, and ladies do not divide themselves nicely into small parties, as men and women do when they are mixed. Lady Glencora behaved pretty by telling the Duchess all about her pet pheasants. Mrs. Conway Sparkes told ill-natured tales of someone to Miss Euphemia Palliser. One of the Duchess's daughters walked off to a distant piano with an admiring friend and touched a few notes, while Iphigenia Palliser boldly took up a book and placed herself at a table. Alice, who was sitting opposite to Lady Glencora, began to speculate whether she might do the same, but her courage failed her, and she sat on, telling herself that she was out of her element. "Alice Vavasor," said Lady Glencora after a while, suddenly, and in a somewhat loud voice, "can you play billiards?" "No," said Alice, rather startled. "Then you shall learn to-night, and if nobody else will teach you, you shall be my pupil." Whereupon Lady Glencora rang the bell, and ordered that the billiard table might be got ready. "You'll play, Duchess, of course," said Lady Glencora. "It is so nice and warm that I think I will," said the Duchess, but as she spoke she looked suspiciously to that part of the room where Mrs. Conway Sparkes was sitting. "Let us all play," said Mrs. Conway Sparkes, "and then it will be nicer, and perhaps warmer too." The gentlemen joined them just as they were settling themselves round the table, and as many of them stayed there, the billiard room became full. Alice had first a cue put into her hand, and making nothing of that, was permitted to play with a mace. The duty of instructing her devolved on Geoffrey Palliser, and the next hour passed pleasantly. Not so pleasantly, she thought afterwards, as did some of those hours in Switzerland when her cousins were with her. After all, she could get more out of her life with such associates as them than she could with any of these people at Matching. She felt quite sure of that, though Geoffrey Palliser did take great trouble to teach her the game, and once or twice made her laugh heartily by quizzing the Duchess's attitude as she stood up to make her stroke. "I wish I could play billiards," said Mrs. Sparkes, "on one of these occasions. I do indeed." "I thought you said you were coming to play," said the Duchess, almost majestically, and with a tone of triumph evidently produced by her own successes. "Only to see your Grace," said Mrs. Sparkes. "I don't know that there is anything more to see in me than in anybody else," said the Duchess. "Mr. Palliser, that was a cannon. Will you mark that for our side?" "Oh, no, Duchess, you hit the same ball twice." "Very well. Then I suppose Miss Vavasor plays now. That was a miss. Will you mark that, if you please?" This latter demand was made with great stress, as though she had been defrauded in the matter of the cannon, and was obeyed. Before long the Duchess, with her partner, Lady Glencora, won the game, which fact, however, was, I think, owing rather to Alice's ignorance than to her Grace's skill. The Duchess, however, was very triumphant, and made her way back into the drawing-room with a step which seemed to declare loudly that she had strumped Mrs. Sparkes at last. Not long after this the ladies went upstairs on their way to bed. Many of them, perhaps, did not go to their pillows at once, as it was as yet not 11 o'clock, and it was past 10 when they all came down to breakfast. At any rate, Alice, who had been up at 7, did not go to bed then, not for the next 2 hours. "I'll come into your room just for 1 minute," Lady Glencora said, as she passed on from the door to her own room, and in about 5 minutes she was back with her cousin. "Would you mind going into my room? It's just there, and sitting with Ellen for a minute?" This Lady Glencora said in the sweetest possible tone to the girl who was waiting on Alice, and then, when they were alone together, she got into a little chair by the fireside and prepared herself for conversation. "I must keep you up for a quarter of an hour while I tell you something. But first of all, how do you like the people? Will you be able to be comfortable with them?" Alice, of course, said that she thought she would. And then there came that little discussion in which the duties of Mr. Bott, the man with the red hair, were described. "But I've got something to tell you," said Lady Glencora, when they had already been there some 20 minutes. "Sit down opposite to me and look at the fire while I look at you." "Is it anything terrible?" "It's nothing wrong." "Oh, Lady Glencora, if it's—" "I won't have you call me Lady Glencora. Don't I call you Alice? Why are you so unkind to me? I have not come to you now asking you to do for me anything that you ought not to do. But you are going to tell me something." Alice felt sure that the thing to be told would have some reference to Mr. Fitzgerald, and she did not wish to hear Mr. Fitzgerald's name from her cousin's lips. "Tell you something? Of course I am. I'm going to tell you that in writing to you the other day I wrote a fib, but it wasn't that I wished to deceive you, only I couldn't say it all in a letter." "Say all what?" "You know I confessed that I had been very bad in not coming to you in London last year. I never thought of it for a moment. You did not care whether I came or not. Was that it? But never mind. Why should you have cared? But I cared. I told you in my letter that I didn't come because I had so many things on hand. Of course that was a fib." "Everybody makes excuses of that kind," said Alice. "But they don't make them to the very people of all others whom they wanted to know and love. I was longing to come to you every day, but I feared I could not come without speaking of him, and I had determined never to speak of him again." This she said in that peculiar low voice which she assumed at times. "Then why do it now, Lady Glencora?" "I won't be called Lady Glencora. Call me Cora. I had a sister once, older than I, and she used to call me Cora. If she had lived— But never mind that now. She didn't live. I'll tell you why I do it now. Because I cannot help it. Sometimes I've met him. I've been in the same room with him, and have spoken to him. What's the good of any such resolution now?" "And you have met him?" "Yes. He, Mr. Pallisor, knew all about it. When he talked of taking me to the house, I whispered to him that I thought Burgo would be there." "Do not call him by his Christian name," said Alice, almost with a shudder. "Why not? Why not his Christian name? I did when I told my husband, or perhaps I said Burgo Fitzgerald." "Well—" "And he bade me go. He said it didn't signify, and that I had better learn to bear it." "Bear it, indeed. If I am to meet him, and speak to him, and look at him, surely I may mention his name." And then she paused for an answer. "May I not?" "What am I to say?" exclaimed Alice. "Anything you please. That's not a falsehood. But I've got you here because I don't think you will tell a falsehood. Oh, Alice, I do so want to go right, and it is so hard." Hard indeed, poor creature, for one so weighted as she had been, and sent out into the world with so small advantages of previous training or of present friendship. Alice began to feel now that she had been enticed to Matching Priory because her cousin wanted a friend, and of course she could not refuse to give the friendship that was asked from her. She got up from her chair, and kneeling down at the other's feet, put up her face and kissed her. "I knew you would be good to me," said Lady Glencora. "I knew you would, and you may say whatever you like, but I could not bear that you should not know the real reason why I neither came to you nor sent for you when we went to London. You'll come to me now, won't you, dear?" "Yes, and you'll come to me," said Alice, making in her mind a sort of bargain that she was not to be received into Mr. Palliser's house after the fashion in which Lady Midlothian had proposed to receive her. But it struck her at once that this was unworthy of her and ungenerous. "But I'll come to you," she added, "whether you come to me or not." "I will go to you," said Lady Glencora. "Of course. Why shouldn't I? But you know what I mean. We shall have dinners and parties and lots of people." "And we shall have none," said Alice, smiling, "and therefore there is so much more excuse for your coming to me, or rather, I mean so much more reason, for I don't want excuses. Well, dear, I'm so glad I've told you. I was afraid to see you in London. I should hardly have known how to look at you then, but I've got over that now." Then she smiled, and returned the kiss which Alice had given her. It was singular to see her standing on the bedroom rug with all her magnificence of dress, but with her hair pushed back behind her ears, and her eyes red with tears, as though the burden of the magnificence remained to her after its purpose was over. "I declare it's ever so much past 12. Good night now, dear. I wonder whether he's come up, but I should have heard his step if he had. He never treads lightly. He seldom gives over work till after 1, and sometimes goes on till 3. It's the only thing he likes, I believe. God bless you. Good night. I've such a deal more to say to you. And Alice, you must tell me something about yourself, too, won't you, dear?" Then, without waiting for an answer, Lady Glencora went, leaving Alice in a maze of bewilderment. She could hardly believe that all she had heard and all she had done had happened since she left Queen Anne Street that morning. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. 3 politicians. Mr. Palliser was one of those politicians in possessing whom England has perhaps more reason to be proud than of any other of her resources, and who, as a body, give to her that exquisite combination of conservatism and progress which is her present strength and best security for the future. He could afford to learn to be a statesman, and had the industry wanted for such training. He was born in the purple, noble himself, and heir to the highest rank, as well as one of the greatest fortunes of the country, already very rich, surrounded by all the temptations of luxury and pleasure, and yet he devoted himself to work with the grinding energy of a young penniless barrister laboring for a penniless wife, and did so without any motive more selfish than that of being counted in the roll of the public servants of England. He was not a brilliant man, and understood well that such was the case. He was now listened to in the House, as the phrase goes, but he was listened to as a laborious man who was in earnest in what he did, who got up his facts with accuracy, and who, dull though he be, was worthy of confidence. And he was very dull. He rather prided himself on being dull, and on conquering in spite of his dullness. He never allowed himself a joke in his speeches, nor attempted even the smallest flourish of rhetoric. He was very careful in his language, laboring night and day to learn to express himself with accuracy, with no needless repetition of words, perspicuously with regard to the special object he might have in view. He had taught himself to believe that oratory, as oratory, was a sin against that honesty in politics by which he strove to guide himself. He desired to use words for the purpose of teaching things which he knew and which others did not know, and he desired also to be honored for his knowledge. But he had no desire to be honored for the language in which his knowledge was conveyed. He was an upright, thin, laborious man, who by his parts alone could have served no political party materially, but whose parts were sufficient to make his education, integrity, and industry useful in the highest degree. It is the trust which such men inspire which makes them so serviceable, trust not only in their labor, for any man rising from the mass of the people may be equally laborious, nor yet simply in their honesty and patriotism. The confidence is given to their labor, honesty, and patriotism, joined to such a personal stake in the country as gives them a weight and ballast which no politician in England can possess without it. If he was dull as a statesman, he was more dull in private life, and it may be imagined that such a woman as his wife would find some difficulty in making his society the source of her happiness. Their marriage, in a point of view regarding business, had been a complete success, and a success, too, when on the one side, that of Lady Glencora, there had been terrible dangers of shipwreck, and when on his side also there had been some little fears of a mishap. As regards her, it has been told how near she went to throwing herself, with all her vast wealth, into the arms of a young man whom no father, no guardian, could have regarded as a well-chosen husband for any girl, one who as yet had shown no good qualities, who had been a spendthrift, unprincipled, and debauched. Alas, she had loved him. It is possible that her love and her wealth might have turned him from evil to good. But who would have ventured to risk her, I will not say her and her vast inheritances, on such a chance? That evil, however, had been prevented, and those about her had managed to marry her to a young man, very steady by nature, with worldly prospects as brilliant as her own, and with a station than which the world offers nothing higher. His little threatened mischance, a passing fancy for a married lady who was too wise to receive vows which were proffered not in the most ardent manner, had, from special reasons, given some little alarm to his uncle, which had just sufficed at the time to make so very judicious a marriage doubly pleasant to that noble duke, so that all things and all people had conspired to shower substantial comforts on the heads of this couple when they were joined together, and men and women had not yet ceased to declare how happy were both in the accumulated gifts of fortune. And as regards Mr. Palliser, I think that his married life, and the wife whom he certainly had not chosen, but who had dropped upon him, suited him admirably. He wanted great wealth for that position at which he aimed. He had been rich before his marriage with his own wealth, so rich that he could throw thousands away if he wished it. But for him and his career was needed that colossal wealth which would make men talk about it, which would necessitate an expansive expenditure, reaching far and wide, doing nothing or less than nothing for his own personal comfort, but giving to him at once that rock-like solidity which is so necessary to our great aristocratic politicians. And his wife was, as far as he knew, all that he desired. He had not dabbled much in the fountains of Venus, though he had forgotten himself once, and sinned in coveting another man's wife. But his sin then had hardly polluted his natural character, and his desire had been of a kind which was almost more gratified in its disappointment than it would have been in its fruition. On the morning after the lady had frowned on him, he had told himself that he was very well out of that trouble. He knew that it would never be for him to hang up on the walls of a temple a well-worn lute as a votive offering when leaving the pursuits of love. Idoneus Puellus he never could have been. So he married Lady Glencora and was satisfied. The story of Burgo Fitzgerald was told to him, and he supposed that most girls had some such story to tell. He thought little about it, and by no means understood her when she said to him, with all the impressiveness which she could throw into the words, "You must know that I have really loved him." "You must love me now," he had replied with a smile, and then as regarded his mind the thing was over, and since his marriage he had thought that things matrimonial had gone well with him, and with her too. He gave her almost unlimited power of enjoying her money, and interfered but little in her way of life. Sometimes he would say a word of caution to her with reference to those childish ways which hardly became the dull dignity of his position, and his words that would have in them something of unintentional severity, whether instigated or not by the red-haired radical member of Parliament, I will not pretend to say, but on the whole he was contented and loved his wife, as he thought, very heartily, and at least better than he loved any one else. One cause of unhappiness, or rather one doubt as to his entire good fortune, was beginning to make itself felt, as his wife had to her sorrow already discovered. He had hoped that before this he might have heard that she would give him a child, but the days were young yet for that trouble, and the care had not become a sorrow. But this judicious arrangement as to properties, this well-ordered alliance between families, had not perhaps suited her as well as it had suited him. I think that she might have learned to forget her early lover, or to look back upon it with a soft melancholy hardly amounting to regret, had her new lord been more tender in his ways with her. I do not know that Lady Glencora's heart was made of that stern stuff which refuses to change its impressions, but it was a heart, and it required food. To love and fondle someone, to be loved and fondled, were absolutely necessary to her happiness. She wanted the little daily assurance of her supremacy in the man's feelings, the constant touch of love, half accidental, half contrived, the passing glance of the eye, telling perhaps of some little joke understood only between them two rather than of love, the softness of an occasional kiss given here and there when chance might bring them together, some half-pretended interest in her little doings, a nod, a wink, a shake of the head, or even a pout. It should have been given to her to feed upon such food as this daily, and then she would have forgotten Burgo Fitzgerald. But Mr. Palliser understood none of these things, and therefore the image of Burgo Fitzgerald in all his beauty was ever before her eyes. But not the less was Mr. Palliser a prosperous man, as to the success of whose career few who knew him had much doubt. It might be written in the book of his destiny that he would have to pass through some violent domestic trouble, some ruin in the hopes of his home, of a nature to destroy then and for ever the worldly prospects of other men. But he was one who would pass through such violence, should it come upon him, without much scathe. To lose his influence with his party would be worse to him than to lose his wife, and public disgrace would hit him harder than private dishonor. And the present was the very moment in which success was, as was said, coming to him. He had already held laborious office under the crown, but had never sat in the cabinet. He had worked much harder than cabinet ministers generally work, but hitherto had worked without any reward that was worth his having. For the stipend which he had received had been nothing to him, as the great stipend which he would receive, if his hopes were true, would also be nothing to him. To have ascendancy over other men, to be known by his countrymen as one of their real rulers, to have an actual and acknowledged voice in the management of nations. Those were the rewards for which he looked. And now, in truth, it seemed as though they were coming to him. It was all but known that the existing Chancellor of the Exchequer would separate himself from the government, carrying various others with him, either before or immediately consequent on the meeting of Parliament. And it was all but known also that Mr. Palliser would fill his place, taking that high office at once, although he had never hitherto sat in that august assembly which men call the Cabinet. He could thus afford to put up with the small everyday calamity of having a wife who loved another man better than she loved him. The presence of the Duke of St. Bungay at Matching was assumed to be a sure sign of Mr. Palliser's coming triumph. The Duke was a statesman of a very different class, but he had also been eminently successful as an aristocratic pillar of the British constitutional republic. He was a minister of very many years' standing, being as used to cabinet sittings as other men are to their own armchairs, but he had never been a hard-working man. Though a constant politician, he had never taken politics easy, whether in office or out. The world had said before now that the Duke might be Premier, only that he would not take the trouble. He had been consulted by a very distinguished person, so the papers had said more than once, as to the making of prime ministers. His voice in council was esteemed to be very great. He was regarded as a strong rock of support to the liberal cause, and yet nobody ever knew what he did, nor was there much record of what he said. The offices which he held, or had held, were generally those to which no very arduous duties were attached. In severe debates, he never took upon himself the brunt of opposition oratory. What he said in the House was generally short and pleasant, with some slight, drolling undercurrent of uninjurious satire running through it. But he was a walking miracle of the wisdom of common sense. He never lost his temper. He never made mistakes. He never grew either hot or cold in a cause. He was never reckless in politics, and never cowardly. He snubbed no man, and took snubbings from no man. He was a Knight of the Garter, a Lord Lieutenant of his county, and at 62 had his digestion unimpaired and his estate in excellent order. He was a great buyer of pictures, which perhaps he did not understand, and a great collector of books, which certainly he never read. All the world respected him, and he was a man to whom the respect of all the world was as the breath of his nostrils. But even he was not without his peacock on the wall, his skeleton in the closet, his thorn in his side. Though the peacock did not scream loud, the skeleton was not very terrible in his anatomical arrangement, nor was the thorn likely to fester to a gangrene. The Duke was always in awe about his wife. He was ever uneasy about his wife, but it must not be supposed that he feared the machinations of any Burgo Fitzgerald as being destructive of his domestic comfort. The Duchess was, and always had been, all that is proper. Ladies in high rank, when gifted with excelling beauty, have often been made the marks of undeserved calumny, but no breath of slander had ever touched her name. I doubt if any man alive had ever had the courage even to wink at her since the Duke had first called her his own. Nor was she a spendthrift or a gambler. She was not fast in her tastes or given to any pursuit that was objectionable. She was simply a fool, and as a fool was ever fearing that she was the mark of ridicule. In all such miseries she would complain sorrowfully, piteously, and occasionally very angrily to her dear Duke and protector, till sometimes her dear Duke did not quite know what to do with her or how to protect her. It did not suit him, a Knight of the Garter and a Duke of St. Bungay, to beg mercy for that poor wife of his from such a one as Mrs. Conway Sparkes, nor would it be more in his way to lodge a formal complaint against that lady before his host or hostess, as one boy at school may sometimes do as regards another. "If you don't like the people, my dear, we will go away," he said to her late on that evening of which we have spoken. "No," she replied, "I do not wish to go away. I have said that we would stay till December, and Long Royston won't be ready before that. But I think that something ought to be done to silence that woman." And the accent came strong upon something, and then again with terrific violence upon woman. The Duke did not know how to silence Mrs. Conway Sparkes. It was a great principle of his life never to be angry with any one. How could he get at Mrs. Conway Sparkes? "I don't think she is worth your attention," said the husband. "That's all very well, Duke," said the wife, "and perhaps she is not. But I find her in this house, and I don't like to be laughed at. I think Lady Glencora should make her know her place." "Lady Glencora is very young, my dear." "I don't know about being so very young," said the Duchess, whose ear had perhaps caught some little hint of poor Lady Glencora's almost unintentional mimicry. Now, as appeals of this kind were being made frequently to the Duke, and as he was often driven to say some word, of which he himself hardly approved, to some one in protection of his Duchess, he was aware that the matter was an annoyance, and at times almost wished that her Grace was at Long Royston. And there was a third politician staying at Matching Priory, who had never yet risen to the rank of a statesman, but who had his hopes. This was Mr. Bott, the member for St. Helens, whom Lady Glencora had described as a man who stood about with red hair, and perhaps told tales of her to her husband. Mr. Bott was a person who certainly had had some success in life, and who had won it for himself. He was not very young, being at this time only just on the right side of 50. He was now enjoying his second session in Parliament, having been returned as a pledged disciple of the Manchester school, nor had he apparently been false to his pledges. At St. Helens he was still held to be a good man and true. But they who sat on the same side with him in the House and watched his political manoeuvres knew that he was striving hard to get his finger into the public pie. He was not a rich man, though he had made calico and had got into Parliament, and though he claimed to be a thorough-going Radical, he was a man who liked to live with aristocrats, and was fond of listening to the whispers of such as the Duke of St. Bungay or Mr. Palliser. It was supposed that he did understand something of finance. He was at any rate great in figures, and as he was possessed of much industry, and was obedient withal, he was a man who might make himself useful to a Chancellor of the Exchequer ambitious of changes. There are men who get into such houses as Matching Priory, and whose presence there is a mystery to many, as to whom the ladies of the house never quite understand why they are entertaining such a guest. "And Mr. Bott is coming," Mr. Palliser had said to his wife. "Mr. Bott?" Lady Glencora had answered. "Goodness me, who is Mr. Bott?" "He is member for St. Helens," said Mr. Palliser. "A very serviceable man in his way." "And what am I to do with him?" asked Lady Glencora. "I don't know that you can do anything with him. He is a man who has a great deal of business, and I dare say he will spend most of his time in the library. So Mr. Bott arrived, but though a huge pile of letters and papers came to him every morning by post, he unfortunately did not seem to spend much of his time in the library. Perhaps he had not found the clue to that lost apartment. Twice he went out shooting, but as on the first day he shot the keeper, and on the second very nearly shot the Duke, he gave that up. Hunting he declined, though much pressed to make an essay in that art by Geoffrey Palliser. He seemed to spend his time, as Lady Glencora said, in standing about, except at certain times when he was closeted with Mr. Palliser, and when, it may be presumed, he made himself useful. On such days he would be seen at the hour of lunch, with fingers much stained with ink, and it was generally supposed that on those occasions he had been counting up taxes and calculating the effect of great financial changes. He was a tall, wiry, strong man, with a bald head and bristly red beard, which, however, was cut off from his upper and under lip. This was unfortunate, as had he hidden his mouth, he would not have been in so marked a degree an ugly man. His upper lip was very long, and his mouth was mean, but he had found that without the help of a razor to these parts, he could not manage his soup to his satisfaction, and preferring cleanliness to beauty, had shaved himself accordingly. "I shouldn't dislike Mr. Bott so much," Lady Glencora said to her husband, "if he didn't rub his hands and smile so often, and seem to be going to say something when he really is not going to say anything." "I don't think you need trouble yourself about him, my dear," Mr. Palliser had answered. "But when he looks at me in that way, I can't help stopping, as I think he is going to speak, and then he always says, 'Can I do anything for you, Lady Glencowrer?'" She instantly saw that her husband did not like this. "Don't be angry with me, dear," she said. "You must admit that he is rather a bore." "I am not at all angry, Glencora," said the husband, "and if you insist upon it, I will see that he leaves, and in such case will of course never ask him again. But that might be prejudicial to me, as he is a man whom I trust in politics, and who may perhaps be serviceable to me." Of course Lady Glencora declared that Mr. Bott might remain as long as he and her husband desired, and of course she mentioned his name no more to Mr. Palliser, but from that time forth she regarded Mr. Bott as an enemy, and felt also that Mr. Bott regarded her in the same light. When it was known among outside politicians that the Duke of St. Bungay was staying at Matching Priory, outside politicians became more sure than ever that Mr. Palliser would be the new Chancellor of the Exchequer. The old minister and the young minister were of course arranging matters together, but I doubt whether Mr. Palliser and the Duke ever spoke on any such topic during the entire visit. Though Mr. Bott was occasionally closeted with Mr. Palliser, the Duke never troubled himself with such closetings. He went out shooting on his pony, read his newspaper, wrote his notes, and looked with the eye of a connoisseur over all Mr. Palliser's farming apparatus. "You seem to have a good man, I should say," said the Duke. "What, Hubbings? Yes, he was a legacy from my uncle when he gave me up the Priory. A very good man, I should say. Of course he won't make it pay, but he'll make it look as though it did, which is the next best thing. I could never get rent out of the land that I farmed myself, never." "I suppose not," said Mr. Palliser, who did not care much about it. The Duke would have talked at him by the hour together about farming had Mr. Palliser been so minded, but he talked to him very little about politics. Not during the whole time of his stay at Matching did the Duke make any other allusion to Mr. Palliser's hopes as regarded the ministry, than that in which he had told Lady Glencora at the dinner-table that her husband's ambition was the highest by which any man could be moved. But Mr. Bott was sometimes honoured by a few words with the Duke. "We shall muster pretty strong, your Grace," Mr. Bott had said to him one day before dinner. "That depends on how the changes go," said the Duke. "I suppose there will be a change." "Oh, yes, there'll be a change, certainly, I should say, and it will be in your direction." "And in Palliser's?" "Yes, I should think so, that is, if it suits him. By the by, Mr. Bott." Then there was a little whispered communication, in which perhaps Mr. Bott was undertaking some commission of that nature which Lady Glencora had called telling. Chapter 25 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah, in which much of the history of the Pallisers is told. At the end of 10 days, Alice found herself quite comfortable at Matching Priory. She had now promised to remain there till the 2nd week of December, at which time she was to go to Vavasor Hall, there to meet her father and Kate. The Pallisers were to pass their Christmas with the Duke of Omnium in Barsetshire. "We always are to do that," said Glencora. "It is the state occasion at Gatherum Castle, but it only lasts for 1 week, then we go somewhere else." "Oh dear!" "Why do you say, oh dear?" "Because I don't think I mean to tell you." "Then I'm sure I won't ask." "That's so like you, Alice. But I can be as firm as you, and I'm sure I won't tell you unless you do ask." But Alice did not ask, and it was not long before Lady Glencora's firmness gave way. But, as I have said, Alice had become quite comfortable at Matching Priory. Perhaps she was already growing upwards towards the light. At any rate, she could listen with pleasure to the few words the Duke would say to her. She could even chat a little to the Duchess, so that her Grace had observed to Lady Glencora that her cousin was a very nice person indeed. What a pity it was that she had been so ill-treated by that gentleman in Oxfordshire. Lady Glencora had to explain that the gentleman lived in Cambridgeshire, and that he, at any rate, had not treated anybody ill. "Do you mean that she jilted him?" said the Duchess, almost whistling, and opening her eyes very wide. "Dear me, I'm sorry for that. I shouldn't have thought it." And when she next spoke to Alice, she assumed rather a severe tone of emphasis. But this was soon abandoned, when Alice listened to her with complacency. Alice also had learned to ride, or rather had resumed her riding, which for years had been abandoned. Geoffrey Palliser had been her squire, and she had become intimate with him, so as to learn to quarrel with him and to like him, to such an extent that Lady Glencora had laughingly told her that she was going to do more. "I rather think not," said Alice. "But what has thinking to do with it? Whoever thinks about it? I don't just at present, at any rate. Upon my word, it would be very nice, and then perhaps some day you'd be the Duchess." "Glencora, don't talk such nonsense. Those are the speculations which people make, only I should spite you by killing myself so that he might marry again." "How can you say such horrid things? I think I shall, some day. What right have I to stand in his way? He spoke to me the other day about Geoffrey's altered position, and I knew what he meant, or rather what he didn't mean to say, but what he thought. But I shan't kill myself." I should think not. I only know one other way, said Lady Glencora. You are thinking of things which should never be in your thoughts, said Alice vehemently. Have you no trust in God's providence? Cannot you accept what he has done for you? Mr. Bott had gone away, much to Lady Glencora's delight, but had unfortunately come back again. On his return, Alice heard more of the feud between the Duchess and Mrs. Conway Sparkes. I did not tell you, said Lady Glencora to her friend, I did not tell you before he went that I was right about his tale-bearing. And did he bear tales? Yes, I did get the scolding, and I know very well that it came through him, though Mr. Palliser did not say so. But he told me that the Duchess had felt herself hurt by that other woman's way of talking. But it was not your fault. No, that's what I said. It was he who desired me to ask Mrs. Conway Sparkes to come here. I didn't want her. She goes everywhere, and it is thought a catch to get her. But if she had been drowned in the Red Sea, I shouldn't have minded. When I told him that, he said it was nonsense, which of course it was, and then he said I ought to make her hold her tongue. Of course I said I couldn't. Mrs. Conway Sparkes wouldn't care for me. If she quizzed me myself, I told him that I could take care of myself, though she were 10 times Mrs. Conway Sparkes, and had written finer poetry than Tennyson. It is fine, some of it, said Alice. Oh, I dare say I know a great deal of it by heart, only I wouldn't give her the pleasure of supposing that I had ever thought so much about her poetry. And then I told him that I couldn't take care of the Duchess, and he told me that I was a child. He only meant that in love. I am a child, I know that. Why didn't he marry some strong-minded, ferocious woman that could keep his house in order and frown Mrs. Sparkes out of her impudence? It wasn't my fault. You didn't tell him that, but I did. Then he kissed me and said it was all right, and told me that I should grow older. And Mrs. Sparkes will grow more impudent, I said, and the Duchess more silly. And after that I went away. Now this horrid Mr. Bott has come back again, and only that it would be mean in me to condescend so far, I would punish him. He grins and smiles at me and rubs his big hands more than ever, because he feels that he has behaved badly. Is it not horrid to have to live in the house with such people? I don't think you need mind him much. Yes, but I am the mistress here, and am told that I am to entertain the people. Fancy entertaining the Duchess of St. Bungay and Mr. Bott. Alice had now become so intimate with Lady Glencora that she did not scruple to read her wise lectures, telling her that she allowed herself to think too much of little things, and too much also of some big things. As regards Mr. Bott, said Alice, I think you should bear it as though there were no such person. But that would be pretence, especially to you. No, it would not be pretence. It would be the reticence which all women should practice, and you, in your position, more almost than any other woman. Then Lady Glencora pouted, told Alice that it was a pity she had not married Mr. Palliser, and left her. That evening, the evening of Mr. Bott's return to Matching, that gentleman found a place near to Alice in the drawing-room. He had often come up to her, rubbing his hands together and saying little words, as though there was some reason from their positions that they two should be friends. Alice had perceived this, and had endeavoured with all her force to shake him off, but he was a man who, if he understood a hint, never took it. A cold shoulder was nothing to him if he wanted to gain the person who showed it him. His code of perseverance taught him that it was a virtue to overcome cold shoulders. The man or woman who received his first overtures with grace would probably be one on whom it would be better that he should look down and waste no further time, whereas he or she who could afford to treat him with disdain would no doubt be worth gaining. Such men as Mr. Bott are ever gracious to cold shoulders. The colder the shoulders, the more gracious are the Mr. Botts. "What a delightful person is our dear friend Lady Glencora," said Mr. Bott, having caught Alice in a position from which she could not readily escape. Alice had half a mind to differ, or to make any remark that might rid her from Mr. Bott, but she did not dare to say a word that might seem to have been said playfully. "Yes, indeed," she replied. "How very cold it is to-night." She was angry with herself for her own stupidity as soon as the phrase was out of her mouth, and then she almost laughed as she thought of the Duchess and the hot-water pipes at Long Royston. "Yes, it is cold. You and her ladyship are great friends, I believe, Miss Vavasor." "She is my cousin," said Alice. "Ah, yes, that is so pleasant. I have reason to know that Mr. Palliser is very much gratified that you should be so much with her." This was unbearable. Alice could not quite assume sufficient courage to get up from her chair and walk away from him, and yet she felt that she must escape further conversation. "I don't know that I am very much with her, and if I were, I can't think it would make any difference to Mr. Palliser." But Mr. Bott was not a man to be put down when he had a purpose in hand. "I can assure you that those are his sentiments. Of course we all know that dear Lady Glencora is young. She is very young. Mr. Bott, I really would rather not talk about my cousin." "But, dear Miss Vavasor, when we both have her welfare in view—" "I haven't her welfare in view, Mr. Bott, not in the least. There is no reason why I should. You must excuse me if I say I cannot talk about her welfare with a perfect stranger." Then she did get up and went away from the Member of Parliament, leaving him rather astonished at her audacity. But he was a constant man, and his inner resolve was simply to the effect that he would try it again. I wonder whether Geoffrey Palliser did think much of the difference between his present position and that which would have been his had Lady Glencora been the happy possessor of a cradle upstairs with a boy in it. I suppose he must have done so. It is hardly possible that any man should not be alive to the importance of such a chance. His own present position was one of the most unfortunate which can fall to the lot of a man. His father, the Duke's youngest brother, had left him about 600 a year, and had left him also a taste for living with people of 6,000. The propriety of earning his bread had never been put before him. His father had been in Parliament, and had been the most favoured son of the old Duke, who for some years before his death had never spoken to him who now reigned over the house of the Pallisers. Geoffrey's father had been brought up at Matching Priory, as scions of ducal houses are brought up, and on the old man's death had been possessed of means sufficient to go on in the same path, though with difficulty. His brother had done something for him, and at various times he had held some place near the throne. But on his death, when the property left behind him was divided between his son and 3 daughters, Geoffrey Palliser became possessed of the income above stated. Of course he could live on it, and as during the winter months of the year a home was found for him free of cost, he could keep hunters and live as rich men live. But he was a poor, embarrassed man without prospects, until this fine ducal prospect became opened to him by the want of that cradle at Matching Priory. But the prospect was no doubt very distant. Lady Glencora might yet have as many sons as Hecuba, or she might die, and some other more fortunate lady might become the mother of his cousin's heir, or the Duke might marry and have a son, and, moreover, his cousin was only 1 year older than himself, and the great prize, if it came his way, might not come for 40 years as yet. Nevertheless, his hand might now be acceptable in quarters where it would certainly be rejected had Lady Glencora possessed that cradle upstairs. We cannot but suppose that he must have made some calculations of this nature. "It is a pity you should do nothing all your life," his cousin Plantagenet said to him one morning just at this time. Geoffrey had sought the interview in his cousin's room, and I fear had done so with some slight request for ready money. "What am I to do?" said Geoffrey. "At any rate you might marry." "Oh yes, I could marry. There's no man so poor but what he can do that. The question would be how I might like the subsequent starvation." "I don't see that you need starve. Though your own fortune is small, it is something, and many girls have fortunes of their own." Geoffrey thought of Lady Glencora, but made no allusion to her in speech. "I don't think I'm very good at that kind of thing," he said. "When the father and mother came to ask of my house and my home, I should break down. I don't say it as praising myself, indeed quite the reverse, but I fear I have not a mercenary tendency." "That's nonsense." "Oh yes, quite so, I admit that. Men must have mercenary tendencies, or they would not have bread. The man who ploughs that he may live does so because he, luckily, has a mercenary tendency." "Just so, but you see I am less lucky than the ploughman." "There is no vulgar error so vulgar, that is to say common or erroneous, as that by which men have been taught to say that mercenary tendencies are bad. A desire for wealth is the source of all progress. Civilization comes from what men call greed. Let your mercenary tendencies be combined with honesty, and they cannot take you astray." This the future Chancellor of the Exchequer said with much of that air and tone of wisdom which a Chancellor of the Exchequer ought to possess. "But I haven't got any such tendencies," said Geoffrey. "Would you like to occupy a farm in Scotland," said Plantagenet Palliser, "and pay rent?" "You would have to pay rent, of course." "Thank you, no. It would be dishonest, as I know I should never pay it." "You are too old, I fear, for the public service." "You mean a desk in the Treasury, with 100 a year. Yes, I think I am too old." "But you have no plan of your own?" "Not much of one. Sometimes I have thought I would go to New Zealand." "You would have to be a farmer there." "No, I shouldn't do that. I should get up an opposition to the government, and that sort of thing, and then they would buy me off and give me a place." "That does very well here, Geoffrey, if a man can get into Parliament and has capital enough to wait, but I don't think it would do out there. Would you like to go into Parliament?" "What, here? Of course I should, only I should be sure to get terribly into debt. I don't owe very much now, not to speak of, except what I owe you." "You owe nothing to me," said Plantagenet, with some little touch of magniloquence in his tone. "No, don't speak of it. I have no brother, and between you and me it means nothing. You see, Geoffrey, it may be that I shall have to look to you as my heir, in short." Hereupon Geoffrey muttered something as to the small probability of such necessity, and as to the great remoteness of any result, even if it were so. "That's all true," said the elder heir of the Pallisers, "but still, in short, I wish you would do something. Do you think about it, and then some day speak to me again." Geoffrey, as he left his cousin with a cheque for £500 in his waistcoat pocket, thought that the interview, which had at one time taken important dimensions, had not been concluded altogether satisfactorily. A seat in Parliament? Yes, indeed. If his cousin would so far use his political, monetary, or ducal interest as to do that for him, as to give him something of the status properly belonging to the younger son of the house, then indeed life would have some charms for him. But as for the farm in Scotland, or a desk at an office in London, his own New Zealand plan would be better than those. And then as he went along, of course, he bethought himself that it might be his lot yet to die, and at least to be buried in the purple as a Duke of Omnium. If so, certainly it would be his duty to prepare another heir, and leave a duke behind him, if it were possible. "Are you going to ride with us after lunch?" said Lady Glencora to him as he strolled into the drawing-room. "No," said Geoffrey, "I'm going to study." "To do what?" said Lady Glencora. "To study, or rather I shall spend to-day in sitting down and considering what I will study. My cousin has just been telling me that I ought to do something." "So you ought," said Iphigenia energetically from her writing-desk. But he didn't seem to have any clear opinion what it ought to be. You see, there can't be two Chancellors of the Exchequer at the same time. "Mrs. Sparkes, what ought a young man like me to set about doing?" "Go into Parliament, I should say," said Mrs. Sparkes. Ah, yes, exactly. He had some notion of that kind too, but he didn't name any particular place. "I think I'll try the City of London. They've 4 there, and of course the chance of getting in would thereby be doubled." "I thought that commercial men were generally preferred in the City," said the Duchess, taking a strong and good-natured interest in the matter. "Mr. Palliser means to make a fortune in trade as a preliminary," said Mrs. Sparkes. "I don't think he meant anything of the kind," said the Duchess. "At any rate, I have got to do something, so I can't go and ride," said Geoffrey. "And you ought to do something," said Iphigenia from her desk. Twice during this little conversation Lady Glencora had looked up, catching Alice's eye, and Alice had well known what she had meant. "You see," the glance had said, "Plantagenet is beginning to take an interest in his cousin, and you know why. The man who is to be the father of the future dukes must not be allowed to fritter away his time in obscurity. Had I that cradle upstairs, Geoffrey might be as idle as he pleased." Alice understood it well. Of course Geoffrey did join the riding party. "What is a man like me to do who wants to do something?" he said to Alice. Alice was quite aware that Lady Glencora had contrived some little scheme that Mr. Palliser should be riding next to her. She liked Mr. Palliser, and therefore had no objection, but she declared to herself that her cousin was a goose for her pains. "Mrs. Sparkes says you ought to go into Parliament." "Yes, and the dear Duchess would perhaps suggest a house in Belgrave Square. I want to hear your advice now." "I can only say ditto to Miss Palliser." "What, iffy about procrastination? But you see the more of my time he steals, the better it is for me." "That's the evil you have got to cure." My cousin Plantagenet suggested marriage. A very good thing too, I'm sure, said Alice, only it depends something on the sort of wife you get. You mean, of course, how much money she has. Not altogether. Looking at it from my cousin's point of view, I suppose that it is the only important point. Who are there coming up this year in the way of heiresses? Upon my word, I don't know. In the first place, how much money makes an heiress? For such a fellow as me, I suppose 10,000 pounds ought to do. That's not much, said Alice, who had exactly that amount of her own. No, perhaps that's too moderate. But the lower one went in the money speculation, the greater would be the number to choose from, and the better the chance of getting something decent in the woman herself. I have something of my own, not much, you know, so with the lady's 10,000 pounds we might be able to live, in some second-rate French town, perhaps. But I don't see what you would gain by that. My people here would have got rid of me. That seems to be the great thing. If you hear of any girl with about that sum, moderately good-looking, not too young, so that she might know something of the world, decently born, and able to read and write, perhaps you will bear me in mind. Yes, I will, said Alice, who was quite aware that he had made an accurate picture of her own position. When I meet such a one, I will send for you at once. You know no such person now? Well, no, not just at present. I declare, I don't think he could do anything better, her cousin said to her that night. Lady Glencora was now in the habit of having Alice with her in what she called her dressing-room every evening, and then they would sit till the small hours came upon them. Mr. Palliser always burnt the midnight oil and came to bed with the owls. They would often talk of him and his prospects till Alice had perhaps inspired his wife with more of interest in him and them than she had felt before, and Alice had managed generally to drive her friend away from those topics which were so dangerous, those allusions to her childlessness, and those hints that Burgo Fitzgerald was still in her thoughts. And sometimes, of course, they had spoken of Alice's own prospects, till she got into a way of telling her cousin freely all that she felt. On such occasions, Lady Glencora would always tell her that she had been right, if she did not love the man. Though your finger were put out for the ring, said Lady Glencora on one such occasion, you should go back, if you did not love him. But I did love him, said Alice. Then I don't understand it, said Lady Glencora, and in truth, close as was their intimacy, they did not perfectly understand each other. But on this occasion they were speaking of Geoffrey Palliser. I declare I don't think he could do any better, said Lady Glencora. If you talk such nonsense, I will not stay, said Alice. But why should it be nonsense? You would be very comfortable with your joint incomes. He is one of the best fellows in the world. It is clear that he likes you, and then we should be so near to each other. I am sure Mr. Palliser would do something for him if he married, and especially if I asked him. I only know of 2 things against it. And what are they? That he would not take me for his wife, and that I would not take him for my husband. Why not? What do you dislike in him? I don't dislike him at all. I like him very much indeed, but one can't marry all the people one likes. But what reason is there why you shouldn't marry him? This chiefly, said Alice, after a pause, that I have just separated myself from a man whom I certainly did love truly, and that I cannot transfer my affections quite so quickly as that. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she knew that they should not have been spoken. It was exactly what Glencora had done. She had loved a man, and had separated herself from him, and had married another all within a month or two. Lady Glencora first became red as fire over her whole face and shoulders, and Alice afterwards did the same as she looked up, as though searching in her cousin's eyes for pardon. "It is an unmaidenly thing to do, certainly," said Lady Glencora, very slowly, and in her lowest voice. "Nay, it is unwomanly. But one may be driven. One may be so driven that all gentleness of womanhood is driven out of one." "Oh, Glencora!" "I did not propose that you should do it as a sudden thing." "Glencora!" "I did do it suddenly. I know it. I did it like a beast that is driven as its owner chooses. I know it. I was a beast. Oh, Alice, if you know how I hate myself!" "But I love you with all my heart," said Alice. "Glencora, I have learned to love you so dearly." "Then you are the only being that does. He can't love me. How is it possible?" "You, and perhaps another. There are many who love you. He loves you. Mr. Palliser loves you." "It is impossible. I have never said a word to him that could make him love me. I have never done a thing for him that can make him love me. The mother of his child he might have loved because of that. Why should he love me? We were told to marry each other, and did it. When could he have learned to love me? But, Alice, he requires no loving, either to take it or to give it. I wish it were so with me." Alice said what she could to comfort her, but her words were but of little avail as regarded those marriage sorrows. "Forgive you!" at last Glencora said. "What have I to forgive? You don't suppose I do not know it all, and think of it all, without the chance of some stray word like that. Forgive you! I am so grateful that you love me. Some one's love I must have found, or I could not have remained here." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lady Midlothian. A week or 10 days after this, Alice, when she came down to the breakfast parlour one morning, found herself alone with Mr. Bott. It was the fashion at Matching Priory for people to assemble rather late in the day. The nominal hour for breakfast was 10, and none of the ladies of the party were ever seen before that. Some of the gentlemen would breakfast earlier, especially on hunting mornings, and on some occasions the ladies, when they came together, would find themselves altogether deserted by their husbands and brothers. On this day it was fated that Mr. Bott alone should represent the sterner sex, and when Alice entered the room he was standing on the rug with his back to the fire, waiting till the appearance of some other guest should give him the sanction necessary for the commencement of his morning meal. Alice, when she saw him, would have retreated had it been possible, for she had learned to dislike him greatly, and was indeed almost afraid of him, but she could not do so without making her flight too conspicuous. "Do you intend to prolong your stay here, Miss Vavasor?" said Mr. Bott, taking advantage of the first moment at which she looked up from a letter which she was reading. "For a few more days, I think," said Alice. "Ah, I'm glad of that. Mr. Palliser has pressed me so much to remain till he goes to the Duke's, that I cannot get away sooner. As I am an unmarried man myself, I can employ my time as well in one place as in another, at this time of the year at least." "You must find that very convenient," said Alice. "Yes, it is convenient. You see, in my position, parliamentary position I mean, I am obliged, as a public man, to act in concert with others. A public man can be of no service unless he is prepared to do that. We must give and take, you know, Miss Vavasor." As Miss Vavasor made no remark in answer to this, Mr. Bott continued, "I always say to the men of my party, of course I regard myself as belonging to the extreme radicals." "Oh, indeed," said Alice. "Yes, I came into Parliament on that understanding, and I have never seen any occasion as yet to change any political opinion that I have expressed. But I always say to the gentlemen with whom I act, that nothing can be done if we don't give and take. I don't mind saying to you, Miss Vavasor, that I look upon our friend Mr. Palliser as the most rising public man in the country. I do, indeed." "I am happy to hear you say so," said his victim, who found herself driven to make some remark. "And I, as an extreme radical, do not think I can serve my party better than by keeping in the same boat with him as long as it will hold the two. He'll make a government hack of you. A friend of mine said to me the other day, 'And I'll make a Manchester school prime minister of him,' I replied. 'I rather think I know what I'm about, Miss Vavasor.'" "No doubt," said Alice. "And so does he, and so does he. Mr. Palliser is not the man to be led by the nose by any one. But it's a fair system of give and take. You can't get on in politics without it. What a charming woman is your relative, Lady Glencowrer. I remember well what you said to me the other evening." "Do you?" said Alice. "And I quite agree with you that confidential intercourse regarding dear friends should not be lightly made." "Certainly not," said Alice. "But there are occasions, Miss Vavasor, there are occasions when the ordinary laws by which we govern our social conduct must be made somewhat elastic." "I don't think this is one of them, Mr. Bott." "Is it not? Just listen to me for one moment, Miss Vavasor. Our friend Mr. Palliser, I am proud to say, relies much upon my humble friendship. Our first connection has, of course, been political, but it has extended beyond that, and has become pleasantly social, I may say very pleasantly social." "What a taste Mr. Palliser must have," Alice thought to herself. "But I need not tell you that Lady Glencowrer is very young, we may say very young indeed. Mr. Bott, I will not talk to you about Lady Glencora Palliser." This Alice said in a determined voice, and with all the power of resistance at her command. She frowned, too, and looked savagely at Mr. Bott. But he was a man of considerable courage, and knew how to bear such opposition without flinching. "When I tell you, Miss Vavasor, that I speak solely with a view to her domestic happiness. I don't think that she wishes to have any such guardian of her happiness. But if he wishes it, Miss Vavasor, now I have the means of knowing that he has the greatest reliance on your judgment." Hereupon Alice got up with the intention of leaving the room, but she was met at the door by Mrs. Conway Sparkes. "Are you running from your breakfast, Miss Vavasor?" said she. "No, Mrs. Sparkes, I am running from Mr. Bott," said Alice, who was almost beside herself with anger. "Mr. Bott, what is this?" said Mrs. Sparkes. "Ha, ha, ha," laughed Mr. Bott. Alice returned to the room, and Mrs. Sparkes immediately saw that she had in truth been running from Mr. Bott. "I hope I shall be able to keep the peace," said she. "I trust his offence was not one that requires special punishment." "Ha, ha, ha," again laughed Mr. Bott, who rather liked his position. Alice was very angry with herself, feeling that she had told more of the truth to Mrs. Sparkes than she should have done, unless she was prepared to tell the whole. As it was, she wanted to say something, and did not know what to say, but her confusion was at once stopped by the entrance of Lady Glencora. "Mrs. Sparkes, good morning," said Lady Glencora. "I hope nobody has waited breakfast. Good morning, Mr. Bott. Oh, Alice!" "What is the matter?" said Alice, going up to her. "Oh, Alice, such a blow!" But Alice could see that her cousin was not quite in earnest, that the new trouble, though it might be vexatious, was no great calamity. "Come here," said Lady Glencora, and they both went into an embrasure of the window. "Now I shall have to put your confidence in me to the test. This letter is from whom do you think?" "How can I guess?" "From Lady Midlothian, and she's coming here on Monday on her road to London. Unless you tell me that you are quite sure this is as unexpected by me as by you, I will never speak to you again." "I am quite sure of that." "Ah, then we can consult. But first we'll go and have some breakfast." Then more ladies swarmed into the room, the Duchess and her daughter, and the two Miss Pallisers, and others, and Mr. Bott had his hands full in attending, or rather in offering to attend, to their little wants. The morning was nearly gone before Alice and her cousin had any further opportunity of discussing in private the approach of Lady Midlothian. But Mr. Palliser had come in among them, and had been told of the good thing which was in store for him. "We shall be delighted to see Lady Midlothian," said Mr. Palliser. "But there is somebody here who will not be at all delighted to see her," said Lady Glencora to her husband. "Is there indeed?" said he. "Who is that?" "Her most undutiful cousin, Alice Vavasor." "But Alice, Mr. Palliser knows nothing about it, and it is too long to explain." "I am extremely sorry," began Mr. Palliser. "I can assure you it does not signify in the least," said Alice. "It will only be taking me away 3 days earlier." Upon hearing this, Mr. Palliser looked very serious. What quarrel could Miss Vavasor have had with Lady Midlothian, which would make it impossible for them to be visitors at the same house? "It will do no such thing," said Lady Glencora. "Do you mean to say that you are coward enough to run away from her?" "I'm afraid, Miss Vavasor, that we can hardly bid her not come," said Mr. Palliser. In answer to this, Alice protested that she would not for worlds have been the means of keeping Lady Midlothian away from Matching. "I should tell you, Mr. Palliser, that I have never seen Lady Midlothian, though she is my far-away cousin, nor have I ever quarrelled with her. But she has given me advice by letter, and I did not answer her, because I thought she had no business to interfere. I shall go away, not because I am afraid of her, but because, after what has passed, our meeting would be unpleasant to her." "You could tell her that Miss Vavasor is here," said Mr. Palliser, "and then she need not come unless she pleased." The matter was so managed at last that Alice found herself unable to leave Matching without making more of Lady Midlothian's coming than it was worth. It would undoubtedly be very disagreeable, this unexpected meeting with her relative, but, as Lady Glencora said, Lady Midlothian would not eat her. In truth, she felt ashamed of herself in that she was afraid of her relative. No doubt she was afraid of her. So much she was forced to admit to herself. But she resolved at last that she would not let her drive her out of the house. "Is Mr. Bott an admirer of your cousin?" Mrs. Sparkes said that evening to Lady Glencora. "A very distant one, I should think," said Lady Glencora. "Goodness gracious!" exclaimed an old lady who had been rather awed by Alice's intimacy and cousinship with Lady Glencora. "It's the very last thing I should have dreamt of." "But I didn't dream it, first or last," said Mrs. Sparkes. "Why do you ask?" said Lady Glencora. "Don't suppose that I am asking whether Miss Vavasor is an admirer of his," said Mrs. Sparkes. "I have no suspicion of that nature. I rather think that when he plays Bacchus she plays Ariadne, with full intention of flying from him in earnest." "Is Mr. Bott inclined to play Bacchus?" asked Lady Glencora. "I rather thought he was this morning. If you observe, he has something of a godlike and triumphant air about him." "I don't think his godship will triumph there," said Lady Glencora. "I really think she would be throwing herself very much away," said the old lady. "Miss Vavasor is not at all disposed to do that," said Mrs. Sparkes. Then that conversation was allowed to drop. On the following Monday Lady Midlothian arrived. The carriage was sent to meet her at the station about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Alice had to choose whether she would undergo her first introduction immediately on her relative's arrival, or whether she would keep herself out of the way till she should meet her in the drawing-room before dinner. "I shall receive her when she comes," said Lady Glencora, "and of course will tell her that you are here. Yes, that will be best. And, dear me, I declare I don't know how to manage it." "I'll bring her to you in my room, if you like it." "No, that would be too solemn," said Alice. "That would make her understand that I thought a great deal about her." "Then we'll let things take their chance, and you shall come across her just as you would any other stranger." It was settled at last that this would be the better course, but that Lady Midlothian was to be informed of Alice's presence at the Priory as soon as she should arrive. Alice was in her own room when the carriage in which sat the unwelcome old lady was driven up to the hall door. She heard the wheels plainly, and knew well that her enemy was within the house. She had striven hard all the morning to make herself feel indifferent to this arrival, but had not succeeded, and was angry with herself at finding that she sat upstairs with an anxious heart, because she knew that her cousin was in the room downstairs. What was Lady Midlothian to her, that she should be afraid of her? And yet she was very much afraid of Lady Midlothian. She questioned herself on the subject over and over again, and found herself bound to admit that such was the fact. At last, about 5 o'clock, having reasoned much with herself, and rebuked herself for her own timidity, she descended into the drawing-room, Lady Glencora having promised that she would at that hour be there, and on opening the door became immediately conscious that she was in the presence of her august relative. There sat Lady Midlothian in a great chair opposite the fire, and Lady Glencora sat near to her on a stool. One of the Miss Pallisers was reading in a further part of the room, and there was no one else present in the chamber. The Countess of Midlothian was a very little woman, between 60 and 70 years of age, who must have been very pretty in her youth. At present she made no pretension either to youth or beauty, as some ladies above 60 will still do, but sat confessedly an old woman in all her external relations. She wore a round bonnet, which came much over her face, being accustomed to continue the use of her bonnet till dinner time, when once she had been forced by circumstances to put it on. She wore a short cloak, which fitted close to her person, and though she occupied a great armchair, sat perfectly upright, looking at the fire. Very small she was, but she carried in her grey eyes and sharp-cut features a certain look of importance, which saved her from being considered as small in importance. Alice, as soon as she saw her, knew that she was a lady over whom no easy victory could be obtained. "Here is Alice," said Lady Glencora, rising as her cousin entered the room. "Alice, let me introduce you to Lady Midlothian." Alice, as she came forward, was able to assume an easy demeanour, even though her heart within was failing her. She put out her hand, leaving it to the elder lady to speak the first words of greeting. "I am glad at last to be able to make your acquaintance, my dear," said Lady Midlothian, "very glad." But still Alice did not speak. "Your aunt, Lady Macleod, is one of my oldest friends, and I have heard her speak of you very often." "And Lady Macleod has often spoken to me of your ladyship," said Alice. "Then we know each other's names," said the Countess, "and it will be well that we should be acquainted with each other's persons. I am becoming an old woman, and if I did not learn to know you now, or very shortly, I might never do so." Alice could not help thinking that even under those circumstances neither might have had, so far as that was concerned, much cause of sorrow, but she did not say so. She was thinking altogether of Lady Midlothian's letter to her, and trying to calculate whether or no it would be well for her to rush away at once to the subject. That Lady Midlothian would mention the letter, Alice felt well assured, and when could it be better mentioned than now, in Glencora's presence, when no other person was near them to listen to her? "You are very kind," said Alice. "I would wish to be so," said Lady Midlothian. "Blood is thicker than water, my dear, and I know no earthly ties that can bind people together if those of family connection will not do so. Your mother, when she and I were young, was my dearest friend." "I never knew my mother," said Alice, feeling, however, as she spoke, that the strength of her resistance to the old woman was beginning to give way. "No, my dear, you never did, and that is to my thinking another reason why they who loved her should love you. But Lady Macleod is your nearest relative, on your mother's side, I mean, and she has done her duty by you well. Indeed she has, Lady Midlothian." "She has, and others, therefore, have been the less called upon to interfere. I only say this, my dear, in my own vindication, feeling that perhaps my conduct needs some excuse." "I'm sure Alice does not think that," said Lady Glencora. "It is what I think rather than what Alice thinks that concerns my own shortcomings," said Lady Midlothian, with a smile which was intended to be pleasant. "But I have wished to make up for former lost opportunities." Alice knew that she was about to refer to her letter, and trembled. "I am very anxious now to be reckoned one of Alice Vavasor's friends, if she will allow me to become so. I can only be too proud if—" "If what, my dear?" said the old lady. I believe that she meant to be gracious, but there was something in her manner, or perhaps rather in her voice, so repellent, that Alice felt that they could hardly become true friends. "If what, my dear?" "Alice means—" began Lady Glencora. "Let Alice say what she means herself," said Lady Midlothian. "I hardly know how to say what I do mean," said Alice, whose spirit within her was rising higher as the occasion for using it came upon her. "I am assured that you and I, Lady Midlothian, differ very much as to a certain matter, and as it is one in which I must be guided by my own opinion, and not that of any other person, perhaps—" "You mean about Mr. Grey?" "Yes," said Alice, "I mean about Mr. Grey. I think so much about that matter, and your happiness as therein concerned, that when I heard that you were here, I was determined to take Matching in my way to London, so that I might have an opportunity of speaking to you." "Then you knew that Alice was here," said Lady Glencora. "Of course I did. I suppose you have heard all the history, Glencora?" Lady Glencora was forced to acknowledge that she had heard the history being poor Alice's treatment of Mr. Grey. "And what do you think of it?" Both Alice and her hostess looked round to the further end of the room in which Miss Palliser was reading, intending thus to indicate that the lady knew as yet none of the circumstances, and that there could be no good reason why she should be instructed in them at this moment. "Perhaps another time and another place may be better," said Lady Midlothian, "but I must go the day after to-morrow. Indeed, I thought of going to-morrow." "Oh, Lady Midlothian!" exclaimed Lady Glencora, "you must regard this as merely a passing visit made upon business. But as I was saying, when shall I get an opportunity of speaking to Alice where we need not be interrupted?" Lady Glencora suggested her room upstairs, and offered the use of it then, or on that night when the world should be about to go to bed. But the idea of this premeditated lecture was terrible to Alice, and she determined that she would not endure it. "Lady Midlothian, it would really be of no use." "Of no use, my dear?" "No, indeed. I did get your letter, you know. And as you have not answered it, I have come all this way to see you. I shall be so sorry if I give offence, but it is a subject which I cannot bring myself to discuss," she was going to say with a stranger, but she was able to check herself before the offensive word was uttered, "which I cannot bring myself to discuss with any one." "But you don't mean to say that you won't see me?" "I will not talk upon that matter," said Alice. "I will not do it even with Lady Macleod." "No," said Lady Midlothian, and her sharp grey eyes now began to kindle with anger, "and therefore it is so very necessary that other friends should interfere." "But I will endure no interference," said Alice, "either from persons who are friends or who are not friends." And as she spoke, she rose from her chair. "You must forgive me, Lady Midlothian, if I say that I can have no conversation with you on this matter." Then she walked out of the room, leaving the Countess and Lady Glencora together. As she went, Miss Palliser lifted her eyes from her book, and knew that there had been a quarrel, but I doubt if she had heard any of the words which had been spoken. "The most self-willed young woman I ever met in my life," said Lady Midlothian, as soon as Alice was gone. "I knew very well how it would be," said Lady Glencora. "But it is quite frightful, my dear. She has been engaged, with the consent of all her friends, to this young man. I know all about it. But you must think she is very wrong. I don't quite understand her, but I suppose she fears they would not be happy together." "Understand her? I should think not. Nobody can understand her. A young woman to become engaged to a gentleman in that way, before all the world, as one may say, to go to his house, as I am told, and talk to the servants, and give orders about the furniture, and then turn round and simply say that she has changed her mind? She hasn't given the slightest reason, to my knowledge." And Lady Midlothian, as she insisted on the absolute iniquity of Alice's proceedings, almost startled Lady Glencora by the eagerness of her countenance. Lady Midlothian had been one of those who, even now not quite 2 years ago, had assisted in obtaining the submission of Lady Glencora herself. Lady Midlothian seemed on the present occasion to remember nothing of this, but Lady Glencora remembered it very exactly. "I shall not give it up," continued Lady Midlothian. "I have the greatest possible objection to her father, who contrived to connect himself with our family in a most shameful manner, without the slightest encouragement. I don't think I have spoken to him since, but I shall see him now and tell him my opinion." Alice held her ground, and avoided all further conversation with Lady Midlothian. A message came to her through Lady Glencora, imploring her to give way, but she was quite firm. "Good-bye to you," Lady Midlothian said to her as she went. "Even yet I hope that things may go right, and if so you will find that I can forget and forgive." "If perseverance merits success," said Lady Glencora to Alice, "she ought to succeed." "But she won't succeed," said Alice. Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Priory Ruins. Lady Midlothian went away on her road to London on the Wednesday morning, and Alice was to follow her on the next day. It was now December, and the weather was very clear and frosty, but at night there was bright moonlight. On this special night the moon would be full, and Lady Glencora had declared that she and Alice would go out amidst the ruins. It was no secret engagement, having been canvassed in public, and having been met with considerable discouragement by some of the party. Mr. Palliser had remarked that the night air would be very cold, and Mr. Bott had suggested all manner of evil consequences. Had Mr. Palliser alone objected, Lady Glencora might have given way, but Mr. Bott's word riveted her purpose. "We are not going to be frightened," Lady Glencora said. "People do not generally walk out at night in December," Mr. Palliser observed. "That's just the reason why we want to do it," said Lady Glencora. "But we shall wrap ourselves up, and nobody need be afraid. Geoffrey, we shall expect you to stand sentinel at the old gate, and guard us from the ghosts." Geoffrey Palliser, bargaining that he might be allowed a cigar, promised that he would do as he was bidden. The party at Matching Priory had by this time become very small. There were indeed no guests left, not counting those of the Palliser family, excepting Miss Vavasor, Mr. Bott, and an old lady who had been a great friend of Mr. Palliser's mother. It was past 10 in the evening when Lady Glencora declared that the time had arrived for them to carry out their purpose. She invited the two Miss Pallisers to join her, but they declined, urging their fear of the night air, and showing by their manner that they thought the proposition a very imprudent one. Mr. Bott offered to accompany them, but Lady Glencora declined his attendance very stoutly. "No, indeed, Mr. Bott, you were one of those who preached a sermon against my dissipation in the morning, and I'm not going to allow you to join it, now the time for its enjoyment has come." "My dear Lady Glencora, if I were you, indeed I wouldn't," said the old lady, looking round towards Mr. Palliser. "My dear Mrs. Marsham, if you were me, indeed you would," and Lady Glencora also looked at her husband. "I think it a foolish thing to do," said Mr. Palliser sternly. "If you forbid it, of course we won't go," said Lady Glencora. "Forbid it? No, I shall not forbid it." "Allons donc," said Lady Glencora. She and Alice were already muffled in cloaks and thick shawls, and Alice now followed her out of the room. There was a door which opened from the billiard room out on to the grand terrace, which ran in front of the house, and here they found Geoffrey Palliser already armed with his cigar. Alice, to tell the truth, would much have preferred to abandon the expedition, but she had felt that it would be cowardly in her to desert Lady Glencora. There had not arisen any very close intimacy between her and Mr. Palliser, but she entertained a certain feeling that Mr. Palliser trusted her and liked her to be with his wife. She would have wished to justify this supposed confidence, and was almost sure that Mr. Palliser expected her to do so in this instance. She did say a word or two to her cousin upstairs, urging that perhaps her husband would not like it. "Let him say so plainly," said Lady Glencora, "and I'll give it up instantly. But I'm not going to be lectured out of my purposes second hand by Mr. Bott or old Mother Marsham. I understand all these people, my dear, and if you throw me over, Alice, I'll never forgive you," Lady Glencora added. After this, Alice resolved that she would not throw her friend over. She was afraid to do so, but she was also becoming a little afraid of her friend, afraid that she would be driven some day either to throw her over or to say words to her that would be very unpalatable. "Now, Geoffrey," said Lady Glencora, as they walked abreast along the broad terrace towards the ruins, "when we get under the old gateway, you must let me and Alice go round the dormitory and the chapel alone. Then we'll come back by the cloisters, and we'll take another turn outside with you. The outside is the finest by this light, only I want to show Alice something by ourselves. You're not afraid, I know, and if Miss Vavasor is not, Miss Vavasor, who I think would have allowed you to call her by her other name on such an occasion as this, is never afraid." "Glencora, how dare you say so?" said Alice. "I really think we had better go back." She felt herself to be very angry with her cousin. She almost began to fear that she had mistaken her, and had thought better of her than she had deserved. What she had now said struck Alice as being vulgar, as being premeditated vulgarity, and her annoyance was excessive. Of course Mr. Palliser would think that she was a consenting party to the proposition made to him. "Go back," said Glencora. "No, indeed. We'll go on, and leave him here. Then he can call nobody anything. Don't be angry with me," she said, as soon as they were out of hearing. "The truth is this, if you have to choose him for your husband, you may. But if I do not choose, then there can be no harm done, and I will tell him so. But, Alice, think of this. Whom will you meet that would suit you better? And you need not decide now. You need not say a word, but leave me to tell him that if it is to be thought of at all, it cannot be thought of till he meets you in London. Trust me, you will be safe with me." "You shall tell him nothing of the kind," said Alice. "I believe you to be joking throughout, and I think the joke is a bad one." "No, there you wrong me. Indeed, I am not joking. I know that in what I am saying I am telling you the simple truth. He has said enough to me to justify me in saying so. Alice, think of it all. It would reconcile me to much, and it would be something to be the mother of the future Duke of Omnium." "To me it would be nothing," said Alice, "less than nothing. I mean to say that the temptation is one so easily resisted that it acts in the other way. Don't say anything more about it, Glencora." "If you don't wish it, I will not." "No, I do not wish it. I don't think I ever saw moonlight so bright as this. Look at the lines of that window against the light. They are clearer than you ever see them in the day." They were now standing just within the gateway of the old cruciform chapel, having entered the transept from a ruined passage which was supposed to have connected the church with the dormitory. The church was altogether roofless, but the entire walls were standing. The small clerestory windows of the nave were perfect, and the large windows of the two transepts and of the west end were nearly so. Of the opposite window, which had formed the back of the choir, very little remained. The top of it, with all its tracery, was gone, and 3 broken upright mullions of uneven heights alone remained. This was all that remained of the old window, but a transom or crossbar of stone had been added to protect the carved stonework of the sides, and save the form of the aperture from further ruin. That this transom was modern was to be seen from the magnificent height and light grace of the workmanship in the other windows, in which the long slender mullions rose from the lower stage or foundation of the whole up into the middle tracery of the arch, without protection or support, and then lost themselves among the curves, not running up into the roof or soffit, and there holding on as though unable to stand alone. Such weakness as that had not as yet shown itself in English church architecture when Matching Priory was built. "Is it not beautiful?" said Glencora. "I do love it so, and there is a peculiar feeling of cold about the chill of the moon, different from any other cold. It makes you wrap yourself up tight, but it does not make your teeth chatter, and it seems to go into your senses rather than into your bones. But I suppose that's nonsense," she added after a pause. "Not more so than what people are supposed to talk by moonlight?" "That's unkind. I'd like what I say on such an occasion to be more poetical, or else more nonsensical than what other people say under the same circumstances. And now I'll tell you why I always think of you when I come here by moonlight." "But I suppose you don't often come." "Yes, I do. That is to say, I did come very often when we had the full moon in August. The weather wasn't like this, and I used to run out through the open windows, and nobody knew where I was gone. I made him come once, but he didn't seem to care about it. I told him that part of the refectory wall was falling. So he looked at that, and had a mason sent the next day. If anything is out of order, he has it put to rights at once. There would have been no ruins if all the Pallisers had been like him. So much the better for the world. No, I say no. Things may live too long. But now I'm going to tell you. Do you remember that night I brought you home from the play to Queen Anne Street? Indeed, I do, very well. Alice had occasion to remember it, for it had been in the carriage on that evening that she had positively refused to give any aid to her cousin in that matter relating to Burgo Fitzgerald. And do you remember how the moon shone then? Yes, I think I do. I know I do. As we came round the corner out of Cavendish Square, he was standing there, and a friend of yours was standing with him. What friend of mine? Never mind that. It does not matter now. Do you mean my cousin George? Yes, I do mean your cousin. And oh, Alice, dear Alice, I don't know why I should love you, for if you had not been hard-hearted that night, stony cruel in your hard propriety, I should have gone with him then, and all this icy coldness would have been prevented. She was standing quite close to Alice, and as she spake, she shook with shivering, and wrapped her furs closer and still closer about her. "You are very cold," said Alice. "We had better go in." "No, I am not cold, not in that way. I won't go in yet. Geoffrey will come to us directly. Yes, we should have escaped that night if you would have allowed him to come into your house. Ah, well, We didn't, and there's an end of it." "But, Glencora, you cannot regret it." "Not regret it! Alice, where can your heart be? Or have you a heart? Not regret it! I would give everything I have in the world to have been true to him. They told me that he would spend my money, though he should have spent every farthing of it. I regret it. Though he should have made me a beggar, I regret it. They told me that he would ill-use me and desert me, perhaps beat me. I do not believe it, but even though that should have been so, I regret it. It is better to have a false husband than to be a false wife." "Glencora, do not speak like that. Do not try to make me think that anything could tempt you to be false to your vows." "Tempt me to be false? Why, child, it has been all false throughout. I never loved him. How can you talk in that way when you know that I never loved him? They browbeat me and frightened me till I did as I was told, and now, what am I now? You are his honest wife. Glencora, listen to me." And Alice took hold of her arm. "No," she said, "no, I am not honest. By law I am his wife, but the laws are liars. I am not his wife. I will not say the thing that I am. When I went to him at the altar, I knew that I did not love the man that was to be my husband. But him, Burgo, I love him with all my heart and soul. I could stoop at his feet and clean his shoes for him and think it no disgrace." "Oh, Cora, my friend, do not say such words as those. Remember what you owe your husband and yourself, and come away. I do know what I owe him, and I will pay it him. Alice, if I had a child, I think I would be true to him. Think? I know I would, though I had no hour of happiness left to me in my life. But what now is the only honest thing that I can do? Why, leave him. So leave him that he may have another wife and be the father of a child. What injury shall I do him by leaving him? He does not love me. You know yourself that he does not love me." "I know that he does." "Alice, that is untrue. He does not. And you have seen clearly that it is so. It may be that he can love no woman, but another woman would give him a son, and he would be happy. I tell you that every day and every night, every hour of every day and of every night, I am thinking of the man I love. I have nothing else to think of. I have no occupation, no friends, no one to whom I care to say a word, but I am always talking to Burgo in my thoughts, and he listens to me. I dream that his arm is round me. Oh, Glencora! Well, do you begrudge me that I should tell you the truth? You have said that you would be my friend, and you must bear the burden of my friendship. And now this is what I want to tell you. Immediately after Christmas we are to go to Monkshade, and he will be there. Lady Monk is his aunt. You must not go. No power should take you there. That is easily said, child, but all the same I must go. I told Mr. Palliser that he would be there, and he said it did not signify. He actually said that it did not signify. I wonder whether he understands what it is for people to love each other, whether he has ever thought about it. You must tell him plainly that you will not go. I did. I told him plainly, as words could tell him. Glencora, he said, and you know the way he looks when he means to be lord and master, and put on the very husband indeed. This is an annoyance which you must bear and overcome. It suits me that we should go to Monkshade, and it does not suit me that there should be any one whom you are afraid to meet. Could I tell him that he would lose his wife if I did go? Could I threaten him that I would throw myself into Burgo's arms if that opportunity were given to me? You are very wise and very prudent. What would you have had me say? I would have you now tell him everything rather than go to that house. Alice, look here, I know what I am, and what I am like to become. I loathe myself, and I loathe the thing that I am thinking of. I could have clung to the outside of a man's body, to his very trappings, and loved him 10 times better than myself, I, even though he had ill-treated me. If I had been allowed to choose a husband for myself, Burgo would have spent my money, all that it would have been possible for me to give him, but there would have been something left, and I think that by that time I could have won even him to care for me. But with that man, Alice, you are very wise. What am I to do? Alice had no doubt as to what her cousin should do. She should be true to her marriage vow, whether that vow, when made, were true or false. She should be true to it as far as truth would now carry her, and in order that she might be true, she should tell her husband as much as might be necessary to induce him to spare her the threatened visit to Monkshade. All that she said to Lady Glencora as they walked slowly across the chapel, but Lady Glencora was more occupied with her own thoughts than with her friend's advice. "Here's Geoffrey," she said. "What an unconscionable time we have kept him." "Don't mention it," he said, "and I shouldn't have come to you now, only that I thought I should find you both freezing into marble. We are not such cold-blooded creatures as that, are we, Alice?" said Lady Glencora. "And now we'll go round the outside, only we must not stay long, or we shall frighten those 2 delicious old duennas, Mrs. Marsham and Mr. Bott." These last words were said, as it were, in a whisper to Alice, but they were so whispered that there was no real attempt to keep them from the ears of Mr. Geoffrey Palliser. Glencora, Alice thought, should not have allowed the word duenna to have passed her lips in speaking to any one, but above all she should not have done so in the hearing of Mr. Palliser's cousin. They walked all round the ruin on a raised gravel path which had been made there, and Alice, who could hardly bring herself to speak, so full was her mind of that which had just been said to her, was surprised to find that Glencora could go on, in her usual light humour, chatting as though there were no weight within her to depress her spirits. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Alice leaves the Priory. As they came in at the billiard-room door, Mr. Palliser was there to meet them. "You must be very cold," he said to Glencora, who entered first. "No, indeed," said Glencora, but her teeth were chattering, and her whole appearance gave the lie to her words. "Geoffrey," said Mr. Palliser, turning to his cousin, "I am angry with you. You, at least, should have known better than to have allowed her to remain so long." Then Mr. Palliser turned away and walked his wife off, taking no notice whatsoever of Miss Vavasor. Alice felt the slight and understood it all. He had told her plainly enough, though not in words, that he had trusted his wife with her, and that she had betrayed the trust. She might have brought Glencora in within 5 or 6 minutes, instead of allowing her to remain out there in the freezing night air for nearly 3/4 of an hour. That was the accusation which Mr. Palliser made against her, and he made it with the utmost severity. He asked no question of her whether she were cold. He spoke no word to her, nor did he even look at her. She might get herself away to her bedroom as she pleased. Alice understood all this completely, and though she knew that she had not deserved such severity, she was not inclined to resent it. There was so much in Mr. Palliser's position that was to be pitied, that Alice could not find it in her heart to be angry with him. "He is provoked with us now," said Geoffrey Palliser, standing with her for a moment in the billiard-room as he handed her a candle. "He is afraid that she will have caught cold. Yes, and he thinks it wrong that she should remain out at night so long. You can easily understand, Miss Vavasor, that he has not much sympathy for romance." "I dare say he is right," said Alice, not exactly knowing what to say, and not being able to forget what had been said about herself and Geoffrey Palliser when they first left the house. "Romance usually means nonsense, I believe. That is not Glencora's doctrine. No, but she is younger than I am. My feet are very cold, Mr. Palliser, and I think I will go up to my room." "Good night," said Geoffrey, offering her his hand. "I think it so hard that you should have incurred his displeasure." "It will not hurt me," said Alice, smiling. "No, but he does not forget." "Even that will not hurt me. Good night, Mr. Palliser." "As it is the last night, may I say good night, Alice? I shall be away before you are up." He still held her hand, but it had not been in his for half a minute, and she had thought nothing of that, nor did she draw it away even now suddenly. "No," said she, "Glencora was very wrong there, doing an injury without meaning it to both of us. There can be no possible reason why you should call me otherwise than is customary." "Can there never be a reason?" "No, Mr. Palliser. Good night, and if I am not to see you to-morrow morning, good-bye." "You will certainly not see me to-morrow morning." "Good-bye. Had it not been for this folly of Glencora's, our acquaintance would have been very pleasant." "To me it has been very pleasant. Good night." Then she left him, and went up alone to her own room. Whether or no other guests were still left in the drawing-room she did not know, but she had seen that Mr. Palliser took his wife upstairs, and therefore she considered herself right in presuming that the party was broken up for the night. Mr. Palliser, Plantagenet Palliser, according to all rules of courtesy, should have said a word to her as he went. But, as I have said before, Alice was disposed to overlook his want of civility on this occasion. So she went up alone to her room, and was very glad to find herself able to get close to a good fire. She was, in truth, very cold, cold to her bones, in spite of what Lady Glencora had said on behalf of the moonlight. They two had been standing all but still during the greater part of the time that they had been talking, and Alice, as she sat herself down, found that her feet were numbed with the damp that had penetrated through her boots. Certainly Mr. Palliser had reason to be angry that his wife should have remained out in the night air so long, though perhaps not with Alice. And then she began to think of what had been told her, and to try to think of what, under such circumstances, it behooved her to do. She could not doubt that Lady Glencora had intended to declare that, if opportunity offered itself, she would leave her husband, and put herself under the protection of Mr. Fitzgerald, and Alice, moreover, had become painfully conscious that the poor, deluded, unreasoning creature had taught herself to think that she might excuse herself for this sin to her own conscience by the fact that she was childless, and that she might thus give to the man who had married her an opportunity of seeking another wife who might give him an heir. Alice well knew how insufficient such an excuse would be even to the wretched woman who had framed it for herself, but still it would operate, manifestly had already operated on her mind, teaching her to hope that good might come out of evil. Alice, who was perfectly clear-sighted as regarded her cousin, however much impaired her vision might have been with reference to herself, saw nothing but absolute ruin, ruin of the worst and most intolerable description, in the plan which Lady Glencora seemed to have formed. To her it was black in the depths of hell, and she knew that to Glencora also it was black. "I loathe myself," Glencora had said, "and the thing that I am thinking of." What was Alice to do under these circumstances? Mr. Palliser, she was aware, had quarrelled with her, for in his silent way he had first shown that he had trusted her as his wife's friend, and then on this evening he had shown that he had ceased to trust her. But she cared little for this. If she told him that she wished to speak to him, he would listen, let his opinion of her be what it might, and having listened, he would surely act in some way that would serve to save his wife. What Mr. Palliser might think of herself, Alice cared but little. But then there came to her an idea that was in every respect feminine, that in such a matter she had no right to betray her friend. When one woman tells the story of her love to another woman, the confidant always feels that she will be a traitor if she reveals the secret. Had Lady Glencora made Alice believe that she meditated murder or robbery, Alice would have had no difficulty in telling the tale, and thus preventing the crime. But now she hesitated, feeling that she would disgrace herself by betraying her friend. And after all, was it not more than probable that Glencora had no intention of carrying out a threat, the very thought of which must be terrible to herself? As she was thinking of all this, sitting in her dressing-gown close over the fire, there came a loud knock at the door, which, as she had turned the key, she was forced to answer in person. She opened the door, and there was Iphigenia Palliser, Geoffrey's cousin, and Mr. Palliser's cousin. "Miss Vavasor," she said, "I know that I am taking a great liberty, but may I come into your room for a few minutes? I so much wish to speak to you." Alice, of course, bade her enter, and placed a chair for her by the fire. Alice Vavasor had made very little intimacy with either of the two Miss Pallisers. It had seemed to herself as though there had been two parties in the house, and that she had belonged to the one which was headed by the wife, whereas the Miss Pallisers had been naturally attached to that of the husband. These ladies, as she had already seen, almost idolized their cousin, and though Plantagenet Palliser had till lately treated Alice with the greatest personal courtesy, there had been no intimacy of friendship between them, and consequently none between her and his special adherents. Nor was either of these ladies prone to sudden friendship with such a one as Alice Vavasor. A sudden friendship with a snuffy president of a foreign learned society, with some personally unknown lady employed on female emigration, was very much in their way. But Alice had not shown herself to be useful or learned, and her special intimacy with Lady Glencora had marked her out as in some sort separated from them and their ways. "I know that I am intruding," said Miss Palliser, as though she were almost afraid of Alice. "Oh, dear, no," said Alice. "If I can do anything for you, I shall be very happy. You are going to-morrow, and if I did not speak to you now, I should have no other opportunity. Glencora seems to be very much attached to you, and we all thought it so good a thing that she should have such a friend." "I hope you have not all changed your minds," said Alice, with a faint smile, thinking as she spoke that the all must have been specially intended to include the master of the house. "Oh, no, by no means. I did not mean that. My cousin, Mr. Palliser, I mean, liked you so much when you came. And he does not like me quite so much now, because I went out in the moonlight with his wife. Isn't that it?" "Well, no, Miss Vavasor, I had not intended to mention that at all. I had not indeed. I have seen him certainly since you came in, just for a minute, and he is vexed. But it is not about that I would speak to you. I saw plainly enough that he was angry with me. He thought you would have brought her in earlier. And why should he think that I can manage his wife? She was the mistress out there, as she is in here. Mr. Palliser has been unreasonable, not that it signifies." "I don't think he has been unreasonable. I don't indeed, Miss Vavasor. He has certainly been vexed. Sometimes he has much to vex him. You see, Glencora is very young." Mr. Bott had also declared that Lady Glencora was very young. It was probable, therefore, that that special phrase had been used in some discussion among Mr. Palliser's party as to Glencora's foibles. So thought Alice as the remembrance of the word came upon her. "She is not younger than when Mr. Palliser married her," Alice said. "You mean that if a man marries a young wife he must put up with the trouble. That is a matter of course. But their ages, in truth, are very suitable. My cousin himself is not yet 30. When I say that Glencora is young, you mean that she is younger in spirit, and perhaps in conduct, than he had expected to find her. But you are not to suppose that he complains, Miss Vavasor. He is much too proud for that." "I should hope so," said Alice, thinking of Mr. Bott. "I hardly know how to explain to you what I wish to say, or how far I may be justified in supposing that you will believe me to be acting solely on Glencora's behalf. I think you have some influence with her, and I know no one else that has any. My friendship with her is not of very long date, Miss Palliser. I know it, but still there is the fact. Am I not right in supposing—" "In supposing what?" "In supposing that you had heard the name of Mr. Fitzgerald as connected with Glencora's before her marriage with my cousin." Alice paused a moment before she answered. "Yes, I had," she then said, "and I think you were agreed with her other relations that such a marriage would have been very dreadful. I never spoke of the matter in the presence of any relatives of Glencora's. You must understand, Miss Palliser, that though I am her far-away cousin, I do not even know her nearest connections. I never saw Lady Midlothian till she came here the other day." "But you advised her to abandon Mr. Fitzgerald?" "Never." "And I know she was much with you just at that time." "I used to see her, certainly." Then there was a pause, and Miss Palliser, in truth, scarcely knew how to go on. There had been a hardness about Alice which her visitor had not expected, an unwillingness to speak or even to listen, which made Miss Palliser almost wish that she were out of the room. She had, however, mentioned Burgo Fitzgerald's name, and out of the room now she could not go without explaining why she had done so. But at this point Alice came suddenly to her assistance. "Just then she was often with me," said Alice, continuing her reply, "and there was much talk between us about Mr. Fitzgerald. What was my advice then can be of little matter, but in this we shall be both agreed, Miss Palliser, that Glencora now should certainly not be called upon to be in his company." "She has told you, then?" "Yes, she has told me." "That he is to be at Lady Monk's. She has told me that Mr. Palliser expects her to meet him at the place to which they are going when they leave the Duke's, and that she thinks it hard that she should be subjected to such a trial." "It should be no trial, Miss Vavasor." "How can it be otherwise? Come, Miss Palliser, if you are her friend, be fair to her." "I am her friend, but I am above everything my cousin's friend. He has told me that she has complained of having to meet this man. He declares that it should be nothing to her, and that the fear is an idle folly. It should be nothing to her, but still the fear may not be idle. Is there any reason, any real reason, why she should not go? Miss Vavasor, I conjure you to tell me, even though in doing so you must cast so deep reproach upon her name. Anything will be better than utter disgrace and sin." "I conceive that I cast no reproach upon her in saying that there is great reason why she should not go to Monkshade." "You think there is absolute grounds for interference? I must tell him, you know, openly what he would have to fear." "I think, nay, Miss Palliser, I know, that there is ample reason why you should save her from being taken to Monkshade, if you have the power to do so." "I can only do it, or attempt to do it, by telling him just what you tell me." "Then tell him. You must have thought of that, I suppose, before you came to me." Yes, Miss Vavasor, I had thought of it. No doubt I had thought of it. But I had believed all through that you would assure me that there was no danger. I believed that you would have said that she was innocent." "And she is innocent," said Alice, rising from her chair, as though she might thus give emphasis to words which she had hardly dared to speak above a whisper. "She is innocent. Who accuses her of guilt? You ask me a question on his behalf." "On hers, and on his, Miss Vavasor." "A question which I feel myself bound to answer truly, to answer with reference to the welfare of them both. But I will not have it said that I accuse her. She had been attached to Mr. Fitzgerald when your cousin married her. He knew that this had been the case. She told him the whole truth. In a worldly point of view, her marriage with Mr. Fitzgerald would probably have been very imprudent. It would have been utterly ruinous. Perhaps so. I say nothing about that. But as it turned out, she gave up her own wishes and married your cousin." "I don't know about her own wishes, Miss Vavasor." "It is what she did. She would have married Mr. Fitzgerald had she not been hindered by the advice of those around her. It cannot be supposed that she has forgotten him in so short a time. There can be no guilt in her remembrance." "There is guilt in loving any other than her husband." "Then, Miss Palliser, it was her marriage that was guilty, and not her love. But all that is done and past. It should be your cousin's object to teach her to forget Mr. Fitzgerald, and he will not do that by taking her to a house where that gentleman is staying." "She has said so much to you herself?" "I do not know that I need declare to you what she has said herself. You have asked me a question, and I have answered it, and I am thankful to you for having asked it. What object can either of us have but to assist her in her position, and to save him from dishonor. I had so hoped that this was simply a childish dread on her part. It is not so. It is no childish dread. If you have the power to prevent her going to Lady Monk's, I implore you to use it. Indeed, I will ask you to promise me that you will do so. After what you have said, I have no alternative. Exactly, there is no alternative. Either for his sake or for hers, there is none. Thereupon Miss Palliser got up, and wishing her companion good night, took her departure. Throughout the interview there had been no cordiality of feeling between them. There was no pretence of friendship, even as they were parting. They acknowledged that their objects were different. That of Alice was to save Lady Glencora from ruin. That of Miss Palliser was to save her cousin from disgrace, with perhaps some further honest desire to prevent sorrow and sin. One loved Lady Glencora, and the other clearly did not love her. But nevertheless Alice felt that Miss Palliser, in coming to her, had acted well, and that to herself this coming had afforded immense relief. Some step would now be taken to prevent that meeting which she had so deprecated, and it would be taken without any great violation of confidence on her part. She had said nothing as to which Lady Glencora could feel herself aggrieved. On the next morning she was down in the breakfast-room soon after 9, and had not been in the room many minutes before Mr. Palliser entered. "The carriage is ordered for you at 10:15, he said, "and I have come down to give you your breakfast." There was a smile on his face as he spoke, and Alice could see that he intended to make himself pleasant. "Will you allow me to give you yours instead?" she said. But as it happened, no giving on either side was needed, as Alice's breakfast was brought to her separately. "Glencora bids me say that she will be down immediately," said Mr. Palliser. Alice then made some inquiry with reference to the effects of last night's imprudence, which received only a half-pronounced reply. Mr. Palliser was willing to be gracious, but did not intend to be understood as having forgiven the offence. The Miss Pallisers then came in together, and after them Mr. Bott, closely followed by Mrs. Marsham, and all of them made inquiries after Lady Glencora, as though it was to be supposed that she might probably be in a perilous state after what she had undergone on the previous evening. Mr. Bott was particularly anxious. "The frost was so uncommonly severe," said he, "that any delicate person like Lady Glencora must have suffered in remaining out so long." The insinuation that Alice was not a delicate person, and that, as regarded her, the severity of the frost was of no moment, was very open, and was duly appreciated. Mr. Bott was aware that his great patron had in some sort changed his opinion about Miss Vavasor, and he was of course disposed to change his own. A fortnight since, Alice might have been as delicate as she pleased in Mr. Bott's estimation. "I hope you do not consider Lady Glencora delicate," said Alice to Mr. Palliser. "She is not robust," said the husband. "By no means," said Mrs. Marsham. "Indeed, no," said Mr. Bott. Alice knew that she was being accused of being robust herself, but she bore it in silence. Ploughboys and milkmaids are robust, and the accusation was a heavy one. Alice, however, thought that she would not have minded it if she could have allowed herself to reply, but this at the moment of her going away she could not do. "I think she is as strong as the rest of us," said Iphigenia Palliser, who felt that after last night she owed something to Miss Vavasor. "As some of us," said Mr. Bott, determined to persevere in his accusation. At this moment Lady Glencora entered, and encountered the eager inquiries of her two duennas. These, however, she quickly put aside, and made her way up to Alice. "The last morning has come, then?" she said. "Yes, indeed," said Alice. "Mr. Palliser must have thought that I was never going." "On the other hand," said he, "I have felt much obliged to you for staying." But he said it coldly, and Alice began to wish that she had never seen Matching Priory. "Obliged!" exclaimed Lady Glencora. "I can't tell you how much obliged I am. Oh, Alice, I wish you were going to stay with us." "We are leaving this in a week's time," said Mr. Palliser. "Of course we are," said Lady Glencora. "With all my heart I wish we were not. Dear Alice, I suppose we shall not meet till we are all in town." "You will let me know when you come up," said Alice. "I will send to you instantly. And, Alice, I will write to you from Gatherum, or from Monkshade." Alice could not help looking around and catching Miss Palliser's eye. Miss Palliser was standing with her foot on the fender, but was so placed that she could see Alice. She made a slight sign with her head, as much as to say that Lady Glencora must have no opportunity of writing from the latter place, but she said nothing. Then the carriage was announced, and Mr. Palliser took Alice out on his arm. "Don't come to the door, Glencora," he said. "I especially wish you not to do so." The two cousins then kissed each other, and Alice went away to the carriage. "Good-bye, Miss Vavasor," said Mr. Palliser. But he expressed no wish that he might see her again as his guest at Matching Priory. Alice, as she was driven in solitary grandeur to the railway station, could not but wish that she had never gone there. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Burgo Fitzgerald. On the night before Christmas Eve, two men were sitting together in George Vavasor's rooms in Cecil Street. It was past 12 o'clock, and they were both smoking. There were square bottles on the table containing spirits, with hot water and cold water in jugs, and one of the two men was using, and had been using, these materials for enjoyment. Vavasor had not been drinking, nor did it appear as though he intended to begin. There was a little weak brandy and water in a glass by his side, but there it had remained untouched for the last 20 minutes. His companion, however, had twice in that time replenished his beaker, and was now puffing out the smoke of his pipe with the fury of a steamer's funnel when she has not yet burned the black off her last instalment of fresh coals. This man was Burgo Fitzgerald. He was as handsome as ever, a man whom neither man nor woman could help regarding as a thing beautiful to behold. But not the less was there in his eyes and cheeks a look of haggard dissipation, of riotous living, which had become wearisome by its continuance even to himself, that told to all who saw him much of the history of his life. Most men who drink at nights, and are out till cock-crow doing deeds of darkness, become red in their faces, have pimpled cheeks and watery eyes, and are bloated and not comfortable to be seen. It is a kind dispensation of Providence, who thus affords to such sinners a visible sign to be seen day by day of the injury which is being done. The first approach of a carbuncle on the nose, about the age of 30, has stopped many a man from drinking. No one likes to have carbuncles on his nose, or to appear before his female friends with eyes which look as though they were swimming in grog. But to Burgo Fitzgerald, Providence, in her anger, had not afforded this protection. He became at times pale, sallow, worn, and haggard. He grew thin, and still thinner. At times he had been ill to death's door. Among his intimate friends there were those who heard him declare frequently that his liver had become useless to him, and that, as for gastric juices, he had none left to him. But still his beauty remained. The perfect form of his almost godlike face was the same as ever, and the brightness of his bright blue eye was never quenched. On the present occasion he had come to Vavasor's room with the object of asking from him certain assistance, and perhaps also some amount of advice. But as regarded the latter article, he was, I think, in the state of most men when they seek for counselors who shall counsel them to do evil. Advice administered in accordance with his own views would give him comfortable encouragement, but advice on the other side he was prepared to disregard altogether. These two men had known each other long, and a close intimacy had existed between them in the days past, previous to Lady Glencora's engagement with Mr. Palliser. When Lady Glencora endeavoured, vainly as we know, to obtain aid from Alice Vavasor, Burgo had been instigated to believe that Alice's cousin might assist him. Any such assistance George Vavasor would have been quite ready to give. Some pecuniary assistance he had given, he at that time having been in good funds. Perhaps he had for a moment induced Burgo to think that he could obtain for the pair the use of the house in Queen Anne Street as a point at which they might meet, and from whence they might start on their journey of love. All that was over. Those hopes had been frustrated, and Lady Glencora McCluskey had become Lady Glencora Palliser, and not Lady Glencora Fitzgerald. But now other hopes had sprung up, and Burgo was again looking to his friend for assistance. "I believe she would," Burgo said, as he lifted the glass to his mouth. "It's a thing of that sort that a man can only believe, perhaps only hope, till he has tried. I know that she is not happy with him, and I have made up my mind that I will at least ask her. But would he have her fortune all the same? I don't know how that would be. I haven't inquired, and I don't mean to inquire. Of course I don't expect you or any one else to believe me, but her money has no bearing on the question now. Heaven knows I want money bad enough, but I wouldn't take away another man's wife for money." "You don't mean to say you think it would be wicked? I supposed you to be above those prejudices." "It's all very well for you to chaff." "It's no chaff at all. I tell you fairly I wouldn't run away with any man's wife. I have an old-fashioned idea that when a man has got a wife he ought to be allowed to keep her. Public opinion, I know, is against me." "I think he ran away with my wife," said Burgo, with emphasis. "That's the way I look at it. She was engaged to me first, and she really loved me, while she never cared for him. Nevertheless, marriage is marriage, and the law is against you. But if I did go in for such a troublesome job at all, I certainly should keep an eye upon the money. It can make no difference. It did make a difference, I suppose, when you first thought of marrying her." "Of course it did. My people brought us together because she had a large fortune and I had none. There's no doubt in the world about that. And I'll tell you what, I believe that old harridan of an aunt of mine is willing to do the same thing now again. Of course she doesn't say as much, she wouldn't dare do that, but I do believe she means it. I wonder where she expects to go to." "That's grateful on your part." "Upon my soul I hate her, I do indeed. It isn't love for me now, so much as downright malice against Palliser, because he balked her project before. She is a wicked old man. Some of us fellows are wicked enough, you and I, for instance." "Thank you. I don't know, however, that I am qualified to run in a curricle with you. But we are angels to such an old she-devil as that. You may believe me or not, as you like. I dare say you won't believe me." "I'll say I do, at any rate. The truth is, I want to get her, partly because I love her, but chiefly because I do believe in my heart that she loves me." "It's for her sake, then. You are ready to sacrifice yourself to do her a good turn." "As for sacrificing myself, that's done. I'm a man utterly ruined, and would cut my throat tomorrow for the sake of my relations, if I cared enough about them. I know my own condition pretty well. I have made a shipwreck of everything, and have now only got to go down among the breakers." "Only you would like to take Lady Glencora with you." "No, by heavens! But sometimes, when I do think about it at all, which I do as seldom as I can, it seems to me that I might still become a different fellow if it were possible for me to marry her." "Had you married her when she was free to marry anyone, and when her money was her own, it might have been so. I think it would be quite as much so now. I do indeed. If I could get her once, say to Italy, or perhaps to Greece, I think I could treat her well, and live with her quietly. I know that I would try." "Without the assistance of brandy and cigars?" "Yes, and without any money. With only a little. I know you'll laugh at me, but I make pictures to myself of a sort of life which I think would suit us, and be very different from this hideous way of living, with which I have become so sick that I loathe it. Something like Juan and Haidee, with Planty Pall coming after you like old Lambro." By the nickname of Planty Pall, George Vavasor intended to designate Lady Glencora's present husband. "He'd get a divorce, of course, and then we should be married. I really don't think he'd dislike it when it was all done. They tell me he doesn't care for her." "You have seen her since her marriage?" "Yes, twice." "And have spoken to her?" "Only once, so as to be able to do more than ask her if she were well. Once, for about 2 minutes, I did speak to her." "And what did she say?" "She said it would be better that we should not meet." When she said that, I knew that she was still fond of me. I could have fallen at her feet that moment, only the room was full of people. I do think that she is fond of me." Vavasor paused a few minutes. "I dare say she is fond of you," he then said, "but whether she has pluck for such a thing as this is more than I can say. Probably she has not, and if she has, probably you would fail in carrying out your plan." "I must get a little money first," said Burgo. "And that's an operation which no doubt you find more difficult every day as you grow older." "It seems to be much the same sort of thing. I went to McGruin this morning." "He's the fellow that lives out near Gray's Inn Lane?" "Just beyond the Foundling Hospital. I went to him, and he was quite civil about it. He says I owe him over £3,000, but that doesn't seem to make any difference." "How much did you ever have from him?" "I don't recollect that I ever absolutely had any money. He got a bill of mine from a tailor who went to smash, and he kept on renewing that till it grew to be ever so many bills. I think he did once let me have £24, but certainly never more than that." "And he says he'll give you money now? I suppose you told him why you wanted it." "But I told him what would make him understand that I hoped to get off with a lady who had a lot of tin, I asked him for 250. He says he'll let me have 150 on a bill at 2 months for 500, with your name to it." "With my name to it? That's kind on his part, and on yours too." "Of course I can't take it up at the end of 2 months." "I dare say not," said Vavasor. "But he won't come upon you then, nor for a year or more afterwards. I did pay you what you lent me before." "Yes, you did. I always thought that to be a special compliment on your part." "And you'll find I'll pull you through now in some way. If I don't succeed in this, I shall go off the hooks altogether soon, and if I were dead, my people would pay my debts then." Before the evening was over, Vavasor promised the assistance asked of him. He knew he was lending his name to a man who was utterly ruined, and putting it into the hands of another man who was absolutely without conscience in his use he would make of it. He knew that he was creating for himself trouble, and in all probability loss, which he was ill able to bear. But the thing was one which came within the pale of his laws. Such assistance as that he might ask of others, and had asked and received before now. It was a reckless deed on his part, but then all his doings were reckless. It was consonant with his mode of life. "I thought you would, old fellow," said Burgo, as he got up to go away. "Perhaps, you know, I shall pull through in this, and perhaps, after all, some part of her fortune will come with her. If so, you'll be all right." "Perhaps I may, but look here, Burgo, don't you give that fellow up the bill till you've got the money into your fist." "You may be quite easy about that. I know their tricks. He and I will go to the bank together, and we shall squabble there at the door about 4 or 5 odd sovereigns, and at last I shall have to give him up 2 or 3. Beastly old robber! I declare I think he's worse than I am myself." Then Burgo Fitzgerald took a little more brandy and water, and went away. He was living at this time in the house of one of his relatives in Cavendish Square, north of Oxford Street. His uncles and his aunts, and all those who were his natural friends, had clung to him with a tenacity that was surprising, for he had never been true to any of them, and did not even pretend to like them. His father, with whom for many years he had not been on speaking terms, was now dead, but he had sisters whose husbands would still open their houses to him, either in London or in the country, would open their houses to him, and lend him their horses, and provide him with every luxury which the rich enjoy, except ready money. When the uttermost stress of pecuniary embarrassment would come upon him, they would pay something to stave off the immediate evil. And so Burgo went on. Nobody now thought of saying much to reproach him. It was known to be waste of words and trouble in vain. They were still fond of him because he was beautiful and never vain of his beauty, because in the midst of his recklessness there was always about him a certain kindliness which made him pleasant to those around him. He was soft and gracious with children, and would be very courteous to his lady cousins. They knew that as a man he was worthless, but nevertheless they loved him. I think the secret of it was chiefly in this, that he seemed to think so little of himself. But now, as he walked home in the middle of the night from Cecil Street to Cavendish Square, he did think much of himself. Indeed, such self-thoughts come naturally to all men, be their outward conduct ever so reckless. Every man to himself is the centre of the whole world, the axle on which it all turns. All knowledge is but his own perception of things around him. All love and care for others, and solicitude for the world's welfare are but his own feelings as to the world's wants and the world's merits. He had played his part as a centre of all things very badly. Of that he was very well aware. He had sense enough to know that it should be a man's lot to earn his bread after some fashion, and he often told himself that never as yet had he earned so much as a penny roll. He had learned to comprehend that the world's progress depends on the way in which men do their duty by each other, that the progress of one generation depends on the discharge of such duties by that which preceded it, and he knew that he, in his generation, had done nothing to promote such progress. He thoroughly despised himself, if there might be any good in that. But on such occasions as these, when the wine he had drunk was sufficient only to drive away from him the numbness of despair, when he was all alone with the cold night air upon his face, when the stars were bright above him and the world around him was almost quiet, he would still ask himself whether there might not yet be, even for him, some hope of a redemption, some chance of a better life in store for him. He was still young, wanting some years of 30. Could there be, even for him, some mode of extrication from his misery? We know what was the mode which now, at this moment, was suggesting itself to him. He was proposing to himself, as the best thing that he could do, to take away another man's wife, and make himself happy with her. What he had said to Vavasor as to disregarding Lady Glencora's money had been perfectly true, that in the event of her going off with him, some portion of her enormous wealth would still cling to her, he did believe. Seeing that she had no children, he could not understand where else it should all go. But he thought of this as it regarded her, not as it regarded him. When he had before made his suit to her, a suit which was then honourable, however disadvantageous it might have seemed to be to her, he had made in his mind certain calculations as to the good things which would result to him if he were successful. He would keep hounds, and have 3 or 4 horses every day for his own riding, and he would have no more interviews with Magruin, waiting in that rogue's dingy back parlour for many a weary, wretched half-hour, till the rogue should be pleased to show himself. So far he had been mercenary, but he had learned to love the girl, and to care more for her than for her money, and when the day of disappointment came upon him, the day on which she had told him that all between them was to be over for ever, he had for a few hours felt the loss of his love more than the loss of his money. Then he had had no further hope. No such idea as that which now filled his mind had then come upon him. The girl had gone from him and married another man, and there was an end of it. But by degrees tidings had reached him that she was not happy, reaching him through the mouths of people who were glad to exaggerate all that they had heard. A whole tribe of his female relatives had been anxious to promote his marriage with Lady Glencora McCluskey, declaring that, after all that was come and gone, Burgo would come forth from his troubles as a man of great wealth. So great was the wealth of the heiress that it might withstand even his propensities for spending. That whole tribe had been bitterly disappointed, and when they heard that Mr. Palliser's marriage had given him no child, and that Lady Glencora was unhappy, they made their remarks in triumph rather than in sorrow. I will not say that they looked forward approvingly to such a step as that which Burgo now wished to take, though as regarded his aunt, Lady Monk, he himself had accused her, but they whispered that such things had been done and must be expected when marriages were made up as had been that marriage between Mr. Palliser and his bride. As he walked on, thinking of his project, he strove hard to cheat himself into a belief that he would do a good thing in carrying Lady Glencora away from her husband. Bad as had been his life, he had never before done aught so bad as that. The more fixed his intention became, the more thoroughly he came to perceive how great and grievous was the crime which he contemplated. To elope with another man's wife no longer appeared to him to be a joke at which such men as he might smile, but he tried to think that in this case there would be special circumstances which would almost justify him, and also her. They had loved each other, and had sworn to love each other with constancy. There had been no change in the feelings or even in the wishes of either of them. But cold people had come between them with cold calculations, and had separated them. She had been, he told himself, made to marry a man she did not love. If they two loved each other truly, would it not still be better that they should come together? Would not the sin be forgiven on account of the injustice which had been done to them? Had Mr. Palliser a right to expect more from a wife who had been made to marry him without loving him? Then he reverted to those dreams of a life of love in some sunny country of which he had spoken to Vavasor, and he strove to nourish them. Vavasor had laughed at him, talking of Juan and Haidee, but Vavasor, he said to himself, was a hard, cold man who had no touch of romance in his character. He would not be laughed out of his plan by such as he, nor would he be frightened by the threat of any Lambro who might come after him, whether he might come in the guise of indignant uncle or injured husband. He had crossed from Regent Street through Hanover Square, and as he came out by the iron gates into Oxford Street, a poor wretched girl, lightly clad in thin raiment, into whose bones the sharp freezing air was penetrating, asked him for money. Would he give her something to get drink, so that for a moment she might feel the warmth of her life renewed? Such midnight petitions were common enough in his ears, and he was passing on without thinking of her. But she was urgent, and took hold of him. "For love of God," she said, "if it's only a penny to get a glass of gin, feel my hand, how cold it is." And she strove to put it up against his face. He looked round at her, and saw that she was very young, 16 perhaps at the most, and that she had once, nay, very lately, been exquisitely pretty. There still lingered about her eyes some remains of that look of perfect innocency and pure faith which had been hers not more than 12 months since. And now, at midnight, in the middle of the streets, she was praying for a pennyworth of gin as the only comfort she knew or could expect. "You are cold," said he, trying to speak to her cheerily. "Cold," said she, repeating the word, and striving to wrap herself closer in her rags as she shivered. "Oh God, if you knew what it was to be as cold as I am! I have nothing in the world, not one penny, not a hole to lie in." "We are alike then," said Burgo, with a slight low laugh. "I also have nothing. You cannot be poorer than I am." "You poor," she said, and then she looked up into his face. "Gracious, how beautiful you are! Such as you are never poor." He laughed again, in a different tone. He always laughed when any one told him of his beauty. "I am a deal poorer than you, my girl," he said. "You have nothing. I have 30,000 pounds worse than nothing. But come along, and I will get you something to eat." "Will you?" said she eagerly. Then, looking up at him again, she exclaimed, "Oh, you are so handsome." He took her to a public house and gave her bread and meat and beer, and stood by her while she ate it. She was shy with him then, and would fain have taken it to a corner by herself had he allowed her. He perceived this, and turned his back to her, but still spoke to her a word or two as she ate. The woman at the bar who served him looked at him wonderingly, staring into his face, and the pot-boy woke himself thoroughly that he might look at Burgo, and the waterman from the cab-stand stared at him, and women who came in for gin looked almost lovingly up into his eyes. He regarded them all not at all, showing no feeling of disgrace at his position, and no desire to carry himself as a ruffler. He quietly paid what was due when the girl had finished her meal, and then walked with her out of the shop. "And now," said he, "what must I do with you? If I give you a shilling, can you get a bed?" She told him that she could get a bed for 6d. "Then keep the other 6d. for your breakfast," said he, "but you must promise me that you will buy no gin to-night." She promised him, and then he gave her his hand as he wished her good night, his hand which it had been the dearest wish of Lady Glencora to call her own. She took it and pressed it to her lips. "I wish I might once see you again," she said, "because you are so good and so beautiful." He laughed again cheerily, and walked on, crossing the street towards Cavendish Square. She stood looking at him till he was out of sight, and then, as she moved away, let us hope to the bed which his bounty had provided, and not to a gin-shop, she exclaimed to herself again and again, "Gracious, how beautiful he was!" "He's a good 'un," the woman at the public house had said as soon as he left it. But, my, did you ever see a man's face handsome as that fellow's? Poor Burgo! All who had seen him since life had begun with him had loved him and striven to cherish him, and with it all, to what a state had he come! Poor Burgo! Had his eyes been less brightly blue, and his face less godlike in form, it may be that things would have gone better with him. A sweeter-tempered man than he never lived, nor one who was of a kinder nature. At this moment he had barely money about him to take him down to his aunt's house at Monkshade, and as he had promised to be there before Christmas Day, he was bound to start on the next morning, before help from Mr. McGrewan was possible. Nevertheless, out of his very narrow funds, he had given 50 to comfort the poor creature who had spoken to him in the street. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Containing a love letter. Vavasor, as he sat alone in his room after Fitzgerald had left him, began to think of the days in which he had before wished to assist his friend in his views with reference to Lady Glencora. Or rather, he began to think of Alice's behaviour then, and of Alice's words. She had steadfastly refused to give any aid. No less likely assistant for such a purpose could have been selected. But she had been very earnest in declaring that it was Glencora's duty to stand by her promise to Burgo. "He is a desperate spendthrift," Kate Vavasor had said to her. "Then let her teach him to be otherwise," Alice had answered. That might have been a good reason for refusing his offer when he first made it, but it can be no excuse for untruth, now that she has told him that she loves him. "If a woman," she had said again, "won't venture her fortune for the man she loves, Her love is not worth having. All this George Vavasor remembered now, and as he remembered it, he asked himself whether the woman that had once loved him would venture her fortune for him still. Though his sister had pressed him on the subject with all the vehemence that she could use, he had hardly hitherto made up his mind that he really desired to marry Alice. There had grown upon him lately certain bohemian propensities, a love of absolute independence in his thoughts as well as actions, which were antagonistic to marriage. He was almost inclined to think that marriage was an old-fashioned custom, fitted indeed well enough for the usual dull life of the world at large, as many men both in heathen and in Christian ages have taught themselves to think of religion, but which was not adapted to his advanced intelligence. If he loved any woman, he loved his cousin Alice. If he thoroughly respected any woman, he respected her. But that idea of tying himself down to a household was in itself distasteful to him. "It is a thing terrible to think of," he once said to a congenial friend in these days of his life, "that a man should give permission to a priest to tie him to another human being like a Siamese twin, so that all power of separate and solitary action should be taken from him forever. The beasts of the field do not treat each other so badly. They neither drink themselves drunk, nor eat themselves stupid, nor do they bind themselves together in a union which both would have to hate." In this way George Vavasor, trying to imitate the wisdom of the brutes, had taught himself some theories of a peculiar nature. But nevertheless, as he thought of Alice Vavasor on this occasion, he began to feel that if a Siamese twin were necessary for him, she of all others was the woman to whom he would wish to be so bound. And if he did it at all, he must do it now, under the joint instigation of himself and his sister, as he thought, and perhaps not altogether without reason. She had broken her engagement with Mr. Grey. That she would renew it again, if left to herself, he believed probable. And then, despite that advanced intelligence which had taught him to regard all forms and ceremonies with the eyes of a philosopher, he had still enough of human frailty about him to feel keenly alive to the pleasure of taking from John Grey the prize which John Grey had so nearly taken from him. If Alice could have been taught to think as he did as to the absurdity of those indissoluble ties, that would have been better, but nothing would have been more impossible than the teaching of such a lesson to his cousin Alice. George Vavasor was a man of courage and dared do most things, but he would not have dared to commence the teaching of such a lesson to her. And now, at this moment, what was his outlook into life generally? He had very high ambition, and a fair hope of gratifying it if he could only provide that things should go well with him for a year or so. He was still a poor man, having been once nearly a rich man, but still so much of the result of his nearly acquired riches remained to him, that on the strength of them he might probably find his way into Parliament. He had paid the cost of the last attempt, and might, in a great degree, carry on this present attempt on credit. If he succeeded, there would be open to him a mode of life agreeable in itself and honourable among men. But how was he to bear the cost of this for the next year or the next 2 years? His grandfather was still alive, and would probably live over that period. If he married Alice, he would do so with no idea of cheating her out of her money. She should learn, nay, she had already learned from his own lips, how perilous was his enterprise. but he knew her to be a woman who would boldly risk all in money, though no consideration would induce her to stir a hair's breadth towards danger in reputation. Towards teaching her that doctrine, at which I have hinted, he would not have dared to make an attempt, but he felt that he should have no repugnance to telling her that he wanted to spend all her money in the first year or two of their married life. He was still in his armchair, thinking of all this, with that small, untasted modicum of brandy and water beside him, when he heard some distant Lambeth clock strike 3 from over the river. Then he rose from his seat, and taking the candles in his hand, sat himself down at a writing desk on the other side of the room. I needn't send it when it's written, he said to himself, and the chances are that I won't. Then he took his paper and wrote as follows: Dear Alice, the time was when the privilege was mine of beginning my letters to you with a warmer show of love than the above word contains, when I might and did call you dearest. But I lost that privilege through my own folly, and since that it has been accorded to another. But you have found, with a thorough honesty of purpose than which I know nothing greater, that it has behooved you to withdraw that privilege also. I need hardly say that I should not have written as I now write, had you not found it expedient to do as you have done. I now once again ask you to be my wife. In spite of all that passed in those old days, of all the selfish folly of which I was then guilty, I think you know, and at the same time knew, that I ever loved you. I claim to say for myself that my love to you was true from first to last, and I claim from you belief for that statement. Indeed, I do not think that you ever doubted my love. Nevertheless, when you told me that I might no longer hope to make you my wife, I had no word of remonstrance that I could utter. You acted as any woman would act, whom love had not made a fool. Then came the episode of Mr. Grey, and bitter as have been my feelings whilst that engagement lasted, I never made any attempt to come between you and the life you had chosen. In saying this, I do not forget the words which I spoke last summer at Basel, when, as far as I knew, you still intended that he should be your husband. But what I said then was nothing to that which, with much violence, I refrained from saying. Whether you remember those few words I cannot tell, but certainly you would not have remembered them, would not have even noticed them, had your heart been at Nethercoats. But all this is nothing. You are now again a free woman, and once again I ask you to be my wife. We are both older than we were when we loved before, and will both be prone to think of marriage in a somewhat different light. Then personal love for each other was most in our thoughts. God forbid that it should not be much in our thoughts now. Perhaps I am deceiving myself in saying that it is not even now stronger in mine than any other consideration. But we have both reached that time of life when it is probable that in any proposition of marriage we should think more of our adaptability to each other than we did before. For myself, I know that there is much in my character and disposition to make me unfit to marry a woman of the common stamp. You know my mode of life, and what are my hopes, and my chances of success. I run great risk of failing. It may be that I shall encounter ruin where I look for reputation and a career of honor. The chances are perhaps more in favor of ruin than of success. But whatever may be the chances, I shall go on as long as any means of carrying on the fight are at my disposal. If you were my wife tomorrow, I should expect to use your money, if it were needed, in struggling to obtain a seat in Parliament and a hearing there. I will hardly stoop to tell you that I do not ask you to be my wife for the sake of this aid. But if you were to become my wife, I should expect all your cooperation, with your money possibly, but certainly with your warmest spirit. And now, once again, Alice, dearest Alice, will you be my wife? I have been punished, and I have kissed the rod, as I never kissed any other rod. You cannot accuse my love. Since the time in which I might sit with my arm round your waist, I have sat with it round no other waist. Since your lips were mine, no other lips have been dear to me. Since you were my counselor, I have had no other counselor, unless it be poor Kate, whose wish that we may at length be married is second in earnestness only to my own. Nor do I think you will doubt my repentance. Such repentance, indeed, claims no merit, as it has been the natural result of the loss which I have suffered. Providence has hitherto been very good to me in not having made that loss irremediable by your marriage with Mr. Grey. I wish you now to consider the matter well, and to tell me whether you can pardon me and still love me. Do I flatter myself when I feel that I doubt your pardon almost more than I doubt your love? Think of this thing in all its bearings before you answer me. I am so anxious that you should think of it that I will not expect your reply till this day week. It can hardly be your desire to go through life unmarried. I should say that it must be essential to your ambition that you should join your lot to that of some man, the nature of whose aspirations would be like to your own. It is because this was not so as regarded him whose suit you had accepted, that you found yourself at last obliged to part from him. May I not say that with us there would be no such difference? It is because I believe that in this respect we are fitted for each other, as man and woman seldom are fitted, that I once again ask you to be my wife. This will reach you at Vavasor, where you will now be with the old squire and Kate. I have told her nothing of my purpose in writing this letter. If it should be that your answer is such as I desire, I should use the opportunity of our re-engagement to endeavor to be reconciled to my grandfather. He has misunderstood me and has ill-used me, but I am ready to forgive that, if he will allow me to do so. In such case, you and Kate would arrange that, and I would, if possible, go down to Vavasor while you are there. But I am galloping on ahead foolishly in thinking of this, and am counting up my wealth, while the crockery in my basket is so very fragile. One word from you will decide whether or no I shall ever bring it into market. If that word is to be adverse, do not say anything of a meeting between me and the squire. Under such circumstances it would be impossible. But, oh, Alice, do not let it be adverse. I think you love me. Your woman's pride towards me has been great and good and womanly, but it has had its way, and if you love me, might now be taught to succumb. Dear Alice, will you be my wife? Yours in any event, most affectionately, George Vavasor. Vavasor, when he had finished his letter, went back to his seat over the fire, and there he sat with it close at his hand for nearly an hour. Once or twice he took it up with fingers almost itching to throw it into the fire. He took it up and held the corners between his forefinger and thumb, throwing forward his hand towards the flame, as though willing that the letter should escape from him and perish if chance should so decide. But chance did not so decide, and the letter was put back upon the table at his elbow. Then, when the hour was nearly over, he read it again. "I'll bet 2 to 1 that she gives way," he said to himself, as he put the sheet of paper back into the envelope. "Women are such out-and-out fools." Then he took his candle, and carrying his letter with him, went into his bedroom. The next morning was the morning of Christmas Eve. At about 9 o'clock, a boy came into his room who was accustomed to call for orders for the day. "Jem," he said to the boy, "there's half-a-crown lying there on the looking-glass." Jem looked and acknowledged the presence of the half-crown. "Is it a head or a tail, Jem?" asked the boy's master. Jem scrutinized the coin and declared that the uppermost surface showed a tail. "Then take that letter and post it," said George Vavasor. Whereupon Jem, asking no question, and thinking but little of the circumstances under which the command was given, did take the letter and did post it. In due accordance with postal regulations, it reached Vavasor Hall, and was delivered to Alice on the Christmas morning. A Merry Christmas did not fall to the lot of George Vavasor on the present occasion. An early Christmas box he did receive in the shape of a very hurried note from his friend Burgo. "This will be brought to you by Stickling," the note said, but who Stickling was Vavasor did not know. "I send the bill. Couldn't you get the money and send it me, as I don't want to go up to town again before the thing comes off. You're a trump, and will do the best you can. Don't let that rogue off for less than 120. Yours, B.F." Vavasor, therefore, having nothing better to do, spent his Christmas morning in calling on Mr. McGrewen. "Oh, Mr. Vavasor," said McGrewen, "really this is no morning for business." "Time and tide wait for no man, Mr. McGrewen, and my friend wants his money to-morrow." "Oh, Mr. Vavasor, to-morrow?" "Yes, to-morrow. If time and tide won't wait, neither will love. Come, Mr. McGrewen, out with your cheque-book, and don't let's have any nonsense." "But is the lady sure, Mr. Vavasor?" asked Mr. McGrewen anxiously. "Ladies never are sure," said Vavasor, "hardly more sure than bills made over to money-lenders. I'm not going to wait here all day. Are you going to give him the money?" "Christmas Day, Mr. Vavasor. There's no getting money in the city to-day." But Vavasor, before he left, did get the money from Mr. McGrewen, £122 10s, for which an acceptance at 2 months for £500 was given in exchange, and carried it off in triumph. "Do tell him to be punctual," said Mr. McGrewen, when Vavasor took his leave. "I do so like young men to be punctual. But I really think Mr. Fitzgerald is the most unpunctual young man I ever did know yet." "I think he is," said George Vavasor, as he went away. He ate his Christmas dinner in absolute solitude at an eating-house near his lodgings. It may be supposed that no man dares to dine at his club on a Christmas day. He, at any rate, did not so dare, and after dinner he wandered about through the streets, wondering within his mind how he would endure the restraints of married life, and the same dull monotony of his days was continued for a week, during which he waited, not impatiently, for an answer to his letter, and before the end of the week the answer came. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Can You Forgive Her, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Among the Fells. Alice came down to breakfast on that Christmas morning at Vavasor Hall without making any sign as to the letter she had received. The party there consisted of her grandfather, her father, her cousin Kate, and herself. They all made their Christmas salutations as is usual, and Alice received and made hers as did the others, without showing that anything had occurred to disturb her tranquillity. Kate remarked that she had heard that morning from Aunt Greenow, and promised to show Alice the letter after breakfast. But Alice said no word of her own letter. "Why didn't your aunt come here to eat her Christmas dinner?" said the squire. "Perhaps, sir, because you didn't ask her," said Kate, standing close to her grandfather, for the old man was somewhat deaf. "And why didn't you ask her, that is, if she stands upon asking to come to her old home?" "Nay, sir, but I couldn't do that without your bidding. We Vavasors are not always fond of meeting each other." "Hold your tongue, Kate. I know what you mean, and you should be the last to speak of it. Alice, my dear, come and sit next to me. I am much obliged to you for coming down all this way to see your old grandfather at Christmas. I am indeed. I only wish you had brought better news about your sweetheart." "She'll think better of it before long, sir," said her father. "Papa, you shouldn't say that. You would not wish me to marry against my own judgment." "I don't know much about ladies' judgment," said the old man. "It does seem to me that when a lady makes a promise, she ought to keep it." "According to that," said Kate, "if I were engaged to a man, and found that he was a murderer, I still ought to marry him." "But Mr. Grey is not a murderer," said the squire. Pray don't talk about it," said Alice. "If you do, I really cannot sit and hear it." "I have given over saying anything on the subject," said John Vavasor, speaking as though he had already expended upon it a vast amount of paternal eloquence. He had, however, never said more than has been recorded in these pages. Alice, during this conversation, sat with her cousin's letter in her pocket, and as yet had not even begun to think what should be the nature of her reply. The squire of Vavasor Hall was a stout old man, with a red face and grey eyes, which looked fiercely at you, and with long grey hair, and a rough grey beard, which gave him something of the appearance of an old lion. He was passionate, unreasoning, and specially impatient of all opposition, but he was affectionate, prone to forgive when asked to do so, unselfish, and hospitable. He was, moreover, guided strictly by rules, which he believed to be rules of right. His grandson George had offended him very deeply, had offended him and never asked his pardon. He was determined that such pardon should never be given, unless it were asked for with almost bended knees. But, nevertheless, this grandson should be his heir. That was his present intention. The right of primogeniture could not, in accordance with this theory, be abrogated by the fact that it was, in George Vavasor's case, protected by no law. The squire could leave Vavasor Hall to whom he pleased, but he could not have hoped to rest quietly in his grave, should it be found that he had left it to any one but the eldest son of his own eldest son. Though violent and even stern, he was more prone to love than to anger, and though none of those around him dared to speak to him of his grandson, yet he longed in his heart for some opportunity of being reconciled to him. The whole party went to church on this Christmas morning. The small parish church of Vavasor, an unpretending wooden structure, with a single bell which might be heard tinkling for a mile or two over the fells, stood all alone about half a mile from the squire's gate. Vavasor was a parish situated on the intermediate ground between the mountains of the lake country and the plains. Its land was unproductive, ill-drained, and poor, and yet it possessed little or none of the beauty which tourists go to see. It was all amidst the fells, and very dreary. There were long skirtings of dark pines around a portion of the squire's property, and at the back of the house there was a thick wood of firs running up to the top of what was there called the Beacon Hill. Through this there was a wild, steep walk which came out upon the moorland, and from thence there was a track across the mountain to Hawes Water and Nadell, and on over many miles to the further beauties of Bowness and Windermere. They who knew the country, and whose legs were of use to them, could find some of the grandest scenery in England within reach of a walk from Vavasor Hall, but to others the place was very desolate. For myself, I can find I know not what of charm in wandering over open, unadorned moorland. It must be more in the softness of the grass to the feet, and the freshness of the air to the lungs, than in anything that meets the eye. You might walk for miles and miles to the northeast, or east, or southeast of Vavasor without meeting any object to arrest the view. The great road from Lancaster to Carlisle crossed the outskirts of the small parish about a mile from the church, and beyond that the fell seemed to be interminable. Towards the north it rose, and towards the south it fell, and it rose and fell very gradually. Here and there some slight appearance of a valley might be traced which had been formed by the action of the waters, but such breakings of ground were inconsiderable, and did not suffice to interrupt the stern sameness of the everlasting moorland. The daily life at Vavasor was melancholy enough for such a one as the squire's son, who regarded London as the only place on the earth's surface in which a man could live with comfort. The moors offered no charms to him, nor did he much appreciate the homely comforts of the Hall, for the house, though warm, was old-fashioned and small, and the squire's cook was nearly as old as the squire himself. John Vavasor's visits to Vavasor were always visits of duty rather than of pleasure, but it was not so with Alice. She could be very happy there with Kate, for, like herself, Kate was a good walker and loved the mountains. Their regard for each other had grown and become strong because they had gone together over river and moor, and because they had together disregarded those impediments of mud and wet which frighten so many girls away from the beauties of nature. On this Christmas day they all went to church, the squire being accompanied by Alice in a vehicle which in Ireland is called an inside jaunting car, and which is perhaps the most uncomfortable kind of vehicle yet invented, while John Vavasor walked with his niece. But the girls had arranged that immediately after church they would start for a walk up the Beacon Hill, across the fells towards Hawes Water. They always dined at the Hall at the vexatious hour of 5, but as their church service, with the sacrament included, would be completed soon after 12, and as lunch was a meal which the squire did not himself attend, they could have full 4 hours for their excursion. This had all been planned before Alice received her letter, but there was nothing in that to make her change her mind about the walk. "Alice, my dear," said the old man to her when they were together in the jaunting car, "you ought to get married." The squire was hard of hearing, and under any circumstances an inside jaunting car is a bad place for conversation, as your teeth are nearly shaken out of your head by every movement which the horse makes. Alice therefore said nothing, but smiled faintly, in reply to her grandfather. On returning from church, he insisted that Alice should again accompany him, telling her specially that he desired to speak to her. "My dear child," he said, "I have been thinking a great deal about you, and you ought to get married." "Well, sir, perhaps I shall some day." "Not if you quarrel with all your suitors," said the old man. "You quarrelled with your cousin George, and now you have quarrelled with Mr. Grey. You'll never get married, my dear, if you go on in that way." "Why should I be married more than Kate?" "Oh, Kate! I don't know that anybody wants to marry Kate. I wish you'd think of what I say. If you don't get married before long, perhaps you'll never get married at all. Gentlemen won't stand that kind of thing for ever." The two girls took a slice of cake each in her hand and started on their walk. "We shan't be able to get to the lake," said Kate. "No," said Alice, "but we can go as far as the big stone on Swindale Fell, where we can sit down and see it." "Do you remember the last time we sat there?" said Kate. "It is nearly 3 years ago, and it was then that you told me that all was over between you and George. Do you remember what a fool I was, and how I screamed in my sorrow? I sometimes wonder at myself and my own folly. How is it that I can never get up any interest about my own belongings? And then we got soaking wet through coming home. I remember that very well. And how dark it was. That was in September, but we had dined early. If we go as far as Swindale, we shall have it very dark coming home to-day. But I don't mind that through the Beacon Wood, because I know my way so well. You won't be afraid of half an hour's dark?" "Oh, no," said Alice. "Yes, I do remember that day. Well, it's all for the best, I suppose. And now I must read you my aunt's letter." Then, while they were still in the wood, Kate took out the letter from her aunt and read it, while they still walked slowly up the hill. It seemed that hitherto neither of her two suitors had brought the widow to terms. Indeed, she continued to write of Mr. Cheesacre, as though that gentleman were inconsolable for the loss of Kate, and gave her niece much serious advice as to the expedience of returning to Norfolk, in order that she might secure so eligible a husband. "You might understand all the time, Alice," said Kate, pausing as she read the letter, "that the dear man has never given me the slightest grounds for the faintest hope, and I know to a certainty that he makes an offer to her twice a week, that is, on every market day. You can't enjoy half the joke if you won't bear that in mind." Alice promised that she would bear it all in mind, and then Kate went on with her reading. "Poor Belfield was working very hard at his drill," Mrs. Greenow went on to say, "so hard that sometimes she really thought the fatigue would be too much for his strength. He would come in sometimes of an evening and just take a cup of tea, generally on Mondays and Thursdays. These are not market days at Norwich," said Kate, "and thus unpleasant meetings are avoided." "He comes in," said Mrs. Greenow, "and takes a little tea, and sometimes I think that he will faint at my feet." "That he kneels there on every occasion," said Kate, "and repeats his offer also twice a week, I have not the least doubt in the world." "And will she accept him at last? Really, I don't know what to think of it. Sometimes I fancy that she likes the fun of the thing, but that she is too wide awake to put herself in any man's power. I have no doubt she lends him money because he wants it sadly, and she is very generous. She gives him money, I feel sure, but takes his receipt on stamped paper for every shilling. That's her character all over." The letter then went on to say that the writer had made up her mind to remain at Norwich, certainly through the winter and spring, and that she was anxiously desirous that her dear Kate should go back to her. "Come and have one other look at Oileymead," said the letter, "and then, if you make up your mind that you don't like it or him, I won't ask you to think of them ever again. I believe him to be a very honest fellow." "Did you ever know such a woman?" said Kate. "With all her faults, I believe she would go through fire and water to serve me. I think she'd lend me money without any stamped paper." Then Aunt Greenow's letter was put up, and the two girls had come out upon the open fell. It was a delicious afternoon for a winter's walk. The air was clear and cold, but not actually frosty. The ground beneath their feet was dry, and the sky, though not bright, had that appearance of enduring weather which gives no foreboding of rain. There is a special winter's light, which is very clear, though devoid of all brilliancy, through which every object strikes upon the eye with well-marked lines, and under which almost all forms of nature seem graceful to the sight, if not actually beautiful. But there is a certain melancholy which ever accompanies it. It is the light of the afternoon, and gives token of the speedy coming of the early twilight. It tells of the shortness of the day, and contains even in its clearness a promise of the gloom of night. It is absolute light, but it seems to contain the darkness which is to follow it. I do not know that it is ever to be seen and felt so plainly as on the wide moorland, where the eye stretches away over miles, and sees at the world's end the faint low lines of distant clouds settling themselves upon the horizon. Such was the light of this Christmas afternoon, and both the girls had felt the effects of it before they reached the big stone on Swindale Fell, from which they intended to look down upon the loveliness of Hawes Water. As they went up through the wood, there had been some laughter between them over Aunt Greenow's letter, and they had discussed almost with mirth the merits of Oileymead and Mr. Cheesacre. But as they got further on to the fell, and as the half-melancholy wildness of the place struck them, their words became less light, and after a while they almost ceased to speak. Alice had still her letter in her pocket. She had placed it there when she came down to breakfast, and had carried it with her since. She had come to no resolution as yet as to her answer to it, nor had she resolved whether or no she would show it to Kate. Kate had ever been regarded by her as her steadfast friend. In all these affairs she had spoken openly to Kate. We know that Kate had in part betrayed her, but Alice suspected no such treason. She had often quarrelled with Kate, but she had quarrelled with her not on account of any sin against the faith of their friendship. She believed in her cousin perfectly, though she found herself often called upon to disagree with her almost violently. Why should she not show this letter to Kate, and discuss it in all its bearings before she replied to it? This was in her mind as she walked silently along over the fell. The reader will surmise from this that she was already half inclined to give way, and to join her lot to that of her cousin George. Alas, yes, the reader will be right in his surmise, and yet it was not her love for the man that prompted her to run so terrible a risk. Had it been so, I think that it would be easier to forgive her. She was beginning to think that love, the love of which she had once thought so much, did not matter. Of what use was it? And to what had it led? What had love done for her friend Glencora? What had love done for her? Had she not loved John Grey? and had she not felt that with all her love life with him would have been distasteful to her, it would have been impossible for her to marry a man whom personally she disliked. But she liked her cousin George well enough, as she said to herself almost indifferently. Upon the whole, it was a grievous task to her in these days, this having to do something with her life. Was it not all vain and futile? As for that girl's dream of the joys of love which she had once dreamed, that had gone from her slumbers never to return, how might she best make herself useful in some sort that might gratify her ambition? That was now the question which seemed to her to be of most importance. Her cousin's letter to her had been very crafty. He had studied the whole of her character accurately as he wrote it. When he had sat down to write it, he had been indifferent to the result, but he had written it with that care to attain success which a man uses when he is anxious not to fail in an attempt. Whether or no he cared to marry his cousin was a point so little interesting to him that chance might decide it for him. But when chance had decided that he did wish it, it was necessary for his honor that he should have that for which he condescended to ask. His letter to her had been clever and very crafty. At any rate, he does me justice, she said to herself, when she read those words about her money and the use which he proposed to make of it. He is welcome to it all, if it will help him in his career, whether he has it as my friend or as my husband. Then she thought of Kate's promise of her little mite, and declared to herself that she would not be less noble than her cousin Kate. And would it not be well that she should be the means of reconciling George to his grandfather? George was the representative of the family, of a family so old that no one now knew which had first taken the ancient titular name of some old Saxon landowner, the parish or the man. There had been in old days some worthy vavasors, as Chaucer calls them, whose rank and bearing had been adopted on the moorland side. Of these things Alice thought much, and felt that it should be her duty so to act that future vavasors might at any rate not be less in the world than they who had passed away. In a few years at furthest, George Vavasor must be Vavasor of Vavasor. Would it not be right that she should help him to make that position honorable? They walked on, exchanging now and again a word or two, till the distant Cumberland mountains began to form themselves in groups of beauty before their eyes. "There's Helvellyn at last," said Kate. "I'm always happy when I see that." "And isn't that Kidsty Pike?" asked Alice. "No, you don't see Kidsty yet, but you will when you get up to the bank there. That's Scaw Fell on the left, the round distant top. I can distinguish it, though I doubt whether you can." Then they went on again, and were soon at the bank, from whence the sharp top of the mountain, which Alice had named, was visible. "And now we are on Swindale, and in 5 minutes we shall get to the stone." In less than 5 minutes they were there, and then, but not till then, the beauty of the little lake, lying down below them in the quiet bosom of the hills, disclosed itself. A lake should, I think, be small, and should be seen from above, to be seen in all its glory. The distance should be such that the shadows of the mountains on its surface may just be traced, and that some faint idea of the ripple on the waters may be present to the eye. And the form of the lakes should be irregular, curving round from its base among the lower hills, deeper and still deeper into some close nook up among the mountains from which its headwaters spring. It is thus that a lake should be seen, and it was thus that Hawes Water was seen by them from the flat stone on the side of Swindale Fell. The basin of the lake has formed itself into the shape of the figure of 3, and the top section of the figure lies embosomed among the very wildest of the Westmoreland mountains. Altogether it is not above 3 miles long, and every point of it was to be seen from the spot on which the girls sat themselves down. The water beneath was still as death, and as dark, and looked almost as cold, but the slow clouds were passing over it, and the shades of darkness on its surface changed themselves with gradual changes, and though no movement was visible, there was ever and again in places a slight sheen upon the lake, which indicated the ripple made by the breeze. "I'm so glad I've come here," said Alice, seating herself. "I cannot bear the idea of coming to Vavasor without seeing one of the lakes, at least." "We'll get over to Windermere one day," said Kate. "I don't think we shall. I don't think it possible that I should stay long. Kate, I've got a letter to show you." And there was that in the tone of her voice which instantly put Kate upon her mettle. Kate seated herself also, and put up her hand for the letter. "Is it from Mr. Gray?" she asked. "No," said Alice, "it is not from Mr. Gray." And she gave her companion the paper. Kate, before she had touched it, had seen that it was from her brother George, and as she opened it, looked anxiously into Alice's face. "Has he offended you?" Kate asked. "Read it," said Alice, "and then we'll talk of it afterwards, as we go home." Then she got up from the stone and walked a step or two towards the brow of the fell, and stood there looking down upon the lake while Kate read the letter. "Well," she said, when she returned to her place. "Well," said Kate. "Alice, Alice, it will indeed be well if you listen to him. Oh, Alice, may I hope? Alice, my own Alice, my darling, my friend, say that it shall be so." And Kate knelt at her friend's feet upon the heather, and looked up into her face with eyes full of tears. What shall we say of a woman who could be as false as she had been, and yet could be so true? Alice made no immediate answer, but still continued to gaze down over her friend upon the lake. "Alice," continued Kate, "I did not think I should be made so happy this Christmas day. You could not have the heart to bring me here and show me this letter in this way, and bid me read it so calmly, and then tell me that it is all for nothing. No, you could not do that. Alice, I am so happy. I will so love this place. I hated it before." And then she put her face down upon the boulder stone and kissed it. Still Alice said nothing, but she began to feel that she had gone further than she had intended. It was almost impossible for her to say that her answer to George must be a refusal. Then Kate again went on speaking. "But is it not a beautiful letter? Say, Alice, is it not a letter of which, if you were his brother, you would feel proud if another girl had shown it to you? I do feel proud of him. I know that he is a man with a manly heart and manly courage, who will yet do manly things. Here out on the mountain, with nobody near us, with nature all round us, I ask you on your solemn word as a woman, do you love him?" "Love him," said Alice. "Yes, love him, as a woman should love her husband. Is not your heart his? Alice, there need be no lies now. If it be so, it should be your glory to say so, here to me, as you hold that letter in your hand." "I can have no such glory, Kate. I have ever loved my cousin, but not so passionately as you seem to think." "Then there can be no passion in you." "Perhaps not, Kate. I would sometimes hope that it is so. But come, we shall be late, and you will be cold sitting there. I would sit here all night to be sure that your answer would be as I would have it. But, Alice, at any rate, you shall tell me before I move what your answer is to be. I know you will not refuse him, but make me happy by saying so with your own lips. I cannot tell you before you move, Kate. And why not? Because I have not as yet resolved. Ah, that is impossible. That is quite impossible. On such a subject, and under such circumstances, a woman must resolve at the first moment. You had resolved, I know, before you had read half the letter, though perhaps it may not suit you to say so. You are quite mistaken. Come along, and let us walk, and I will tell you all. Then Kate arose, and they turned their back to the lake, and began to make their way homewards. I have not made up my mind as to what answer I will give him, but I have shown you his letter in order that I might have someone with whom I might speak openly. I knew well how it would be, and that you would strive to hurry me into an immediate promise. No, no, I want nothing of the kind. But yet I could not deny myself the comfort of your friendship. No, Alice, I will not hurry you. I will do nothing that you do not wish, but you cannot be surprised that I should be very eager. Has it not been the longing of all my life? Have I not passed my time plotting and planning and thinking of it, till I have had time to think of nothing else? Do you know what I suffered when, through George's fault, the engagement was broken off? Was it not martyrdom to me, that horrid time in which your Crichton from Cambridgeshire was in the ascendant? Did I not suffer the tortures of purgatory while that went on? And yet, on the whole, did I not bear them with patience? And now can you be surprised that I am wild with joy when I begin to see that everything will be as I wish? For it will be as I wish, Alice. It may be that you have not resolved to accept him, but you would have resolved to refuse him instantly had that been your destined answer to his letter. There was but little more said between them on the subject as they were passing over the fell, but when they were going down the path through the Beacon Wood, Kate again spoke. "You will not answer him without speaking to me first," said Kate. "I will, at any rate, not send my answer without telling you," said Alice. "And you will let me see it?" "Nay," said Alice, "I will not promise that. But if it is unfavourable, I will show it to you." "Then I shall never see it," said Kate, laughing. "But that is quite enough for me. I by no means wish to criticize the love-sweet words in which you tell him that his offences are all forgiven. I know how sweet they will be. Oh, heavens, how I envy him!" Then they were at home, and the old man met them at the front door, glowering at them angrily from out his old leonine eyes, because the roast beef was already roasted. He had his great uncouth silver watch in his hand, which was always a quarter of an hour too fast, and he pointed at it fiercely, showing them the minute hand at 10 minutes past the hour. "But, grandpapa, you are always too fast," said Kate. "And you are always too slow, miss," said the hungry old squire. "Indeed, it is not 5 yet, is it, Alice? And how long are you going to be dressing? Not 10 minutes, are we, Alice? And, grandpapa, pray don't wait." "Don't wait? That's what they always say," he muttered peevishly, "as if one would be any better waiting for them after the meat is on the table." But neither Kate nor Alice heard this, as they were already in their rooms. Nothing more was said that evening between Alice and Kate about the letter, but Kate, as she wished her cousin good night inside her bedroom door, spoke to her just one word. "Pray for him to-night," she said, "as you pray for those you love best." Alice made no answer, but we may believe that she did as she was desired to do. Chapter 31.